Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal Venerable, see playlist for other chapters and novels. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 723 Complete Chaos 9. Cernunnos looks at the fragmented legends of the dead Vimalasitra with sorrow. Cernunnos sighs at the fate of a being who was both his competitor and friend. Unlike most gods and demons, who expressed surprise at Vimalasitra's death, Cernunnos conveyed his deep sadness. Cernunnos, like Vimalasitra, had watched Yin Wu's rise for a long time. However, unlike Vimalasitra who felt a strong sense of competition with Yin Wu and wished Yin Wu to become stronger, Cernunnos largely observed Yin Wu because of the sad fate of his apostle. The two beings surprisingly had a lot in common, which possibly allowed them to better empathize with each other. Cernunnos was also a being who was thoroughly alone, belonging to no heavenly society. It was not an exaggeration to say that Cernunnos best understood the troubles, boredom, and complex thoughts that Vimalasitra had and went through during his lifetime. Thus, Cernunnos is furious. For the first time, Cernunnos expressed an extreme emotion. He was angered that a great being had met such a pitiful demise. It seemed, in Cernunnos' view, a great death was dying for greater meaning and purpose, not a thoroughly lonely dog-like death. Cernunnos stomps on the ground and stands up. Cernunnos declares that he will never forgive those involved in this matter. And then, some gods look at Cernunnos with concern. Various demons drool at the expectation of seeing the activity of the Black King's ego and another great being. Why did Oceanus suddenly appear on Earth? Yin Wu could not help but feel flabbergasted. Oceanus was still considered missing during the time of Tartarus. Before Kronos' emergence, Oceanus was considered the front-runner as Uranus's successor. At the time, Oceanus had a positive and wide-reaching reputation in Olympus, and his background bolstered his status. His personality was also outstanding, and his skills were excellent enough to be classified as a great god. More than anything, the advantage of being the eldest was not something that could be easily ignored. The rule of firstborn succession, both in the past and in the present, was considered a justified and persuasive reason. However, when the Olympus civil war broke out, Oceanus did not take the lead. This was because Theia, who knew that Oceanus was in the lead to succeed Uranus, took advantage of the chaotic situation to gather her other siblings and launch a coup. Due to this, Oceanus was pushed out of power. Moreover, if it was not for the youngest, Rhea, keeping Theia in check, Oceanus' life would have been in danger. Soon afterward, Rhea pulled Kronos into the fold, and the victory completely shifted over to their side. Unfortunately, after these events, Oceanus renounced all his rights to the throne, stating that he was not fit to be a leader. While backing away from the spotlight, Oceanus supported Kronos and Rhea. Since then, Oceanus had avoided the spotlight and was largely forgotten by everyone. He barely had a presence. Then, when Zeus rebelled, Oceanus briefly appeared to help clear the chaos in Olympus, but then he retreated into the background just as quickly as he had appeared. And then, Yin Wu narrowed his eyes. He disappeared entirely. The entirety of Olympus was imprisoned in the tower, so Oceanus must have been confined in the tower as well. However, since his brief public appearance after Zeus' rebellion, no one had seen or heard from Oceanus. A rumor circulated from somewhere that Oceanus had returned to the state of a concept, or law. In fact, there were quite a few Olympus gods who believed in this line of reasoning. Returning to the essential fabric of natural order was a good choice for a docile being who did not like outside activities and showed a sense of detachment from power. But for such an Oceanus to suddenly appear here, his appearance could only mean that Oceanus had been secretly planning something in hiding for a long time. Open hollow corner bracket that's strange. Hearing Kronos murmur, Yin Wu lifted his head. What are you talking about? What's strange? Open hollow corner bracket that guy, he doesn't have the personality to make secretive plans in the dark. He was such a softie that he couldn't even raise his voice at Theia when he was at war with her. Are you close with Oceanus? Open hollow corner bracket if one says we're on good terms then it could be so. If one says we're not on good terms, that could be seen as true as well. All of us didn't really have much of a relationship with each other. Kronos gave a bitter laugh. To unite the various societies and divine beings, Uranus adopted potential successors from various powers. Due to this large mix of disconnected figures, there was bound to be a war of nerves and some misgivings amongst the successors. Open hollow corner bracket still, when I was young and full of mischief, he was the only person who stood on my side. Yin Wu remembered the Oceanus he had seen while experiencing Kronos legends. There was certainly no one else who took care of Kronos like Oceanus. Also, Yin Wu did not feel that Oceanus' actions were done with a pretense for any other reason. Kronos felt the same. I feel that Oceanus was sincerely sorry when he forcibly tied Vimalasitra onto Earth. However, I don't know how Oceanus got to be so strong since so much time has passed. I guess he found some way. The more important question is, who is the we that he was alluding to? It's clear that he's definitely not acting alone. We'll have to chase after them. Open hollow corner bracket son, you'll be very busy, no. You have to visit by the table, be wary of and on the lookout for that suspicious goblin, and take care of your younger brother Yin Wu lightly sighed. He had come out from the darkness to do some simple house cleaning. However, now that he was out, there was so much to do, so much holding him back from his original intention. For now, let's deal with that thing again. Yin Wu looked at Relia, which seemed to be staring at Yin Wu and awaiting his response. The Black King's ego looks up at his true body. The Black King looks down at the part it lacks. Yin Wu decided that, first off, he needed to control Relia so that it did not go wild. Moreover, it was necessary to make sure that the Oceanus side did not interfere with Relia. Yin Wu did not have time to control Relia, but now that the opportunity presented itself, Yin Wu was focused on tightly sealing Relia. Phil, the moment Yin Wu uttered those words using draconic speech. SS's. Suddenly, dozens of huge black lumps bloomed all around the Black King. Soon, chains shot out from the black lumps and moved to restrain Relia. The chains boasted a huge size and thickness, which were much larger and thicker than the ones Yin Wu had previously used. Open hollow corner bracket. It's a little frightening to see those things make their appearance on Earth. Close hollow corner bracket. Kronos looked at the chains and softly muttered in a quavering voice. The gods who recognize the identity of the chain have nearly passed out screaming. The demons who noticed the nature of the chain strongly question the sanity of the Black King's ego. The godly society, less than Diva greater than, is in shock. The godly society, less than Chan sect greater than, is thoroughly stunned by the actions of the Black King's ego. The demonic society, less than Niflheim greater than, is perplexed but also intrigued by the fact that the allied forces have the most powerful weapon. The gods and demons were busy showing a wide variety of reactions. Their reactions were more intense than when Vimalasitra died or when Relia just appeared. The chains were a divine object that Yin Wu had made using the remains of the tower whenever he had spare time in the dream. It was no wonder why the gods and demons were showing such an extreme response. Modified Rui Bang made of heavenly divine iron. Category: unable to identify. Rank: unmeasurable. Description: made from the wreckage of the tower Rui Bang, which had stood tall for many years and sealed countless gods and demons. The Black King's various egos expressed strong anger toward the tower, a construct and caste that had imprisoned them, but, after considering one of the ego's suggestions, they decided to utilize the tower Rui Bang's wreckage. They decided to create something to one day seek revenge on the original owner of the material, the heavenly demon. Thus, the remains of the tower Rui Bang were filled with the Black King's blessings and powers and reformed anew. Asterisk not measurable. Asterisk not measurable. Asterisk asterisk detailed information on the item cannot be displayed. Open hollow corner bracket. When you first suggested that those things should be collected and reconstituted into something else, I really thought you, even though you're my son, had lost your marbles. Close hollow corner bracket. While fighting the various characters that comprise the Black King, Yin Wu made several preparations in case he had to leave the darkness and the demonisms and enter the world. One of them was recycling the remains of the tower. Naturally, the various characters that comprise the Black King strongly opposed his suggestion. It was because the remains represented a cursed abomination that led their dreams to repeatedly fail, forcing them to constantly be thrown back into the void. However, the only person who agreed with Yin Wu's opinion was Sage. Sage reinterpreted Yi and Wu's suggestion to the others and stated that it may be befitting to return the favor to the heavenly demon using the same divine material that was used against them. Naturally, the response of all the other characters that comprise the Black King was positive after hearing this line of reasoning, and from that time on, the remains of the tower became the belongings of the Black King. As long as the system belonged to Yi and Wu would be assumed as the owner of the tower's wreckage, so it was not difficult for him to create a new form from the wreckage. And now, his creation has made its appearance. The emptiness has opened. Divine iron moves to constrain the set target. The Black King tries to resist. Clank. As soon as Relia became aware of the divine iron, it gave off a harsh cry. Even though Relia did not have a soul, its instincts remained, so it reacted violently. However, Yi and Wu did not care about this and strongly bound Relia with chains and wrapped them around Relia to form dozens of layers. With the sound of something like a pulley turning quickly, the chains tightened. They became so taut that it seemed the chains would break at any moment. The end of the chains moved in the direction where Relia had originally been, Earth. Sleep. And according to the draconic utterance that followed, the chains tightened even tighter, forcing Relia to be pulled towards Earth. It was by no means an easy task to forcibly pull an existence as large as the galaxy into Earth, but the chains were able to compress Relia. If the resistance coming from Relia was too strong, and the fidelity of the chain was in jeopardy, a new chain was put over it, forcibly pressing down on Relia once more. During the process, some of the space surrounding Relia collapsed, causing large and small damages, such as black holes, to appear. However, as time passed, the compression proceeded faster, and Relia was eventually returned to its original form before sinking into Earth. Rewind. Yi and Wu began to turn the wheel to put Relia back to sleep, since he did not want to take the chance of Relia acting uncontrollably once more. The spring of time is operating fiercely. Darkness has been imbued. Attempting to connect to the dream failed. Trying to reconnect to the dream. The connection was successful after applying the authority of the Black King's ego. You have gained the right to interfere with the dream. The spring of time rewinds. The wheel begins to turn. It was like rewinding a videotape. The Earth and the solar system, which had almost been destroyed by the battle between Yi and Wu and Vimalasitra, began to return to their previous state. The broken asteroids and planets were restored, and the orbital axis of the planets returned to their normal positions. As the dust that was released from Earth's atmosphere returned, the active volcanoes subsided, the Earth was reformed, and the blue sea was recreated. The sky regained its original bright color again. The apocalypse is cancelled. The rising, promised land, has sunk back down. Earth regains its integrity. All gods are silent. All demons remain silent. The gods and demons no longer seem to have any response to the miracles that Yi and Wu had done. In the past, even Kronos, the king of gods, had to go through a considerable and arduous process with the help of Olympus to use the wheel and carry the burden of the reciprocal law of causality. However, right now, Yi and Wu had operated the wheel of time by himself. He had easily gone beyond what Kronos had ever done before. Moreover, for the outside observer, it seemed like Yi and Wu was not even breaking a sweat. The gods and demons were reminded, once again, that they could not measure Yi and Wu based on their worldview. Sigh. Yi and Wu finished and lightly sighed. However, that was difficult. I consumed much more darkness than I expected. I've lost about 20% of the law of causality reservoir that I need to manifest. Yi and Wu's stiff facial expression did not loosen. If I leave it like this, things can get dangerous. I need to hurry. Chapter 724 Complete Chaos 10. All restorations have been completed. Open hollow corner bracket ha ha ha. Even though you're my son, I still question myself sometimes on whether you're really a human. Kronos chuckled as he watched Yi and Wu's clockwork wheel spin. At one time, Kronos himself was seen as a great being who approached the level of emperor, so it was a little strange for Kronos to see his son rise and reach a loftier level than what he had ever achieved. As things went on. Open hollow corner bracket the laws of causality, did you consume a lot? Kronos stopped chuckling and asked in a serious tone. Though Yi and Wu was feeling nervous, he replied casually without showing his inner emotion. It was worth it. I'm fine. Open hollow corner bracket really? It doesn't seem so. Kronos was one of the few people who knew the status of Yi and Wu's true body. Even though Yi and Wu's true body was now connected to darkness, its identity was still rooted in the giant demonic divine dragon. Thus, it was impossible for such an existence to manifest itself within the physical law framework of this world. Yi and Wu's use of polymorph had made it possible, but the amount of law of causality he had to sacrifice to continuously use polymorph and maintain the manifestation of his body was considerable. Up to now, Yi and Wu was somehow able to manage the law of causality with what he had accumulated through the many dreams, but nothing good would come about if he continued to consume the law of causality at the current levels. Moreover, it was clear that Yi and Wu had already used up a considerable amount of his law of causality reservoir from fighting the numerous egos of the Black King and delaying the dream. However, throughout all this, Yi and Wu had never expressed any outward concern or panic. Kronos was saddened to see Yi and Wu's state and his lonely sacrifice. In times like these, Kronos wished that Yi and Wu would confide in him and share his emotional burden. However, when it came to the most important and critical things, Yi and Wu always conducted things alone. He alone carried the burden. Perhaps Yi and Wu was like this because he grew up alone from a very young age. Kronos felt sorry for Yi and Wu and felt guilty that he was largely to blame for Yi and Wu's current state. Additionally, "Father, what do you think I am?" Yi and Wu acted like nothing was wrong this time as well. Kronos, yes, was right, but he did not give off any impression that he knew. "No one knows what I'm planning to do, but I especially can't have Father ever find out. If that happens, something really bad will happen. Open hollow corner bracket but. There's still one remaining magic region. Let's deal with those first and then talk." Yi and Wu intentionally cut off Kronos' words and firmly gripped scythe. Open hollow corner bracket him. Kronos deeply sighed. His sigh relayed his deep concern for Yi and Wu. One bright spot was that the remaining magic region's ruler, the one in Antarctica, had run away from the region. The ruler probably got wind of what happened to Vimalasitra. The ruler sure gathered a lot. Yi and Wu gave a sigh as he recovered the fragments of darkness that had been gathered in the magic region. The center of Antarctica had a huge sinkhole that was dug so deep that the depth could not be fully seen or gauged. Based on Yi and Wu's rough measurements, it seemed the hole had reached the inner core. The hole was at a level where it could almost be called an abyss. Darkness was pouring out from the inside like boiling sulfuric fire. Open hollow corner bracket. If you were a bit late, it seems the ruler would have been able to bring out Relaya entirely. Yeah, unlike the other rulers of the other magic regions, except Vimalasitra, it seemed that this magic region's ruler still possessed a sense of reasoning ability and ego. After all, it would not have been easy to create an abyss-like pit that penetrated the inner core while absorbing the life force of the earth. Even though the ruler withdrew, he or she seemed to be mindful of not leaving any traces behind. Thus, though the abyss was still present, no divine power remained. This meant that the ruler moved thoroughly and deliberately so as not to reveal his or her identity. The reason Vimalasitra was tied to earth was to grab my attention and to make me drag my feet in the first place. Was it also to buy some time for this region's ruler to escape? Yi and Wu smiled coldly. His exposed teeth coolly gleamed. He was not smiling because he found something funny or entertaining. It was a smile that originated from exasperation. Open hollow corner bracket but rushing made the ruler miss a critical detail. Yeah, that's right. Yi and Wu reached his hand out toward the abyss. The ruler probably didn't expect that I'd be able to turn the clockwork wheel. Except for those who were at the emperor level, who were completely independent entities free from the constraints of time, space, and causality, everyone, from gods to demons, had no choice but to be entangled to the effects and whims of the clockwork wheel. So, what would happen if that clockwork wheel was rewound? Thus, like any other being, the ruler of this magic region would have been affected by the clockwork wheel. Of course, rewinding the clockwork wheel came with a commensurate price of law of causality consumption. It cost a lot, but still, it's not as much as spinning the large wheel. Moreover, though Yi and Wu had to be mindful of how much he should use, Yi and Wu knew that he should not hesitate to use the wheel when necessary. Thus, he had reached out toward the abyss. The two springs have engaged. Winding speed increases. The spring of time is rewinding. The little wheel begins to spin. Is. Following the range and area set by Yi and Wu, the abyss that reached down into the inner core started turning counterclockwise, revealing many things that were previously hidden away. A blizzard raged, and above the abyss, a holy temple which had existed just a moment ago was resurrected. Open hollow corner bracket ha. This guy, he even built a lab. Was he trying to create a resource mining facility? With his vast experience, Kronos was able to immediately recognize the purpose of the holy temple that was built in the South Pole. The facility was not created just to absorb the Earth's vitality. It was a vicious device capable of extorting Earth's power of civilization. It could absorb the future potential of the planet and essentially make Earth a barren land. Not even the most devious of divine beings would commit such a heinous act. For divine beings, the more planets they secured, the more faith they could potentially gather. Such a tactic was only used when a divine being was sure that his or her territory would be taken over soon. Thus, as much of the resources would be collected before retreating. The ruler of this magic region had done just that. He must have tried to extort all that he could from Earth, convert it to divine power, and try to awaken Relia. Suddenly, Yin Wu was clutching onto a being's neck. The being had a face full of shock. Apparently, his last recollection was of running away from Earth, so he could not understand why he was back in the magic region. There's always beings like this. Open hollow corner bracket W. What the this is absurd. They have to be beaten to near death before they come to their senses. Whoosh. You have entered the instance dungeon, punishment of hell. Having fought with Vimalasitra and experiencing what would happen to Earth if his powers were utilized, Yin Wu made sure that this opponent could not escape the darkness. The illusory world opened. Yin Wu's opponent squirmed under his tight grip. Boom. Yin Wu smashed his opponent onto the ground. Open hollow corner bracket The guy vomited a tremendous amount of blood. He wanted to shake loose of Yin Wu's grip, but he could not. Yin Wu's grip was too strong. The image of Yin Wu's true body, the giant demonic divine dragon body, overlaid like an afterimage on his body. Thus, the full weight of his true body was put behind the smash. Your name, open hollow corner bracket. Do you think I'll say? It really doesn't matter if you don't. Open hollow corner bracket I'll just kill you and obtain what I want, no. Open hollow corner bracket. Yin Wu's opponent's face stiffened from shock. Yin Wu put some strength in his hands. Crack. The opponent soon lost the light in his eyes and stuck out his powerless tongue. Summon of the dead. Is. Open corner bracket how am I? Yin Wu's shadow completely consumed the body and vomited out the being's fallen soul. And then. Power, purgatory furnace, has been activated. Open corner bracket As he did to subjects he tortured in the past, Yin Wu let the soul steepen in the purgatory flames for a while. Open corner bracket please stop, help, save me, I'll tell you everything you want to know, so please stop. I'm not done yet, you still have a ways to go. Open corner bracket please stop. And after a long period of time had passed. Open corner bracket With a shaky gaze, the guy looked at Yin Wu. His expression screamed out his desire to be killed. Yin Wu smiled coldly. He seemed to have finally caught the tail of his opponents. Sesha, open hollow corner bracket uncle. What the hell is going on? Everyone is in an uproar here. Was it because the Earth was destroyed once and then brought back? Sesha's voice audibly quavered. Even if the resurrected Earthlings did not remember that they had died, they still remembered the natural disaster that Vimalasitra had caused just before the mass eradication of life on Earth. Thus, it was natural for Sesha to be drenched in fear. Moreover, Yin Wu was also able to sense and read the enormous resentment that permeated throughout Earth. Faith builds up. Faith builds up. Such primal emotions of fear naturally belong to the Black King, so the outpouring of strong emotions had no choice but to have a strong influence on Yin Wu. I'll be back soon, so wait for me. Open hollow corner bracket you're going somewhere again. Yin Wu remained silent. Open hollow corner bracket I thought you were going to stay here for a while. Fine. I'll try and take care of things here. In exchange close hollow corner bracket Sesha let out a deep sigh and stopped talking. Yin Wu tilted his head. Was she going to ask him to bring back her father? Of course, Yin Wu was planning to do just that, so he was just about to say yes. Open hollow corner bracket bring Milona when you come back. Single quote question mark single quote. Yin Wu tilted his head as he momentarily did not understand Sesha's words. It was an old Korean joke-like expression that Yin Wu had not heard for a long time. Open hollow corner bracket sheesh. You're such a downer. Just be careful, uncle. I'll take care of mother in the meantime. Yin Wu was only able to reply with a, oh, yes. All right. For someone who had lived disconnected from the reality on Earth for a long time, Yin Wu's senses on modern matters and culture had been dulled. No, to be precise, in the first place, Yin Wu was never really interested or knew of these matters even when he was a normal human. Anyway, now that all his concerns and worries about the Earth were over. Open hollow corner bracket shall we go? Yeah, open hollow corner bracket I really don't understand what the hell is going on. Wishing for his death, the ruler of the Antarctica magic region told Yian-Wu everything he was curious about. During the interrogation, Yian-Wu found out that the people behind the curtain were not just one faction, like the one Oceanus was associated with, but a variety of other factions. I was requested to work on this assignment. Requested? Yes, I was told to build a holy temple to suck the life force from Earth. Who told you to do this? Who placed this request? I don't know. You must be longing to return to the purgatory furnace. No, wait. The organization I'm associated with and I keep the client's identity anonymous if the client requests it that way. That's how we conduct business. Who are you guys? We are. What the soul said at that time thoroughly shocked Yian-Wu. We are by the table. Was he saying that by the table was commissioned to build a magic region and holy temple? Yian-Wu had never considered the possibility. Thus, the words were a tremendous shock for both Yian-Wu and his father. Open hollow corner bracket. It's clear that something strange is brewing. HMPF. Based on who the creator of By the Table was, it was strange that the organization would do something so destructive and unthinkable on Kronos and Ray's planet. Well, the power structure of any organization is subject to change at any time. We don't know what happened between them during the meantime either. Open hollow corner bracket. I guess you're right. I guess we'll find out the truth once we cross over. We also need to ask about the Ark anyway. Kronos murmured a little before suddenly smiling. By the way, close hollow corner bracket. Yian-Wu did not miss the sight of Kronos gazing up toward the sky. Fearful gazes were firmly fixed on Yian-Wu and Kronos. A god of less than diva greater than, Agni audibly gulps. A god of less than diva greater than, Vayu exclaims aloud in an exasperated tone. A god of less than diva greater than, Ravana is visibly concerned about the upcoming war. A god of less than Memphis greater than, Horus is visibly shaking. Open hollow corner bracket. What should we do with those bastards? Are you going to leave them alone? Would I have ever considered leaving them alone? Yian-Wu smirked. Since they came at me, I need to return the favor. Open hollow corner bracket. That's right. You're definitely my son. You're saying that you created the magic region on Earth because you were simply requested to do so. Even though you knew it would make Olympus and me your enemies. Did your head malfunction? Besides the requester, there were several other places that said they'd back us and give support. They stated that they would help out if help was needed. Who were they? Gods, demons from everywhere. They said they needed to mobilize while day was still fighting against night. So, in exchange for ensuring my safety, they asked that I share the information regarding the fragments of darkness. I've told you everything. Please let me die. I asked you about who they are. Diva, Memphis. Although Yian-Wu had guessed the heavenly world's involvement while he was gathering up the fragments of darkness, Yian-Wu did not want to make the issue larger and deal with them directly, so he had given them a warning. However, now that he found out that they were coveting Relia and absorbing the life force of Earth, Yian-Wu's patience had a firm boundary. Thus, Olympus. Yian-Wu raised his head and stared into the air. The members of the Godly Society, less than Olympus greater than, get into formation. The Godly Society, less than Olympus greater than, prepares for war. The Godly Society, less than Olympus greater than, awaits its leader's command. Olympus had already prepared and was waiting for Yian-Wu to give his orders. All of them and whatever seems relevant, hit everything. Less than Olympus greater than has declared war on the Godly Society. Less than Memphis greater than. Less than Olympus greater than has declared war on the Godly Society. Less than Avesta greater than. Less than Olympus greater than has declared war on the Godly Society. Less than Tuatha De Danann greater than. Less than Olympus greater than has declared war on the Demonic Society. Less than Gia sect greater than. Many godly societies are astonished by Olympus' sudden declaration of war. Some of the demonic societies that have received a declaration of war are asking Olympus to resolve the situation through dialogue. Chapter 725 Complete Chaos 11. Several societies tried to stop Yian-Wu and Olympus from taking drastic action. I believe I was clear. I said not to be greedy, Yian-Wu growled while turning towards each of the gazes. The Godly Society, less than Memphis greater than is silent. The Godly Society, less than Avesta greater than, is silent. All societies that have received a declaration of war request mercy from the Black King's ego. You were aware of my warning, yet you still went ahead and took these actions, right? Alright, let's see what happens. Olympus has formed a conquest force. List of conquest forces. First Corps Commander, Ares. Second Corps Commander, Hercules. Third Corps Commander, Apollo. The first corps has been deployed to Diva. The second corps has been deployed to Memphis. The third corps has been deployed to Avesta. The heavenly world societies that have received a declaration of war from Olympus prepare their defenses. The demonic societies that have been invaded by Olympus prepare for the coming war. Some of the godly societies want to send envoys to Olympus. Some demon societies have expressed their intention to surrender. The Black King's ego has refused all envoy visits. The Black King's ego has ignored all intentions and conveyances to surrender. All gods of death are moving to execute death. All demons of death are moving to bestow the blessing of death on those who have defied the king's dignity. Allied forces, less than Chan sect greater than, are ready and awaiting their orders. Allied forces, less than Niflheim greater than, are ready and awaiting their orders. The heavenly world has fallen into extreme chaos and disarray. During the entire time, Yin Wu completely ignored the wishes of the various societies who wanted to send him envoys. Furthermore, he also left a separate order to his apostles who were in charge as corps commanders to not let up the attack unless their opponents surrendered unconditionally. I can see why the heavenly demon tried to lock up all the gods and demons in the tower. If they could see the slightest of openings, gods and demons were prone to taking whatever advantages that they could of a situation. They only acted for themselves, which made them too difficult to control. This time, while Yin Wu had momentarily slept, they had almost destroyed Earth. Yin Wu felt that it was not enough to suppress them using force. He needed to lock them up or tie them down somewhere. Chan sect and Niflheim, who still have a good relationship with Olympus, expressed their willingness to mobilize and support Olympus. However, Yin Wu did not accept their offer. There was absolutely no need to borrow their forces and distribute the spoils. Moreover, according to the request of Olympus leader, Anank is descending. The only being from Olympus who was not joining the combat forces quietly descended onto Earth. Anank was a goddess who possessed warm, comforting eyes. In Olympus, she was a being who had destiny as her divine domain. Additionally, she was a familiar face for Yin Wu. Did you call? Anank spoke in a very polite, formal manner to Yin Wu. At that moment crack, scythes shattered and took on a human form. Kronos looked at Anank with her tender gaze. His eyes were watery, seemingly filled with tears. Open hollow corner bracket. It's been a while, godmother. I'm glad to see that your future and fortunes look brighter than before, Kronos. When Yin Wu experienced Kronos' legends, Anank, along with the giant Atlas, were the two existences who had always been by his side. Anank was like a mother to Kronos. All the love he received during his youth came from her. However, after Kronos became infected with demonism and became a tyrant, Anank resigned from all her posts at Olympus and took a step back within the society. And after Kronos' fall, she stopped appearing publicly and quietly lived a life of seclusion in the heavenly world's senate. The reason Anank had to live quietly was because those on Zeus' side were constantly wary of her existence. She also remained quiet because she was not the type to seek power. And now, these two were meeting together once again. Open hollow corner bracket. About the past, I wanted to apologize. Even though it had been some time since Kronos awakened, he did not feel comfortable meeting Anank. No, Kronos did not dare to meet her. It was just like how Kronos felt terrible and sorry for Poseidon and the others but did not approach them directly for forgiveness. He had committed so many atrocities towards Anank that he could not muster the courage to face her. Kronos, godmother, I understand that, in your eyes, I still seem like a young child, but I am now king. Your caring actions are actually an interference for me. Anank, you want me to forgive them. You're asking me for a favor. Do you think what you're saying makes sense? Kronos, does godmother know how much of a negative impact your actions have had on me? You should be grateful that I am only requesting self-constraint. Kronos' reign was mostly marked by tyranny and fear. Anank, with her warm personality, was the only person that the others, those who suffered under Kronos' tyranny, could depend on. As a result, they had no choice but to constantly argue with each other. And each time they argued, Anank would be turned away with a fresh new emotional wound. In a way, Kronos' apology was a bit too late. Kronos, Anank smiled. Her expression and aura had returned to the warm-hearted caregiver who had taken care of an immature child. I'm glad your visage is brighter than it was back then. This godmother was always really worried about that. Open hollow corner bracket. Kronos stiffened and remained quiet. His godmother was still his godmother, even after all this time. I've heard that you have a connection with by the table. Yin Wu carefully approached the two. Anank gave a warm smile and bowed her head to Yin-woo. Please speak comfortably. You are the king. A king never speaks up to one's subjects. She used a noble yet direct tone. Yin-woo seemed to know where Kronos' somewhat stately manner came from. Since Anank is like my mother to my father, I view you as my grand godmother. I do not dare be impolite. A strange smile appeared on Ananki's lips as she looked at Yin-woo. You seem to resemble your father, but you developed in a much more mature fashion. I am much better than my father. Well, that's not really saying much. Kronos was essentially just an idiot. I, on the other hand, am not an idiot. What would have happened if he never met Rhea? Kronos really was truly lucky. Open hollow corner bracket. What the hell are you two talking about? Kronos could no longer stand by and listen to their judgmental comments, so he screamed. The two laughed lightly. Kronos still had a grim expression on his face. Then Anank, with a serious expression, said, after taking a step back from Olympus and focusing on the heavenly world's senate, I often took a position as an intermediary between Olympus and by the table whenever it was needed. This was the main reason why Zeus and the others could not easily get rid of Anank. Anank maintained a close relationship with By the Table, the organization that managed Ray's legacy. Moreover, Anank had a very special relationship with Rhea. Zeus and the others required an ample reserve of supplies and resources to maintain their rule within Olympus, so they depended heavily on By the Table. Thus, it was not possible for Zeus and the others to do anything to Anank, their intermediary agent. Thus, Yin-woo was planning on asking Anank to arrange a meeting for him with By the Table. Yin-woo could have found some other way to meet them if he were still in the tower, but now that he was outside, he did not have any means of communicating with or meeting them. After saving Sesha and the others with the Ark, they were said to have just left. But after the tower collapsed, there seems to be a lot of confusion and chaos within By the Table. In an instant, Yin-woo's eyes lit up. Confusion and chaos. I think there was internal strife. I don't know the exact details. Just as Yin-woo suspected, something was up. In addition, it is known that the current leader has not made a public appearance in a long time, and the successor has largely taken over most of the management and operations. It seems the successor has taken over control and power of the group, or the one truly in power has put the successor out as the public face of the organization. Yin-woo seemed to have an inkling of what was going on. As the successor's name, Yul. Ananki's eyes widened after hearing Yin-woo's words. Do you know him? Olympus begins the war. The heavenly world is in an uproar. Ah, my Oroboni, I can always tell right away wherever you are and what you're doing. Still, shouldn't you have visited me at some point? I'm really hurt, Adora murmured with a sigh. She knew that Yin-woo had fallen into a deep sleep. Though Adora always carried herself well outwardly, there were many times when she internally resented Yin-woo quite a bit. She had finally conveyed her true feelings for him, and she thought that her dreams had come true. However, Yin-woo made a choice to sleep arbitrarily without any consultation with her. Even if Yin-woo decided to sacrifice himself to save everyone, Adora would be losing her one and only lover, so her heart had ached. Still, for more than 10 years, Adora did not give up on or change her feelings towards Yin-woo. And she was certain that Yin-woo felt the same way. The thread of the bond between them could never be broken from time. However, Yin-woo's indifference infuriated Adora. No matter how much work he had to do, he could have at least sent her a message. Unfortunately, despite Yin-woo causing such a great commotion, there was no sign of any incoming message. Did he forget about her? Such a heartless person. While grumbling like that, Adora hugged Divine Evil and went on her way. A message has arrived from the Black King's ego. Adora's eyes widened as she saw the sudden system message appear in front of her eyes. After leaving the tower, outside of entering a gate, she had rarely ever seen a message pop up. Message: I'll pay a visit soon. Sorry. As she saw the blunt message, Adora unwittingly smiled wryly. Anyway, so not a gentleman. Even as she said that, she looked glad. Miss. Suddenly someone ran into the field where Adora was. It was another sister, who had once trained with Adora to become a potential priestess. However, something in the sister's expression seemed urgent. It was a facial expression full of sadness and confusion. Adora felt something ominous and made a serious face. What's going on? The psychic medium. Don't cry. To be honest, I've been alive here for too long. I'm just going back to Xiaohao Jintian's side. The psychic medium caressed Fante's shoulder as he burst into tears in front of her. She thought her son would be immature all his life, but his shoulders had become broad as he carried the heavy responsibilities as the tribe's chief. The psychic medium suddenly had a thought that, just like his father, Fant would lead the tribe well. With that thought in her mind, the psychic medium smiled. However, seeing this response from his mother, Fant broke down and cried even louder. Since escaping from the tower, the one-horned tribe had taken great efforts to find a place to stay while fighting the war against night while supporting day. Xiao Hao Jintian was the original ancestor of the one-horned tribe members. This was the reason why the tribe members had entered the tower long ago. Since too much time had passed to return to their original hometown outside the tower, they began to look for a new home. They had finally settled in one place. However, in the process of searching for a place to call home, the psychic medium consumed an inordinate amount of spirit power. Her mental and physical exhaustion after the martial king's passing was already great, but with the added responsibility of overseeing the fortunes of her tribe on her shoulders, she quickly wore thin. As she used up more of her spirit power, her vitality started to dim, and as a result, she started aging quickly. Each time Fant saw this, he told her to hold back and argued with her, but she remained stubborn. From a certain point in the past, like the martial king, the psychic medium was given a nickname within the tribe. She was their Holy Mother. The titles bestowed on the two illustrated just how influential both figures were to the tribe. And now, the psychic medium could feel the last remaining time pass before her eyes. Mother. After hearing about her mother's precarious status, Adora had rushed to her mother's abode. Adora was huffing and puffing as she entered. Why is everyone making such a fuss? Unlike what her pale complexion indicated, the psychic medium had a smile on her lips. She continued to pat the shoulders of her grown son. Fant, as you promised, will you give me some time with your sister? The psychic medium had previously asked her son to give her some privacy to speak with Adora one-on-one. Though he wanted to state that he was unwilling to leave his mother's side. I'll take my leave. Biting his lower lip, Fant left his mother's room, along with the other tribal members who had been guarding her bedside. I'm not sure what mother is planning to say, but it seems like she has a very important request for you. So make sure you listen well. Fant was only able to leave after continuously badgering his sister about the importance of listening to his mother's last words. After Fant left, Adora approached her mother and cautiously dropped down on her knees. The psychic medium rummaged through her coat and quietly placed two wooden boards on the floor. The words, Absolute, and Death, were written on the boards respectively. This is. In an instant, Adora felt an ominous feeling as her eyes fluttered. Before I leave, I used my last remaining strength to conduct a fortune-telling of my future son-in-law. This is the divination I received. These were words that Adora had never considered, so Adora froze. The wrinkles around the psychic medium's eyes deepened. It's the same no matter how many times I conducted his fortune-telling. It's the same result each time, like your father's divination. It doesn't change. Quote exclamation mark quote. Chapter 726 YUL 1. Yi and Wu nodded. I was the one to introduce him to by the table. Ah, so that's why. Anank nodded as if she realized something. Yi and Wu tilted his head at the nuance of her words. He asked, is there something you know? Unlike Frisia, who led from behind the scenes, the successor YUL often made some surprising decisions in many ways. Ananki's explanation was simple. She stated that Frisia enjoyed roaming between worlds and the tower to search and develop talented people. Although YUL had become Frisia's disciple relatively later, he displayed unequaled results. He had great talent, and he would tenaciously see to the end of whatever he was assigned. Frisia complimented him often. She said she could entrust many things to him when he grew up. Many people were born with talent, but few worked hard to develop it. However, YUL was a part of this few. There were many who bothered him out of envy, but he defeated them all. He eventually surpassed the older disciples and became the successor. And after he was given authority, he's been leading the group since. Unlike Frisia, who kept by the table as a secret convention and rendezvous for the elite, YUL expanded the group and drove out any other factions to take central authority. The secretive atmosphere was no more, and by the table became more publicized. The foundations that Frisia had already laid were so sturdy that almost no one could stop them. If someone were to get in their way, YUL would just kick them aside. The moment one offended YUL, it would be impossible to step foot inside the industry. Due to this, there's no merchant group that can ignore by the table's influence. Even multiple societies within the heavenly world are wary of them. They say he's a tyrant. Open hollow corner bracket haha. So you're saying it's due to my son's influence that child is acting like that? Is it not? Open hollow corner bracket no, it most definitely is. Yi and Wu didn't partake in Anenk and Chrono's pleasant conversation. However, he had mixed feelings as he recalled Yul. He was headstrong, but he was just a little kid who cried a lot back then. He's changed that much. It appeared time flowed not just for Yi and Wu, but Yul as well. Yi and Wu wondered, what happened during that time? Feeling like the questions surrounding by the table wouldn't be solved so easily, Yi and Wu asked Anenk. Could you help me? Of course, I'll try contacting him. Anenk nodded solemnly, but I can't give you a definite answer. Although by the table became more open after Lord Yul took authority, there are a lot of secrets. He might stay undercover if he's trying to hide something. By the table always had the upper hand in any relationship. Their reputation was well known throughout the entire universe. However, no, they'll come out. Yi and Wu instantly refuted Anenki's statement. With widened eyes, Anenk asked, why do you think that? Please add this to the message you leave him. If he doesn't appear, I'll take it that he's joined sides with the societies that are probably burning to ashes right now, and I'll leave by the table in the same state as them. Yi and Wu's eyes flashed. Is this supposed to be a declaration of war or a warning? What are you thinking, sir? This is a mockery of by the table. The sender of this message must be looking down on us to send something this absurd. Warm sunlight poured down on a round table surrounded by beings of unique appearances. However, they were all wearing the same wooden mask. The only thing different was the flower on each mask. It was the Round Table Conference, a meeting held by the 33 leaders of by the table to convene important topics. However, the seats that were usually always filled were nearly empty today. At the highest seat sat a man who was representing Frisia, who hadn't shown herself for several months. Unlike the other leaders, he wasn't wearing a mask. He simply watched the discussion of the other leaders silently. Then what do you suggest we do, Artichoke? Do you have an idea? What? Our opponent is the Death King. He not only toppled the tower but became the Black King's ego, and now, he set fire to the heavenly world. Are you saying we should just ignore his warning? The nickname, Death King, was now a symbol of fear to transcendence and large organizations throughout the universe. At first, it was merely a title gained after succeeding the throne of death from Hades, but now, Yi and Wu had become death itself. The godly society less than Avesta greater than is burning. The supreme god Ahura Mazda desperately pleads to stop it. The godly society less than Diva greater than focuses all forces on the intense battle. The gap between their strengths widens. Death is commenced. Death is commenced. The heavenly world was a mess, with messages like these popping up multiple times a day. It was rare to focus all your forces into battle in wars within the heavenly world unless you were mortal enemies. In most cases, the power between both groups was similar, and even if one were to win, other surrounding groups would attack, so they'd be defeated like sitting ducks. Regardless, Olympus didn't seem to care. They were fighting an all-out war as if to carry out Yi and Wu's commands as soon as possible. But they were just too strong, especially the leaders of each corps who were apostles of Yi and Wu. They had received the power of the Black King, so obviously, it wouldn't be easy to defeat them. Fighting alongside them were the ghost giants and dragons of death. More than anything, the gods and demons of death are subservient to the Death King and creating chaos within their societies, I hear. I'll ask you again, if the Death King decides to attack by the table, will we be able to stop him? With the gods and demons causing internal strife from their societies, there was no one to go against Yi and Wu. Or would you like to lead your forces and fight him for us, Artichoke? I heard your group has been doing well in Bharata, was it? This is an opportunity for you to gain honor. That isn't what I meant. Ahem, then shut up if you're going to say unrealistic things. This is why I said we shouldn't accept contracts from the heavenly world. Artichoke, who had been arguing that by the table needed to stand against Yi and Wu's tyranny, realized that multiple people were glaring at him and lowered his gaze. The magic regions to absorb Earth's vitality had been set up by the table. It was the result of several societies who had sided with them, putting pressure on by the table. There had also been sympathizers within by the table. Artichoke, who had been blabbering about fighting, was one of them. At that moment, Rafflesia, who was sitting next to Artichoke, carefully spoke up. What if we hide? If we put our minds to it, even the Black King's ego won't be able to recognize us completely. True, that's a solution. We'll get away with our lives. But when we come out in the future, everything will be destroyed, but if that doesn't matter to you, I won't stop you. Quote, and if you're caught in the future, you won't be able to die easily. Sighs were let out from around the table. All of them were powerful beings from their worlds and planets, but in front of Yi and Wu, they were like candles fighting against the wind. And as if pushing them to come to a decision. The demonic society less than Jia sect greater than requests relief supplies from less than by the table greater than. The demonic society less than Jia sect greater than provides a higher price than what is offered. The demonic society less than Jia sect greater than even suggests giving a majority of their territory to less than by the table greater than. The demonic society less than Jia sect greater than presents a new offer to less than by the table greater than. Death is being commenced for less than Jia sect greater than. Quote, ha, as you can see, this is the situation. How can we go against him? Jia sect was one of the most powerful demonic societies, right next to Niflheim. Once, they were so almighty that Vimalasitra had been with them for a while, but now, they were on the edge of falling. Just then, the young man sitting at the highest seat spoke up for the first time. Then what do you suggest we do, Bush Lily? All gazes shifted to the highest seat, then back to Bush Lily. The elderly man who had argued to collaborate with Yi and Wu spoke solemnly. First off, regardless of whether our relationship has been friendly or not, Anank has contacted us. They said, the war seems like it'll last longer, so we wish to be supplied what we lack. That means they won't bring up the magic regions for the time being, doesn't it? Or they might not have realized that it was us. I don't think the Death King is that stupid. The elderly man snorted and spoke vehemently. So, I don't think it would be bad to discuss things with them in person. That seems to be such a carefree idea. The man seated at the highest seat narrowed his eyes at Bush Lily. His eyes didn't contain any emotion, but Bush Lily knew that whenever that young man had those eyes, many people disappeared without a trace. What had happened to those who resisted him at the beginning of his authority when he said he'd change by the table's objective? However, Bush Lily didn't seem to care. He went on, the Death King is someone our leader sponsored individually in the past, and she'd had great success with that outcome. After lending the Ark to his people, they formed a close relationship. And this wasn't confirmed, but there are rumors that she's related to his hidden past somehow. So let's meet them and discuss. Even though they came out harshly, they must mean they'll listen to what we have to say first since they don't have any bad feelings toward us. The man at the highest seat continued to watch Bush Lily without any change in expression. And we're merchants who seek profits, are we not? In situations like this, the worse it becomes, the more we earn. If we're going to take sides, shouldn't we side with the winning side? We need to change direction now that we have the chance. You seem to think the Death King will win, Bush Lily. Wouldn't he? However, that doesn't mean we can just ignore the other societies of the heavenly world and not expect any retaliation. But, I understand. As you said, we'll attempt to set a meeting with them. Bush Lily nodded heavily. Good. The man at the highest seat shook his head. His eyes were still empty of emotion. But we won't completely side with the Death King. You said so yourself, Bush Lily, that merchants will seek profit. I will choose the side that will guarantee us that. Chapter 727 YUL 2. After the round table conference was over, Artichoke narrowed his eyes as he walked out the door. He's still arrogant even though his master is in that state. His expression was covered by his mask, but his voice showed how displeased he was with the current situation. Rafflesia smirked from behind Artichoke. It's understandable if Acacia thinks this is an opportunity too. Wasn't Acacia able to enter by the table thanks to the Death King? It's rumored among the servants Acacia was quite obedient to him. Acacia, it was the code name of the man sitting at the highest seat, YUL. Most of the leaders of by the table didn't want to reveal their identities, so they used code names of flowers. Unless he's an idiot, he must know Frisia will get hurt if he mentions us to the Death King, so let's not worry too much. His being so indecisive is already evidence that he's scared of us, isn't it? Artichoke nodded at Rafflesia's cold words, saying, all in all, this might be the best outcome for us. If by the table and the Death King clash, the confusion will become greater. We can just take what we need during that time. No matter how much by the table was changing its objective, they had begun out of alliances. Naturally, problems would occur based on who would get the greater profit. The two were simply standing on the opposite side of Frisia. The only reason why they joined by the table was that it was profitable, If they couldn't gain any profits or thought there was a more profitable group, they could abandon by the table instantly. Fortunately, there was a place they could switch over to any time. But before that, there was something they needed to obtain. That was the condition to joining. First, let's get rid of the thorn in the side that keeps on picking on our every action. Artichoke and Rafflesia exchanged cold smiles. Though neither of them mentioned anyone explicitly, it was clear who the thorn in the side was: Bush Lily. They needed to get rid of the elderly man who kept on getting in their way. At his age, he should be living quietly, playing with his grandchildren. Someone must be talking behind my back. Why is my ear so itchy? After all the leaders were gone, only Yul and Bush Lily were left at the table. Bush Lily scratched his ear with his pinky. He looked like a grumbling old neighborhood bum, and Yul found himself bursting out in laughter. It was the first change in emotion he showed since the conference began. Is it so strange to see an old man itching his ear? Huh, you should be helping me, not laughing at me. Bush Lily griped as if he was displeased with Yul, but Yul knew this was how he expressed affection, so he smiled faintly. Thank you, as always. Is the ear wax in too deep? Why is it so ticklish? Bush Lily complained about his ear to hide his bashfulness and spoke up again. Anyway, what are you going to do now? I did postpone their decision with the Death King's reputation, but they'll continue to act up. Right, we did manage to buy some time and lessen the burdens with the Death King having caught on, but I feel frustrated that I can't see any solution. Yul smiled bitterly. He was the most frustrated out of all. People on the outside whispered that he'd changed the objective of by the table and privatized by the table's forces out of his greed for power. They called him a tyrant, but truthfully, he was just a puppet pushed to the front lines, a puppet who did as he was ordered to. I hope Master is all right. After Frisia and Anastasia returned, helping Yi and Wu's party escape, a small undisclosed rebellion occurred within by the table. Artichoke, Rafflesia, and a few other leaders had been lying in wait, then attacked Frisia when she returned with mysterious enemies helping them. In that process, Anastasia escaped with critical injuries, and Frisia was captured. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have been defeated so easily, but they were exhausted both physically and mentally after activating the Ark, and they hadn't been on their guards while they returned home. From then, Yul's hell began. Artichoke and Rafflesia didn't want their rebellion to be revealed to the public. Although they had captured Frisia, by the table was too large for them to completely take over. Instead, they announced that Frisia would be resting due to injury, and they began to rule behind Yul. Political decisions were made as the two wished, and those who didn't agree were kicked out. Countless conflicts arose as a result, but they didn't care. 10 years passed like that. They occasionally confirmed Frisia was alive with videos or audio, but recently, they had all but stopped. Yul became more anxious. He was worried that something had happened to Frisia. He considered his master, Frisia, and Yi and Wu more important than his own life. There's still nothing you've learned about them. Bush Lily smiled wryly and nodded. Yul sighed. Then I suppose we can't ask the Death King for help. Artichoke and Rafflesia would most definitely send their people with Yul during his meeting with Yi and Wu. If Yul said anything, they wouldn't stay still. I heard the Death King is so sly it's as if he has multiple snakes in his head, and he's well versed in things to do with the mind as well. Is there any possibility he'll catch on before we tell him? It's possible, but since he doesn't know anything about them it would be difficult for him to attempt anything. Indeed, it's very frustrating. Yul covered his face, but his troubled gaze soon flashed again. These were the same eyes he had when he defeated all his competitors and took the position of Frisia's successor. That doesn't mean we should do nothing. And perhaps, Bush Lily looked at Yul with expectation, but Yul just sat back down saying, never mind. However, his gaze had changed. When I was lost in the tutorial, he held his hand out to me. If it's Kane Hung he might be able to do it. Yul believed in Yi and Wu. After the ruling that a group led by Yul should meet with Yi and Wu was passed, their rendezvous point was quickly decided, planet Kanaran. It was a planet located 4 million light-years away from Earth. Its civilization and vitality were some of the best in the Andromeda galaxy. Many societies yearned for it, but it was under by the table's control. And naturally, it was currently the headquarters for Artichoke and Rafflesia's forces. I trust you won't say anything needlessly. Please remember this isn't the garden of flowers, meant the outer space whereby the table's headquarters were, so this was a warning to be careful as there was no one to protect Yul here. Artichoke was among the party's members. Yul had thought he would send someone, but he had come here himself. Was it because he was wary of meeting with Yin Wu, or was it the orders of the beings behind him? It was hard to tell, but it wasn't a good thing for Yul, who had hoped for a turn of events. There's something I wish to ask. However, Yul didn't show what he was thinking, and he had a blank expression as he always did. After Frisia was held captive, he never showed any emotion. That was the only method of survival. What is it? If it's something useless, I won't stay still. Artichoke made an annoyed face. He'd kept his basic respects in the Garden of Flowers, but with the eyes of the other leaders gone, he was the king. Is Master all right? Are you doubting us? Of course not. I'm merely curious as her disciple. How she's doing, if she's eating all right. Humph, we're taking care of it, so keep your nose out of it. Focus on dealing with the Death King right now. But, should I give you one of Frisia's fingers like last time? Or will an arm do it? No, I made a mistake. Yul ground his teeth and turned around. Artichoke glared at Yul's back and internally clicked his tongue. Damn it, how am I supposed to know if she's dead or not? He had caused the rebellion 10 years ago, but he had been carrying out their orders. It had been a while since he gave Frisia over to them, so he knew nothing about her. He'd heard there might be something Frisia knew, so they would try to get it out of her, but he knew nothing else. It's okay, I can just run after taking my profits. There's nothing to be worried about. Artichoke subtly nodded to himself. It had also been their orders to come himself and observe Yin Wu. He was unsatisfied that he had to come to such a dangerous place, but it couldn't be helped. Whoosh! As soon as Artichoke finished his thoughts, blue light flashed in front of him and someone began to appear. It's been a while. Anank, who Artichoke was familiar with, revealed herself first. Yul bowed. It's been a while, Anank. You've become more mature while I haven't seen you. Thank you. I didn't know you'd come here yourself. You don't usually show yourself to the public, isn't that right? I couldn't be stubborn about it with the importance of this meeting. But where is? Yul glanced at the portal and asked when Yin Wu was coming out. Anank gave a strange smile. He'll be out soon. Quote? Ananki's smile was odd, so Yul tilted his head. Artichoke felt like chills were running down his back. He looked around, then saw his shadow creeping up his ankle. What? What is? He stiffened and his entire body froze. He suddenly recalled what he'd heard about Yin Wu. Yin Wu was now called the Death King between transcendents, but he had once been more famed by the title Shadow King among mortals. The reason was that he freely controlled shadows that continued death. Swoosh! The shadow rapidly spread above like tentacles. Artichoke's arms and legs were instantly tied. He no longer had control over his body. It felt as if he was paralyzed. Clatter, clatter, chains that popped out from the shadows tightly bound his arms and legs. Artichoke had the divinity of a transcendent, but he couldn't move. Artichoke's body began to sink into the shadow. It was an unforeseen situation. Under his mask, his gaze trembled. Acacia, tell him to stop now. Immediately. If not, Frisia's life will be in danger. Stop, now. Yul quickly looked back at Anank with a flustered expression. However, Anank was still smiling. Tell him no. While Artichoke's screams rang out, the portal opened to slowly reveal a man who had a cold smile. The man said, so that's how it was. Oh, Yul immediately recognized it was Yin Wu. Although the two had only spent a day together and Yul had never seen his face, Yul hadn't forgotten about that day for the last 10 years. That day's events left such a great impression on him that he could recall them clearly even when he closed his eyes now. It had changed his life. Yul promised himself that he would also become someone as great as Yin Wu. It was something he repeated to himself whenever he wanted to crumble down. Yul could never forget those eyes. Yin Wu wasn't wearing his mask anymore, but Yul would recognize those eyes anywhere. For the first time, Yul was able to speak the word that he'd kept buried in his heart for the last 10 years. It was what he wanted to say when they someday met again. It was so desperate that his voice trembled. Was it because of that? Yin Wu, who'd been glaring at Artichoke all this time, turned to Yul with a light smile. Do you know that? Yin Wu looked at Yul's trembling gaze. I have many apostles, as well as subordinates and companions I trust, but you were the first follower. Quote exclamation mark quote. I've been overlooking my first follower's wish because I was dumb, but things will be different now. Yi and Wu took a step forward. So wait, I'll save you. Chapter 728 YUL 3. It wasn't that Yi and Wu realized Yule's situation from the start. Even now, there was too much faith pouring into his mind. There were even some from great divine beings, so the faith sent from regular mortals was relatively smaller and hard to recognize unless Yi and Wu focused on it. It was why he didn't realize that a part of the faith toward him included Yule's. Then, after meeting Yul for the first time in a long while, Yi and Wu sensed Yule's will, and he realized the faith that had shined brighter than everyone else's was from Yul. It was faith Yi and Wu obtained right after exuviating and gaining divinity. The faith was small but meaningful. After reading the wish within the faith, he learned of the danger Yul was in. That was why Yi and Wu captured Artichoke as soon as he came out of the portal. Yul looked at Yi and Wu with a shaking gaze as if he hadn't expected Yi and Wu's words at all. Yi and Wu was going to save him. Yul would be receiving again the salvation he had received in the tower. Wait, Yi and Wu moved forward after speaking a single word. He didn't use a portal or blink, but space folded as he arrived in front of Artichoke. He used Shukuchi, one of Alpharon Vivasvat's signature skills he gained after absorbing him. He spoke to Artichoke, so, you have Frisia? Why yes. Let me go now. If not, Frisia will die. Artichoke struggled inside of the shadow as he screamed. He had heard of Yi and Wu's infamy, but he felt like he couldn't breathe now that he was facing Yi and Wu directly. His strong desire to live somehow managed to overcome the horror. You're lying. What? But Yi and Wu just smiled coldly at Artichoke, whose gaze shook. What are you talking about? This may come as a surprise, but I'm pretty strong. I can burn your accomplishments and see if you're lying or not. Quote exclamation mark quote. There's someone behind you. Well, that much I could guess. Save me. I've heard that so many times it's boring. Do things like you only know how to say the same lines? Yi and Wu stretched his hand out to grab Artichoke's face and pushed him inside the shadow as if he didn't want to hear the man anymore. Kiak. A sad soul-tearing cry rang out. Open hollow corner bracket goodness, you're my son, but listening to you speak, I'd think you're the villain. Regardless of how Kronos was shaking his head from the side, Yi and Wu silently watched Artichoke's soul being torn and summoned his soul power. SSSSS's. Shadows crept up Yi and Wu and his body began to change. His eyes were slit like a fox's, and he had a middle-aged man's face. Above it, Artichoke's wooden mask was added, and his clothes changed as well. The dead Artichoke was now here. Yi and Wu had changed his appearance just as he'd done when he'd saved Leonhardt and the others in the past. It's you, right? Yul asked blankly as he watched with rapt attention. Yi and Wu turned to Yul and grinned. Why, you don't think it's me? It's definitely your voice, but this guy's soul has a ban placed on it. If it's disconnected, they'll know I've caught on, so I changed like this to keep him alive. Oh, Yul nodded with a still flustered face. I thought you'd have become mature since a lot of time has passed, but you're still a crybaby. Yul brought his finger up to his face at Yi and Wu's playful words and was shocked. Drip. Tears were dripping down his face. He'd unwittingly cried after the anxiety he'd always been feeling was released. I'm not usually like this. Hee. You don't know where Frisia is, that's what you're saying. Yes, no matter how many times I secretly sent people it was impossible to find her. Yul nodded heavily. Yul looked like a younger brother who was tattling on some bullies to his older brother, so Anenk found herself smiling. She knew this wasn't the time and place to smile because of the serious atmosphere, but Yul was cute. He was different from the Yul she'd seen all this time. Then, Anenk turned back to Kronos with a warm smile. Kronos felt uncomfortable and narrowed his eyes. What? It reminds me of you and Lord Oceanus in the past. Open hollow corner bracket Oceanus and I don't have any memories of us having such a good relationship. That's what you think. No one else thought that. Open hollow corner bracket then. You were like a troublemaker who caused mischief for your older brother's attention. Open hollow corner bracket no. Then why did you seek Lord Oceanus every time you were going to be scolded by Lord Uranus? Open hollow corner bracket that's because father would listen to him. Kronos made excuses with a red face, but Anenk just continued to nod tenderly. He grumbled, you're not listening to me, are you? Ho. Of course not. I'm listening. Open hollow corner bracket haa. Kronos sighed, feeling like he was being teased by Anank. Just as in the past, Anank was someone he could rely on the most, but she was also someone difficult. Open hollow corner bracket but close hollow corner bracket. Then, Kronos carefully spoke up with a stiff face. There's something I've been meaning to ask since before. You want to ask about Atlas, right? Open hollow corner bracket. Yeah. Kronos turned to look at Yul and Yian-Wu, who were still in the middle of a conversation, and nodded. Wasn't he with you? Atlas was a mixed-blood child of a giant and a god. After Kronos had rescued Atlas when he was captured as a slave, Atlas stayed by Kronos and protected him. While Kronos was taken over by the demonism and people left him one by one, Atlas was a faithful subordinate who stayed by his side until the end. However, Anank shook her head. I don't know. After I retired from all my positions, I lost contact with him. Open hollow corner bracket. What? I thought he was with you since he wasn't in Tartarus. At the time, Atlas' resistance was so strong that Zeus and the others had a lot of debate over the severity of his punishment. He was the one who protected your body so they can't touch your body. Open hollow corner bracket. But those discussions disappeared after Lord Oceanus said he'd take Atlas in. Open hollow corner bracket. What? Kronos' eyes widened, wondering why Oceanus' name came up again. Atlas gave up resisting after Lord Oceanus persuaded him to. It was completely unexpected. Kronos continued to watch Anank with a shocked face. I don't know what kind of conversation they had either since I only heard about it afterward, but I'm certain Atlas followed Lord Oceanus. Open hollow corner bracket. What is this guy scheming? Ha! Close hollow corner bracket. Kronos rubbed his throbbing temples. What was Oceanus' mission? He seemed to be everywhere they went, but Kronos was confused about what his intent was. Moreover, Atlas was extremely unintelligent, so it was hard to persuade him on things. It was like speaking to a wall, so Kronos often gave him commands instead of explaining the reason. If Atlas, who tried to protect his body until the end, followed Oceanus wordlessly, it meant Oceanus must have offered something related to him. But Kronos had no idea what it was. Open hollow corner bracket. I need to find this damned brother of mine quickly. While Kronos muttered to himself, Yian-Wu spoke again. Let's go find them. Open hollow corner bracket. My older brother. Close hollow corner bracket. Yian-Wu furrowed his brows. What are you talking about? Of course it's the next enemy. Kronos was pulled back to reality and nodded. Yul's explanation and Artichoke's information gave Yian-Wu enough to work with. There are two representative agents of the secret group. Artichoke and Rafflesia. Rafflesia knows how to contact the secret group. The secret group is using by the table as its chess piece to get what they want, and they're also searching for something hidden within by the table. Open hollow corner bracket. Something hidden. What's that? The first generation's legacy. Open hollow corner bracket. The first generation's legacy. Wasn't Pepe the first generation? Pepe was Frisia's real name. Frisia had once said by the table was created from the legacies that Rhea left behind. Then it made sense that there were generations before Frisia. Open hollow corner bracket. Could it be? Kronos widened his eyes upon realization. Yes, I think they're after one of Mother's legacies. Open hollow corner bracket. However, Frisia didn't tell anything to Yul about the location of the safes where Mother's legacies are or how to open it. Frisia didn't tell them anything about it either, so she's safe. Open hollow corner bracket. Close hollow corner bracket. If there's a problem, it's that I can't tell what the relation between Mother's legacy and Relia is. Kronos nodded in agreement. Is there anything you know? Kronos shook his head with a wry smile. I heard the Ark was something your mother left behind. But that was something I'd never seen before. Your mom often made things here and there in places I didn't know about. No, to be exact, Quirinale itself was shrouded in secrecy. Open hollow corner bracket. The only thing that's certain is that we need to go beat them up. Yes, of course. With that, Yian-Wu extended his hand toward Kronos. Kronos returned to his sword shape and stretched out in the air. Emptiness opened and an old man who was sitting in front of a crystal appeared. It was the man named Rafflesia from Artichoke's memory. Rafflesia, who had been waiting for a message from Artichoke, turned around at a chilling feeling. It was understandable since people suddenly appeared without any sign from out of nowhere. Rafflesia knew something was wrong even though Yian-Wu looked like Artichoke. He attempted to move back. But before that, Yian-Wu stretched out his hand to grab his neck and tossed him on the ground. If UK, Rafflesia tried to shout something, but Yian-Wu just ignored it since the line was one he'd already heard from Artichoke. SSS's. Rafflesia's soul was split and his information entered Yi and Wu's mind. Upon learning where to go to contact the secret group, Yi and Wu moved to action. Emptiness opened. Someone new appeared, and Yi and Wu moved to the next location after swallowing him. The people behind the curtains would appear if he kept going like this. Chapter 729 Another Dream 1. How did you get? I'll tell you the truth. So please spare my life. Death King, how are you here? I didn't hear anything about Keg. Everyone Yi and Wu met as he opened space was led into death. Death has commenced. Death has commenced. The concept of death spreads throughout the entire universe. A few of them were transcendents, but no matter how strong they were, it was impossible for them to resist Yi and Wu, who was on the emperor level. Yi and Wu tore their souls and absorbed information from them to move to the next location. Yi and Wu eliminated all the beings who got in his way. The beings that kneeled and tried to explain the situation were also faced with death. Whether it was intentional or not, Yi and Wu got rid of all the beings that stood against him. He didn't leave any alive. He had a firm resolve to completely pull out the roots. If necessary, he could blow away an entire solar system. He was going to get rid of this organization completely. Open hollow corner bracket. I can't even put a number of the kill count. 4 or 5 civilizations must have died by now, huh? Ha ha. Close hollow corner bracket. Kronos didn't try to stop Yi and Wu. Most people would have attempted to persuade Yi and Wu to stop this annihilation, but Kronos was also someone who had been a king of gods. Even if he had spent some time living as a mortal, his perspective was different from ordinary mortals. Kronos couldn't even begin to understand what Yi and Wu's perspective was, since Yi and Wu had climbed to a position that was beyond higher than his. He figured Yi and Wu would be fine to take care of the solution alone. Even with that aside, Kronos thought it was necessary to straighten things out with this opportunity. With the balance of the tower now gone, it was obvious the lost societies would try to fight each other and become more powerful. However, Kronos considered this to be too early. No one knows when and how the night will come again. It'll be easier to fight against them after all internal order is established. Any variables need to be within control. And putting strength forward is the best way to do that. So, his conclusion was simple. Open hollow corner bracket in the tower. I wondered why Alpharon went to such lengths, but now I can somewhat understand. Kronos subconsciously smiled bitterly at the fact that he was now in the same position as the Alpharon he despised so much, but of course, he was also thinking of saving Pepe Frisia, who was like family to him. The entire universe quakes from death. Warning. The end of things could be approaching. Warning. The end of things could be approaching. As he kept on digging into the locations, Yi and Wu arrived on a planet that was at the edge of the universe. Whoosh. Open hollow corner bracket. There was a place like this. Kronos muttered to himself at the chilling feeling. They were on a planet that was hard to find if one wasn't paying close attention, but the scent coming from the planet was strange. It wasn't ominous, just different. The planet might seem like a part of this universe, but it was different. It was like some other fabric had been used to cover up the leather of already complete clothing. This was something that Kronos had never seen before. It was something that was neither inside nor outside. An entirely different third party had forcefully been entered. Kronos thought it wasn't strange that Yi and Wu discovered this planet only now. However, he wasn't able to continue with his thoughts much longer. In the middle of a red sea reminiscent of blood, he saw an island with a large fortress. Found it. With that, Yi and Wu struck scythe down. How long will you stay silent? Are you going to endure like this forever? It's already been 10 years since you've been trapped here. I think enough time has passed for you to say that you were loyal to her. They were in a place surrounded by black bars. It looked like a plain prison for criminals at a glance, but it was large enough to hold tens of people and was filled with a bed, shelf, and other supplies for living. However, Frisia paid no mind to any of them and stayed still with her eyes shut. On her arms and legs were black chains that looked like bracelets or anklets, restraints made of divine iron to seal all her holy power. Or do you think the Death King will save you someday? A man outside the bars sighed from his seat. He had stepped up on his own will to guard Frisia's prison every day for the last 10 years. But he's faded away to darkness. You know, don't you? Of how cruel the dream is. Once you're in it, it's possible to come out. He must be using quite a bit of his mentality and wasting laws of casualty to protect this universe and stop the end of things. Although the man was keeping Frisia behind bars, he didn't do anything to harm her, like torturing her or mistreating her. Rather, he spent hours every day trying to persuade Frisia. It was to make her understand his wish, the mission of the organization he was in. In other words, he was trying to pull her to their side. The problem was Frisia had never been shaken. The genesis and end of things represented by the heavenly demon and the Black King, they've been repeated innumerous times, and no one knows how much more it will repeat. Shouldn't something be done to escape this horrendous cycle? For that, we need the seed. The seed that can birth an entirely new world of possibilities without the heavenly demon and the Black King. The man's eyes darkened as he added, and for that, we need Ray's safe, which only you know the location of. Don't you also want this damned cycle to end? At that moment, Frisia slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were empty of emotion and it was hard to read her expression due to her mask, but the man was satisfied. The fact that she was showing a reaction meant there was some change to her thoughts. Did you think we wouldn't know you created by the table to stockpile for the coming end of things? The ark is evidence of that. Ray's ark that was meant to save pairs of animals for future generations from the Great Flood was also like that. It was created to stockpile for the Great Flood and escape into the New World. Only a small part of the ark's potential had been shown when the tower came crumbling down. And that ark was only one of Ray's legacy, no, Quirinale's legacy. This was what the man wanted to point out. He was saying by the table was created to protect Quirinale's legacy and to carry their mission out. He was saying her mission and their mission were one and the same. Then, Frisia slowly spoke up. Her voice was cracked because she hadn't spoken in a while. You're someone who's crossed over from another cycle. The man smiled bittersweetly. I didn't cross over. I was abandoned. I don't have any home to return to, and I can't even dream of reincarnation if I die here. I'm a wanderer, if you will. His eyes were on Frisia, but Frisia felt like he was seeing something else. He continued, but I know, we want to make a world where no such victims are created. You don't want to come with us? Frisia was silent again. As if waiting for her, the man quietly just watched her. Then, Frisia commented, that was a good explanation. I understand your mission is the same as mine. It's true I was shaken because you were more honest than usual. Then, but you made a mistake. The man's smile faded as he stiffened. What? These changes must mean you've become more urgent, am I wrong? Quote! The man jumped up from his seat when suddenly, an explosion and gusts of wind struck the fortress. The Black King's ego descends. Crash, crack, the barriers that had protected the fortress all this time were broken like glass. When the fortress was completely open, black lightning shot down and blew everything away. The man tried to summon his holy power and move toward Frisia, but sword thunder landed in front of him before he could do so. Crash! The man was blown away by the wind. He was flung out the collapsing fortress and slid atop the Red Sea for quite a distance. Yin Wu stood where he had just been, with his fiery golden eyes open. Oh dear, the man wrinkled his face. He had tried to convince Frisia for the last time upon receiving news that Yin Wu was headed this way, but Yin Wu was faster than he thought. Crash! Lord Yin Wu. Frisia looked up at Yin Wu with a trembling gaze. Are you all right, Frisia? Open hollow corner bracket Pepe. How come you're only greeting him when I'm here too? Kronos, having changed into a human, grumbled. Frisia looked down. I apologize. And thank you. I should be thanking you. I heard you helped to save my people. This is late, but thank you. Yin Wu turned to the man who was looking sadly in their direction while shaking his head. Open hollow corner bracket but that guy. It was a face they had never seen before. His aura was different from the gods and demons that Yin Wu knew. Open hollow corner bracket where's he from? I've never seen anyone with those qualities. Kronos glared at the man like Yin Wu, then tilted his head. He had no idea what the man's identity was. He wondered if the man was a being who roamed around without a society, but most beings like that had great strength like Vimalasitra and Cernunos, so there was no way he wouldn't know him. The man seemed to be quite strong too. He deflected the sword thunder Yin Wu activated with all his might and only had a slight scratch. He didn't seem to be hurt elsewhere. He had most likely reached the Emperor level, meaning his legends must be great. But why didn't Kronos know him? Just like this space, that man feels out of place. The man's holy power, qualities, and how they were activated seemed different. He wasn't created from laws that Kronos knew. It felt like the man was secluded from the rest of this world. I think I know. Kronos turned to Yin Wu. You do. Although Yin Wu had reached great levels, his life as a transcendent wasn't that long, so there was much he didn't know about gods and demons. So Kronos questioned Yi and Woo doubtfully. But Yi and Woo answered simply, he's Thor. Open hollow corner bracket. What do you mean? Thor is dead. You tore his soul apart and gave it to your apostles. Kronos knew that Thor had been destroyed when Asgard joined sides with the Titans in the past. Moreover, the Thor Kronos knew wasn't that good looking, and Thor's temperament was like fire. He's a different Thor from that Thor. Open hollow corner bracket. But what do you mean? Kronos trailed off and became shocked at the idea that occurred to him. Are you saying he's crossed over from another dream? Close hollow corner bracket. Chapter 730. Another dream 2. Whoosh. Young master, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? When Yul returned to the headquarters, Bush Lily, who was waiting anxiously in his office, came running frantically. He immediately scanned Yul carefully to see if he was injured. Fortunately, Yul didn't seem to be. There wasn't any sign of him having a struggle either. But his expression was grave. Did things not go well? Bush Lily's expression darkened as well. Then, he pretended as if nothing had happened and smiled brightly, patting Yul on the shoulder. Darn, I guess the Death King isn't really as powerful as the rumors say. It's alright, we can just do as we've been doing. Bush Lily furrowed his brows at Yul's emotionless words. He asked, yes. How many soldiers can we mobilize right now? What? They need to move in secret and as quickly as possible. How many can we mobilize? Bush Lily very much wanted to ask what had happened, but he couldn't bring himself to upon seeing Yul's eyes. Something big was going to happen. He immediately said, 300. Is that all? We can mobilize more if we have to, but you're trying to avoid the eyes of the enemies, aren't you? Thinking that, their eyes were everywhere, Yul sighed. I see it'll be a bit difficult. But it's worth a try. Are you thinking about a coup? They were able to do it, so why shouldn't we? Fortunately, since their underlings Artichoke and Rafflesia are dead, things will be easier. Quote exclamation mark quote. Please focus the others on locating suspectful people and taking over the main system. Understood. I prepared blacklists thinking something like this might happen someday. Bush Lily snorted at the thought of finally paying back what they'd received. He didn't ask about Frisia. Yul stepping up like that meant victory was definitely on their side right now. He then asked, then when will the rebellion start? Yul's eyes darkened. Now. Crash. Everyone put your hands up. What is the meaning of this? What are you doing, young master? Do you think you'll be safe after Ak? You don't have to be concerned about my safety, so why don't you start worrying about yourselves? Soldiers moved according to Bush Lily and Yul. They took over the office mainly used by Artichoke and Rafflesia, and attacked quickly so their subordinates wouldn't be able to take action. They gained authority after taking over the main organizations under by the table, so the people who had secretly joined sides with Artichoke and Rafflesia had no choice but to come out. There was resistance, but Yul took none of it. Through the confiscated material, Yul was able to see how carelessly by the table had been run and how involved the enemies had gotten into pulling the strings. What will you do about these people? Capital punishment to those who handed over level 2 secrets or anything above that, and the rest should be kept in custody depending on the severity of their sins. Have the organization they are a part of pay for the damages they've done, and charge them with interest as well. After giving authority to Bush Lily to take care of those whose sins came to light, Yul sat in his office and closed his eyes. He felt like he could see when his master Frisia first brought him here. She was the second person to extend a hand to him when he hadn't known how to do anything. You must be safe, master. Then, Yul slowly opened his eyes and walked toward a corner of the office. There was a tall bookshelf standing there. When he pulled a book that was at the center, the shelf spun to reveal a hidden safe behind it. If something happens to me. Master, what are you saying suddenly? No, you must listen. You're my successor and the safekeeper to this place. Remember, this is what it means to be the leader of By the Table. We must protect this place for the person who'll someday, for Lady Ray's descendant. So please protect this well. And when Lord Wu returns, show him this immediately. 10 years ago, Frisia's instincts must have sensed something would go wrong because she summoned the young Yul here before she left for the collapsing tower. At the time, Yul nodded, but he thought Frisia was worried too much. But things had happened as Frisia said they would. After that, he never forgot what Frisia told him and waited for Wu to return. He realized this safe was what the enemies were after, but he pretended not to know. Finally, now that Wu was here and began his salvation, Yul believed it was time to open the safe. He put his hand on the door, and the tightly shut safe began to open. Click. I believe so. Open hollow corner bracket huh. Kronos laughed in disbelief at Yi and Wu's calm answer. He knew it was only a hypothesis, but it was most likely true. He wondered if this Thor being from another dream was that even possible. I don't remember which dream it was, but the Thor I saw looked like that. He was generous and humorous, so he had multiple friends in various societies. Open hollow corner bracket that Thor must have been quite different. His name was the only thing that was the same. The dream Yi and Wu and Kronos were speaking of was a type of cycle. It was a cycle that began with the heavenly demon's genesis and stopped with the Black King's end of things. The cycle had repeated a myriad of times now. There were a vast number of people born, and countless events had occurred. However, they were all gone and nothing now. There was almost no one who remembered them either. Only very few remember, and they were on the verge of disappearing because they had been worn from the repeating cycle. This was the case for Uranos, Metatron, and Baal. They had once had great powers that transcended universes, but they had become shells of who they were. Inside the Black King, Yi and Wu had viewed and experienced many of these cycles. There were beings who were happy, sad, joyful, and resentful. But they disappeared without a trace, and all he could do was look sadly upon them. The Black King waking from his dream meant the universe would end, so nothing could survive. The only exception were the beings of the night, who existed outside. It was because they weren't from the heavenly demon's universe of creation in the first place. But now, it seemed there was someone who had survived a universe's end. I worked the hardest to stop the end of things when it approached. Although I wasn't able to stop it. The one chosen to carry out the end of things by the Black King was always someone who had the most resentment in that dream. Likewise, there were always one or two opponents who appeared to stand against that being. The Thor who was looking sadly at him was one of those opponents. Open hollow corner bracket you're saying someone who should have disappeared with the end somehow survived? Yes. Open hollow corner bracket then he must be a fragment of the lost dream. Close hollow corner bracket. Kronos finally understood why it felt like traces of an old universe were forced onto this planet. Thor's existence wasn't something this cycle could accept. He murmured. Oceanus said their mission was taking the dream. If this organization is made of fragments like that guy the first understand. Since their dream is already gone, they're trying to take another dream. That's a very nomadic solution, but it's a bit annoying for some reason. Spark, spark, just then, yellow lightning began to crackle from the man's body. It was a power that equaled sword thunder. The atmosphere shook and the Red Sea splashed, then instantly evaporated. Countless bolts of lightning began to pour down from the sky like rain. Intense holy power was materializing. Cernunos, who has been observing the battlefield, narrows his eyes. An unidentifiable holy power spreads throughout the universe. Many gods are shocked at the appearance of a mysterious holy power. Many demons express wariness at the appearance of a new strong being. The godly society less than Diva greater than attempts to discover the identity of this holy power. The godly society less than Memphis greater than is hopeful they can find a new ally who can stop less than Olympus greater than. The demonic society less than Gia sect greater than begins a heated debate about the owner of this holy power. The gods and demons all reacted to the appearance of a new strong being, but Kronos looked at him in annoyance. We went through all that to stop the cycle, and these guys are saying they're going to take it. Yi and Wu grinned. Father, don't get the facts mixed up. I did it all, not you. Don't try to take the credit for yourself. Open hollow corner bracket hey. I took part in it too. You didn't. Open hollow corner bracket darn you. If I didn't make conversation with you, you'd already be. Let's begin. Open hollow corner bracket hey. Yi and Wu cut off Kronos and stretched his hand out. Kronos grumbled, but he didn't refuse his son's request and returned to his sword form in Yi and Wu's hand. Whoosh. When a being who reached the emperor level and a being who had been the king of gods became united, the holy power that was exuded wasn't something that could be expressed in words. The planet exploded, unable to endure the pressure, and shadows descended from the sky, trapping Yi and Wu and Thor in an illusory world. You have entered the instance dungeon, lightning of darkness and gold. I wanted to take care of things before you woke up, then quietly leave this dream. Thor spread out his hands that were filled with holy power. His right hand had yang, and his left hand had yin. The opposite energies were so condensed that it felt threatening just by approaching him. He simply said, but since that didn't work out, we have no choice but to become forceful. Crash. Thor brought his hands together in a loud clap. It was a similar position to when people put their hands together for Buddhist prayers, but the result was entirely different. Open angle bracket 2 extreme destruction lightning close angle bracket. Boom. The energy of the two extremes crashed and spread out. The illusory world quaked, almost breaking, and the storm of lightning repeatedly slammed down on Yi and Wu. It was a greater explosive power than what Zeus had. No, it was impossible to even compare. Open hollow corner bracket this might not be easy. Kronos muttered to himself in disbelief. Draconic divine eyes. Fiery golden eyes. Black Gubatera, philosopher's eyes. Eye of the heavens. Yi and Wu didn't miss the imperfections that appeared between the lightning storm. Black Gubatera. Breath. After activating Vimalicitra's power as breath, it tore through the lightning storm and whipped the area where Thor was standing. Space was shredded. The illusory world was filled with white light. Thor's presence was gone like he was dead. However, Yi and Wu raised scythe above his head without any hesitation. As space was split, Thor appeared. In his hand was a golden hammer that Yi and Wu hadn't seen before. Open angle bracket Mjolnir close angle bracket. Crash. With a majestic boom, the clash between the two powers began. Chapter 731 Another Dream 3. Ding. An opponent from the Lost. Dream 113,223,188,489 feet has appeared. This is a being that cannot exist in this dream. Judgment is being made regarding this existence. System error. System error. The system judges the being again. After confirming multiple conditions, the system has successfully updated information regarding the being. The system displays new information with the updated data. A scenario quest has been created. Scenario quest Opponent Resistance. Description. After roaming around in countless dreams, you have succeeded in returning to the dream you desire and postponing the sleep. However, it appears it will be difficult to achieve your wish in this dream. It is because opponents who have been bothering your other egos in other dreams have appeared here. Opponents have gained greater enlightenment than gods and demons, and obtained a uniqueness. Through this, they have successfully managed to keep their identity after escaping their dreams. But because they have failed to completely escape, they are still unstable. They wish to create their own safe haven in a new world to overcome this. You have the materials to make the safe haven. It is because Quirinail's legacy is fated to be given to you. The opponent of the other dream will have to fight against the Black King's ego in this dream as well. From now on, protect Quirinail's legacy from the opponent. Time limit. Qualifications. Black King's ego. Rewards. 1. Full ownership of Quirinail's legacy. 2. Secret history of Quirinail. A new quest was created with the information Yi and Wu discovered. The concept of opponent was one that Yi and Wu was familiar with. When a dream reached its end, the Black King's ego always brought forth the end of things, and the being who attempted to stop this was given the nickname opponent. There could be one or multiple opponents in a dream, and they were chosen by the heavenly demon. If not, they usually had the heavenly demon's blessing, so it would be a repeat of the fight between the Black King and the heavenly demon. The war the Black King made me fight as he woke up was something that happened at every end of things. But of course, no one had ever been able to stop the end of things. There were rare cases when the end of things occurred without opponents. It was what had happened in this dream where Yi and Wu was. That was a bit strange. I thought Vivaspot, the heavenly demon's son, would be the opponent, but he wasn't. How come? Since it was impossible to read the heavenly demon's mind, Yi and Wu wouldn't know. Anyhow, the opponents disappeared with the end of things. As they were a part of their dream, when the dream was over, their existence naturally disappeared as well. This was what Yi and Wu had thought, but according to the quest description, a few had survived. They had risen to the emperor level and gained independence and uniqueness. They were small existences, pieces of the dream. We are battling like this, but I didn't want to fight you. Do. Scythe and Mjolnir, both divine weapons that were among the greatest in their dreams, trembled. They weren't backing down for each other. Thor continued to speak with a composed expression. Our resentment against the Black King is great, but this isn't our dream anyway. How about making a deal to let us leave this place in peace? You want me to trust you after creating such a situation? That's some creative bullshit. Yi and Wu snorted. He couldn't possibly trust the bastards who had made such a messy situation while he was asleep. It would be stranger if he did trust them. Thor mumbled with a regretful face, but he used more holy power. Holy power is expanding. The being's faint existence has been confirmed. The world begins to properly perceive the being. Crackle. Doo-doo-doo. Lightning sparked in all directions. The black-red lightning tore up the illusory world, and the golden lightning made recovery impossible. The illusory world had been destroyed and recreated multiple times already. Open hollow corner bracket. Your firepower is about the same. Kronos was surprised as the clash became rougher. He realized Thor was stronger than the egos they had seen inside of the Black King. How can that be? Even if he's an emperor, he's a failure who wasn't able to stop his dream from ending. If Thor wasn't able to stop the Black King's ego, he shouldn't be able to fight on equal ground with Yi and Wu, who had defeated the Black King's ego. He must have trained himself harder because of it. Yi and Wu could guess the reason. The holy power that the being exuded gave Yi and Wu glimpses into the being's battle-filled history. The being had probably trained himself intensely to stop the end of things and continued to train after it. No, after he had fallen from his dream, the being had probably trained himself more persistently. This place wasn't his motherland. Because he had become a nomad without a home, there probably wasn't anything he could do but train himself. Although Yi and Wu didn't know what their purpose was, he could tell they had fought over and over again to achieve it. However, that didn't mean Yi and Wu would let the suspicious beings off easily. He was confident his history of battle didn't lack anything compared to theirs. 7th step. Dragon Body Awakening. Release all powers. Sky Wings. Yi and Wu contained fight in his left wing and opened death in his right wing. When he finished transforming into a dragon human with sky wings, he rapidly swung scythe. If our firepower is similar, I can just raise mine. Swish. Yi and Wu pulled up more sword thunder. Heat was added as his blade swung in the air, amplifying the force. Crash. 8 extremes of sword thunder. Whoosh. 8 extreme swords. New path. Extreme direct motion. Scythe's direction was ever-changing. When it seemed to be turning left, it was already right, and when it appeared to be drawing a circle, it slashed up in a line. The sword thunder that was being created made a giant storm of firepower. The atmosphere was split several times and Thor was repeatedly flung out. It was similar to what Yi and Wu had one day seen from the martial king, but different. What is martial arts to you? To me, it's Muguk, having no extreme. Why? Duh. Because I'm that strong, and since I'll continue to become strong, it's Muguk. Likewise, the head elder is Blood Lightning. Look at his face. He looks like he'd like blood. And he's quick as lightning too. Sheesh, you have damn good hearing. Okay, stop with the nagging. Anyway, you'll also in 100 years. In 1,000 years, you'll be on the same level as your respected teacher. You'll realize that martial arts is a path. To some point, everyone's on the same level, but after that, it's completely different. Only you have to step this path and develop it. You have to continue making a road that doesn't have a visible end. It's fucking frustrating. The 8 extreme swords was composed of 8 steps, and when they were all complete, 8 secret skills would appear. Then, when those were complete, they would combine into one to open the mysteries of the art. For Yi and Wu, this path was the Yin Sword and Sword Thunder. However, Sword Thunder was made of multiple skills he collected over time. After the Monkey King's Exuvi touched it, it had changed a bit as well. In other words, it was his power, but it wasn't really his power at the same time. So in the repeating dreams, Yi and Wu ceaselessly activated 8 extremes of Sword Thunder. Part of the reason was because if he didn't do something, he'd fall apart, since all he was doing was fighting for eons. But it was also because of what the Martial King had shown him before he died. Did you see it? Yi and Wu wanted to replicate it. No, he wanted to go beyond it. In the dream, he repeatedly polished his Sword Thunder. Then, Sword Thunder began to mix with Yin Sword, and the Yin Sword combined with the 8 extreme swords. That was how 8 extreme swords' new path was created. Clang. Of course, Yi and Wu wasn't one to stop there. Since he had reached his target, the 8 extreme swords' new path, he was able to use the Yang Sword, which hadn't been something he could combine with his body type. It wasn't easy. If it was possible, the Martial King would have obtained the bright Tai Chi Pengu sword for himself. However, Yi and Wu had something the Martial King didn't. Dream. Yi and Wu had seen new possibilities and choices that weren't in his universe. The knowledge he gained provided a new path for him, and Yi and Wu studied them vehemently. It wasn't hard to apply them, since he was surrounded by things to fight. Thanks to that, Yi and Wu was able to complete it. Bright Tai Chi Pengu Sword. The sword that Yi and Wu was only able to complete after artificially giving Kronos the Yang Sword was finally finished by his own hand. Whoosh! His blade cut, crushed, and split through laws. The martial arts Xiao Hao Jintain had left for his descendants, the one-horned tribe, was done. However, it didn't look like the bright Tai Chi Pengu sword Xiao Hao Jintain had left behind. Because it was based on 8 Extreme Swords' new path, it had a different nature. Its force and steps were completely different. Boom! But Thor wasn't an easy opponent either. He had been famous as a military god from where he was from. His martial arts was top class since he led battles to victory. The way he controlled Mjolnir was an art. It wasn't enough to deflect the amplified sword thunder, but he was filling in for what he lacked with his capability. Thor swung up, to the side, and down. When side was near his waist, he pushed it aside, and brought Mjolnir up to explode lightning, changing the trajectory of scythe. When he found an open spot, he pushed Mjolnir in. Crash! Mjolnir instantly landed on Yi and Wu's right shoulder. A column of yellow lightning shot down from the sky and exploded the right side of Yi and Wu's body. Universal recovery is activated. However, Yi and Wu didn't seem to be affected. He had already experienced his entire body and head being blown away in the fight with the demonisms. His data was backed up in idea. As long as his real body was safe, he could maintain his polymorphed form. Rather, Yi and Wu's body being crushed right now could be an opportunity. Since Thor would think he was injured, Yi and Wu could attack when he was off guard. Flash! Using Shukuchi, he quickly arrived behind Thor. Before Thor was able to look back, Scythe was already swinging for his face. Quesh! Scythe's blade cleared through his forehead. The black-red lightning emanating from the blade burned his body. Boom! Thor's body exploded like a balloon. Heat expanded as lightning poured down. Black ashes were heavy in the air. Anyone would think he was dead. Open hollow corner bracket above. Yi and Wu looked up at Kronos' urgent shout. Open hollow corner bracket. Even the Black King's ego that fought me wasn't able to push me to this edge. You're amazing. There was now an impossibly giant being, comparable to an otherworld god. Yi and Wu could feel the being's aura from where he was. It looked like a massive elephant or cow, with its mammoth tail. It was Behemoth, one of the 3 creatures that came with the end of things here. Yi and Wu could tell it was Thor's real body because he had the eye of the heavens open. Open hollow corner bracket. An opponent who's supposed to stop the end took the form of a creature of the end of things. Does that make sense? Kronos muttered to himself in disbelief. Open hollow corner bracket. I didn't want to look this gruesome either, since it costs a lot of laws of causality, but oh well. Thor widened what seemed like his mouth, and hot breath spilled out from a black void. Whoosh! The yellow breath melted everything it touched, including the illusory world that was barely maintaining its shape. Crash! Crash! The instant's dungeon, lightning of darkness and gold, wasn't able to withstand the pressure and has collapsed. The being descends into reality. Open hollow corner bracket. You're gone. That's not good. In the middle of space, Thor narrowed his eyes and stopped his breath only after countless stars were melted. He searched for Yi and Wu's presence, but he felt nothing. He belatedly regretted his decision. From what he'd seen of Yi and Wu's power, he didn't think his victory was easy, so he used his full power in the end, but he didn't know Yi and Wu would die like this. Since Yi and Wu was the Black King's ego, he wouldn't disappear completely, but it would take a significant amount of time for him to restore his ego. Either that, or Yi and Wu would be in a coma. Thor needed to take Quirinail's legacy, so he was wondering how he should explain the situation to his other companions. Open hollow corner bracket. We're already short on laws of causality, but you made more trouble. When an annoyed voice suddenly came from behind him, Thor turned around with chills running down his back. But the owner of the voice was already biting Thor's neck. It was a dragon. No, it was a beast larger than Thor, who was already bigger than a galaxy. It was a creature Thor had heard about from the leader of his organization. It was the beast that always arrived at the final end among the many ends of things. The End Dragon. Crack, crack. Thor's flesh was torn and his bones cracked. His soul was crushed. Thor screamed at the pain of his legends burning. Open hollow corner bracket. Ack. Chapter 732. Another Dream 4. Oh, did you ask what a beast is? The day that question was posed now became one Thor couldn't remember clearly anymore. He had just joined his new companions after drifting around emptiness, barely surviving his collapsing dream. He asked what this phenomenon occurring to him in the emptiness was, and what these beasts of the end their leader often spoke about were. To this, their leader chuckled with that strange laughter of his and spoke again. They're awry things. Awry. Thor didn't understand. Their leader nodded. Yes, things who wished to go the right path, but their situation, environment, and course of life didn't allow them to, so they had to walk a twisted path. Question mark. Doesn't it help you to understand a bit by looking at Oceanus next to you? Exclamation mark. He wanted to become an emperor by properly creating legends, and escape from the dream to completely remove himself from the Black King, but as the dream collapsed, he wasn't able to. I'm speaking about all of you, who have fallen from your dreams. Normally, you should have disappeared along with the dream, but your achievements were so great that they gained some independence and didn't disappear. Instead, you were promoted to a higher divine being, beings that evolve. That is what a beast is. Most thought if you became a god or demon, you would have it all. Perhaps they were right. From a mortal perspective, transcendence like gods and demons would have seemed omniscient and all-powerful. However, those who transcended were soon faced with reality. Transcendence wasn't the end. Rather, it was the beginning. Transcendence had to fight countless battles. To raise their level, they needed to complete legends of their own, and for that, they needed to make outstanding achievements. If not, they'd be swallowed by the legends of other transcendents and disappear. Beings who had somewhat finished their legends began to realize the existence of the heavenly demon and the cycle they were in. From then, it wasn't simply a matter of raising your level, but a competition to survive. They had to struggle to completely escape. The only way to do so was to gain uniqueness and independence and escape as an emperor. However, most beings despaired at how high the peak of becoming an emperor was. A lucky few barely managed to maintain their identities in the collapsing dream and float around emptiness. In that process, their promotion to emperor didn't take place, and they evolved into strange creatures. They had been influenced by the otherworld, the night, whether they knew it or not. This was what happened to Thor, who became Behemoth, and Oceanus, who became Leviathan. They were nomads who didn't belong to day or night, and their leader called these creatures beasts. The most representative is the bull demon king. He became like that long ago and spent some time in despair, but he created his own world at some point and is now in silence. The first beast, the existence of the bull demon king, must be the same in this dream as well. He exists just the same in all dreams. He's a beast as well as an emperor. Thor wanted to ask if it was possible to even be a beast and an emperor, but their leader didn't explain any further. He asked something else. If there's a first beast, does that mean there's a last beast? There is. What is it? Oh, I think I spoke too much today. At this rate, I'll reveal all my cards. How should I answer that question? Some people say it's a horrific mutant or a hybrid, but I call it this. Question mark. The End Dragon. The End Dragon. I've never heard of it. Of course. This being only appears on the last page of the Revelations. The Revelations. Thor had also heard of the Revelations, but it was a mysterious book that he had never seen for himself. It contained the secrets of the universe's origin and beginning, and prophesied the very end too. The End Dragon is a being that's on its last page. Thor couldn't begin to grasp what kind of creature the last beast was. Anyway, since you and all the other beings here are beasts, shouldn't the abandoned beasts go in search of a safe haven? Then what about you? What do you mean? I'm asking if you, who saved us from the emptiness, are also a beast. Oh, I wonder, does that mean you're not? At that question, their leader smiled mysteriously, just as he always did. I never said I wasn't. Open hollow corner bracket I see. So as I thought, you're all Yavilki's subordinates. Whoosh. Between the cracking pieces of the soul, the final beast's large eyes flashed as he smirked. I'm being read. Thor realized his opponent was reading all his legends and felt chills running down his spine. No way. Thor couldn't understand it according to his logic. It was hard to believe that what he'd stacked up for ages was being so easily crushed, but it was harder to accept his information was being taken through that. Thor was very prideful. Although he hadn't been able to stop the Black King's ego, he had become independent from the dream and grown to this level. He was confident he could defeat Yin Wu once he awakened from his sleep, but he had been arrogant. His opponent was already looking deeply into him, and he didn't know what to do. Was he supposed to push it off? He needed to escape from the creature's bite before doing anything else first. Open hollow corner bracket after eating you whole, I suppose I'll be able to find out what your purpose is and what you're scheming. Suddenly, Thor felt his heart going cold. Hades' spirit-eating sword is activated. The opponent of the lost dream 113,223,188,489 feet intensely resists. His legends have exceeded the limit. The Philosopher's Stone, Superbia Gula Luxuria, reveals its properties of superbia and attempts to force the being into submission. It expands in its designated area. Superbia displays its unyielding temperament. Superbia displays its unyielding temperament. The Philosopher's Stone, Superbia Gula Luxuria, reveals its properties of gula and acts greedily. The Philosopher's Stone, Superbia Gula Luxuria, reveals its properties of luxuria and attempts to neutralize the being's resistance. Crew. More than half of Thor's neck was bitten off. A sad cry spread throughout the entire universe and nearby galaxies shook, but Yin-Wu didn't pay any attention to them. The manifestation of his real body took a great toll on him. He needed to swallow Thor here to replenish the laws of causality he lost. A black shadow quickly spread over Thor's body. His darkened body began to crack, and it trembled as if it would crumble any moment. Open hollow corner bracket, you're here. Just then, Yin-Wu's golden eyes turned around, sensing something. Boom. The opponent of the lost, Dream 9,191,563,025,412 feet has appeared. This is a being that cannot exist in this dream. The updated conditions will be applied to update the information regarding this being. New lightning fell as a beast that boasted the same size as Behemoth appeared. This was one of the 3 beasts that appeared during the end, along with Behemoth. It looked like a monstrous bird with its massive wings. However, its aura was a lot greater than Thor's. Crash! Ziz fiercely speeded toward Yin-Wu's neck in an attempt to help Thor. Its large beak seemed to pierce the thick scales. It was a scary sight. Open hollow corner bracket ha. Yin-Wu didn't seem to care. He snorted and ripped off the neck he was biting, stretching his head back. His jaws opened, revealing a mouth of emptiness as the black-red breath was released. It was a breath full of the hellfire that was said to appear during the end of things. Ziz frantically flapped its wings as it soared higher. The breath swept just short of its feet. At that moment, although surprised, Ziz sighed in relief. It had managed to protect Thor from death's door. Moreover, even the End Dragon wouldn't be able to catch up with its speed. However, it didn't take too long for Ziz to realize it was wrong. Yin-Wu looked toward Ziz and reached the being in an instant by flapping his wings. Ziz tried to escape, but Yin-Wu, who was riding the heat waves toward the creature, wasn't avoidable. Eventually, he bit off one of Ziz's wings, and a painful scream shook the universe. Ziz poked Yin-Wu's face with its sharp beak so Yin-Wu would let go. Just then, Thor came for Yin-Wu's hindlegs, thinking he needed to defeat Yin-Wu even if he was injured. The End Dragon and the 2 beasts tumbled in space. Dark materials left in their wake mixed with the planets and their rotations were messed up, leading to consecutive explosions and flashes of light. The opponent of the lost, Dream 127,394,564,081 feet has. The opponent of System Error. System Error. The application of the newly updated conditions is delayed. The recognition of the materialized beings isn't being processed, and the laws of the world are being ruined. Warning. The laws are on the verge of being destroyed. Eliminate the beings that aren't recognized by the system. Warning. The pressure being put on the world has vastly exceeded the limit. Destruction of entropy may take place. Quickly eliminate the variables. Warning. Eliminate. Part of the end of things has occurred. Part of the end of things has occurred. Apart from Ziz, a few other beasts appeared and stuck to Yin-Wu. The universe shook as if it was on the verge of breaking. Crew. Yin-Wu's cry spread throughout the universe. A being whose information cannot be read appears. Pressure incomparable to all the other beasts fell from above. Its target was Yin-Wu's head. Kurum. An explosion that could erase an entire galaxy boomed. Black holes were created from the impact, and they sucked in all the nearby dust. Pieces of the broken beasts that failed to avoid the explosion were among them, and above it all, Yin-Wu was fighting with someone, back in his human form. Oh hio, I didn't want to meet with you like this. Yvilk smiled, his canines sparkling. Yin-Wu reciprocated that smile. If there was any difference, it was that Yvilki's smile was from gladness, while Yin-Wu's was more of a smirk. I did. Is that so? Oh, dear, if I knew you liked me that much, I should have come and greeted you soon. But what to do? Today, my people and I have other business, so let's stop here. I'll come and greet you another time. Is that necessary? Yin-Wu's smirk deepened. You'll all continue to see each other in my shadow soon enough. The power, Shadow Doma attempts to expand. The power, Purgatory Furnace, blazes. Hellfire and heat waves burn together. Open corner bracket woohoo. I missed you so much, Yvilk. Shadows with flames controlled by Laplace whirled around for Yvilk, and scythe was spinning like the bright Tai Chi Pengu sword to lash Yvilk. Crash, crash, krrr. Crack crack crack. It was firepower strong enough to easily rip apart Thor and a few other beasts. The attack had an immense amount of laws of causality, but Yvilk just raised an arm and easily deflected all the attacks. It was as if he was exercising on a walk. He even took in all the beasts that were injured from the explosion. Although he was fighting against Yin Wu, whose martial arts now almost equaled the martial king's, he didn't seem to be losing. Rather, he seemed at ease. Krrr, krrrrsh. They continued to clash like that for a while when Yin Wu distanced himself from Yvilk with a frown. He said, "You since when have you been able to use Heaven Bracket?" Heaven Bracket was the art created by the great sage Monkey King and finished by the heavenly demon. Yin Wu had learned it from the Monkey King's exuvie, so there was no way he wouldn't recognize it. The problem was that Yvilk had perfectly used the ability, almost as if it was his signature skill. "Oh, dear, I never told you." Yvilk shrugged and grinned. "I am also one of the many heavenly demons' faces." Quote exclamation mark quote. Chapter 733 Another Dream 5. Open hollow corner bracket what? This was the first time Yin Wu had been so shocked. Kronos muttered in disbelief as well. It must have been something the beasts were hearing for the first time as well, because they were exuding confused thoughts. A face of the heavenly demon. The only heavenly demon Yin Wu had seen so far was the Monkey King's exuvie. But that alone was difficult to grasp exactly how powerful the Monkey King had been. The power of a vestige body was hard to calculate, so Yin Wu could only imagine how powerful the real Monkey King would be. But of course, it probably wasn't that all of the heavenly demons' faces were strong. From the beginning until now, all of his past lives were called his faces, so there were probably a few normal lives where he had been a farmer or a fisherman. However, that didn't mean the level or potential of his soul disappeared. Even if he had lived a normal life, he had most definitely shown his aptitude somehow. Taking that into consideration, it wasn't strange at all that Yvilk was a face of the heavenly demon. Open corner bracket ohoho. If that's true, many of the questions I've had about Yvilk are now answered. How he was the tower's first guardian, how he was abnormally strong, and that's how he was always to pick up all those fallen emperors. Laplace laughed as he tried to bind Yvilk but was flung back. But it's strange. I get that he's a face, but how can he do as he wishes like that? From what was known, most of the heavenly demons' faces had a free spirit. That was certainly how the Monkey King's exuvie that Yin Wu saw had been. None of them were beings to be tied to something. However, within that free-spiritedness, they had their own path and duty. It was as if they had some obsession to complete that duty. In other words, it was their fate, or destiny. This was a kind of cycle that was passed down from the first protector of fire, Li. Beings with the heavenly demon's spirit couldn't avoid this. But Yvilk seemed to have none of that. If he truly was a face, it was impossible for him to act against the heavenly demon's purpose. Of course, I only used to be one. I'm not one anymore. I'm me, and the heavenly demon is the heavenly demon. The difference is great, so I hope you don't get us mixed up. Ohio. The canines glistening between Yvilki's mouths seemed sharper than usual. Did that mean he didn't share a soul with the heavenly demon anymore? Or like the Monkey King's exuvie, is there a being named Yvilk, and this is his vestige body? Yin Wu had no idea. Boom. Yvilk blasted Heaven Bracket's lightning strike. As the explosion and multiple rays of light approached Yin Wu like a prison, Yin Wu quickly swung side in the air. Tatatang. Crash, crash, rumble. Yin Wu felt his range of cognition becoming messed up by the continued shockwaves. Anyway, that's it for today, and I'll see you again next time. It's time to return home. Says who? Yin Wu felt a black shadow moving behind Yvilk. The shadow was spreading its tentacles to the injured beasts. It was a piece of another dream. They were trying to return to where they came from and hide. But naturally, Yin Wu didn't overlook it. Ohio, says me, of course. At that moment, Yvilk clapped. Yin Wu was attempting to use Shukuchi to approach Yvilk when his vision suddenly began to spin. Parts of the disappeared dream attempt to multiply. Erosion occurs. The dream is descending. Warning. The recognition of the world is becoming messed up. The stored data is experiencing confusion. The connection to the backup cloud is unstable. Find and eliminate the cause. If this situation is prolonged, it will affect keeping the world intact. Warning. The laws are shaking due to the collision with other dreams. Idea is receiving static. Eye of the heavens scatters. Ear of the heavens fails. Static crackled. It wasn't just Yin Wu's vision but his entire mind that was shaken. His range of cognition that he spread throughout the entire universe was dispersed, and the information was no longer refined. Who am I? Where is this place? Yin Wu almost lost his own ego. Although he had definitely escaped the prison-like dream, it felt like he was trapped in there again. He felt dizzy. It was difficult to catch his balance as if he wasn't fully awake yet. Trapped in a dream, that was an apt description. You maintain your rationale with the trait, intense light. Open hollow corner bracket Yin Wu. Yin Wu. It was Yin Wu's first time feeling this sensation after becoming the Black King's main ego, so he couldn't help but be taken aback. Fortunately, he was able to regain consciousness with the evolved cold-blooded trait, intense light, and he restored his ego. It was less than a tenth of a second that he lost consciousness, but Yvilk and the others were already gone. That just now, Yin Wu was very confused. What he had just experienced was similar to what he felt in the Black King's world, the essence of dreams. How is a face of the heavenly demon using the Black King's power? However, what made Yin Wu more confused was that the Black King, who should have been asleep, was showing a reaction. From somewhere, the Black King watches his shaking ego. Although Yin Wu was closer to the main ego, he didn't understand what that meant. There's something about him. I have to catch him. Yin Wu grit his teeth and attempted to use Shukuchi. Open hollow corner bracket. Where do you think you're going? Just then, Kronos grabbed onto Yin Wu. Strangely, Yin Wu's skin was cold to the touch. Kronos could feel Yin Wu sweating through his scales. We have to chase after him. Open hollow corner bracket. In that state. That's the reason why, Father. Things will become extremely botched if we allow them to continue acting up. Open hollow corner bracket. That's true too, damn it. Kronos thought it was dangerous, but he knew Yin Wu's instinct wasn't something he could ignore, so he crumpled his face. Do you know where he is? It's impossible to read where he is because of the fragments of the lost dream. There's something he missed. Yin Wu spread his palm open. Kia, souls trapped in pain were dancing on his hand. Open hollow corner bracket. Oh. The virtue stones. Zeus, Apostle, Kim Bum Sung, returned to Yvilk with the 2 virtue stones. While Yvilk had opened the dream fragment, Yin Wu had sensed the coordinates to where Yvilk went even in his dizzy state. Yes, I sensed something momentarily. We can move in that direction. Open hollow corner bracket. There really is no day of peace. It had only been several days since Yin Wu awakened from his sleep. Kronos was concerned that Yin Wu kept on pushing himself. However, Yin Wu soon arrived at the coordinates as if he had no time to waste. You have entered the less than Gia sect greater than headquarters, GMO Island. Open hollow corner bracket. What? Gia sect? It was an entirely unexpected message. Yin Wu quickly looked down at the ground below him. Demons of less than Gia sect greater than sense the presence of a trespasser. Changchi becomes taken aback after recognizing you. Tao Wu suspects you are trying to worsen the war. Galaganta straightens his back at the appearance of the new intruder. Hundan looks at you with a welcome expression. The leader of less than Gia sect greater than Tongtian Jiaoju narrows his eyes at you. Countless gazes focused on Yin Wu. The godly society less than Diva greater than has surrendered. Agni drops his weapon and wails. Varuna closes his eyes miserably. Kubera furiously says he can still fight. Vayu sighs in relief that he's finally convinced them. The subjugation is finished. Open hollow corner bracket. What are you doing to do with us? The leader of Diva, Krishna, had no choice but to kneel and look up at Ares with a trembling gaze. After Yin Wu declared war, Ares and the First Corps invaded Diva immediately. They knew how furious Yin Wu was, so they entered the war without wasting any time. Of course, it wasn't easy to subjugate everyone within Diva. They were among the strongest societies in the heavenly world along with Olympus, and they had many followers. Each being within the society was powerful. However, such hierarchies of power only worked before Yin Wu took authority. Yin Wu had reached the emperor level, and because he ruled Olympus, their force increased as well. Most importantly, as Yin Wu's apostles directly received their strength from him, they had the strength of supreme gods. Moreover, Olympus had fought against night on the front lines for the last 10 years. 10 years was short for gods, but the gods of Olympus had become close to death on countless occasions. That was how intense the fight against night had been. The gods of Olympus gained outstanding legends during that time, so each of them was like a one-man army. Diva, who had barely escaped the tower with their lives, was no match for the gods of Olympus. In the end, they kneeled in front of the great gap between their strength. Ares, who was the commander of the subjugation unit, firmly said they wouldn't accept Diva if they surrendered unconditionally, so Diva raised their white flag with humiliation. The matter of their lives and the existence of their society all laid in Ares' hands. I haven't thought that far. Since my uncle told me to get on it, I have no choice but to do so as his nephew. Ares grinned. He was extremely amused by this situation. He was a war fanatic from birth, so he was glad that Diva, who was always compared to Olympus, had finally been defeated. Krishna gritted his teeth. There were many things he wanted to say, but being on the losing side, whatever he said would be mocked. There's something I want to ask before we officially put you to trial. Uncle said I have to ask you this. Open hollow corner bracket, what is it? The Black King's ego ordered Ares to ask something. Krishna widened his eyes, wondering what the question was. Ares smirked. What's the reason why Brahma, left this place in the past? Open hollow corner bracket he left of his own accord. It was an unexpected question, and Krishna stuttered as if he was guilty of something. Realizing something was amiss, Ares cut Krishna off. We know that Brahma left on his own 2 feet. But uncle thinks something happened here. Although we don't know what that is. Open hollow corner bracket, that's. You know you're over if you get caught lying, right? Open hollow corner bracket. Krishna wasn't able to reply and hesitated. Ares put more pressure on Krishna. So what is it? Open hollow corner bracket, it's. Krishna bit his lower lip. Just when he was about to speak. The godly society less than Memphis greater than has surrendered. The godly society less than Avesta greater than has been destroyed. Like Diva, the messages of surrender from other societies continued to pop up, but there was one message that was different. Ares widened his eyes. The 8th Corps has failed their subjugation. The allied forces less than Chan sect greater than have been defeated. Less than Jia sect greater than is victorious. Chapter 734, Another Dream, 6. Many messages popped up, but there was a message that seemed strange. Tongtian Zhaoju, isn't the Grand Master of Heaven's position empty right now? Long ago, when Yian Wu received Li's fragment and visited the Chenggong Library, the Jia sect offered Yian Wu the position of Tongtian Zhaoju. The former Tongtian Zhaoju once ruled with monsters and demon kings at her feet, but the position had been left open after her disappearance. But that position is now filled once more. Did someone that powerful appear during my 10 years of absence? However, Yian Wu didn't have the freedom to be thinking about such topics. He turned to the gazes focusing on him. It wasn't just the demons of the Jia sect that were looking at him. He felt something outside the territory of GMO Island. Whoosh! When he used Shukuchi and quickly moved to where he felt the strange gazes, Yian Wu was greeted by a desolate field. It should have been a paradise with light breezes in the air, but it had become a wasteland after many rough battles. There were broken weapons and traces of holy power throughout the field, as well as many gods fallen on the ground. Erlang Shen of less than Chan sect greater than discovers the Black King's ego and his expression darkens. Prince Nezha sighs upon seeing the Black King's ego has descended. Thunder Lord asks Erlang Shen if the man over there is the Black King's ego. Erlang Shen nods. All the gods of less than Chan sect greater than cannot bring themselves to look at the Black King's ego. Chan sect had once allied themselves with Olympus, and they still had good relations to this day. When other societies expressed interest in Relia, Chan sect and Niflheim were the only societies that didn't care. When Yian Wu decided to wage war on the heavenly world, Chan sect restored their allied status and joined the court to invade Jia sect. Yian Wu didn't imagine Chan sect would be defeated. Based on the battlefield, it appeared it was an utter defeat. He knew Jia sect's forces were among the greatest in the demonic societies, but he never thought that they were this powerful. Moreover, before the heavenly demon became who he is now, he used to be a part of the Chan sect, so Chan sect's forces are probably second only to Olympus. Before the battles began, the Jia sect also continued to send requests for negotiations, so Yian Wu thought they were weak. But that must have been a trap. He looked around. Something large swept through this field. Was there a beast here too? It looked like, at first, the two sides were fighting equally. Then, with the appearance of some being, the balance had tilted to one side. The traces of destruction showed that something large had swept through the battlefield like a storm. It was clear that something similar to Yuvilki's group had appeared. Yian Wu thought this might be the connection between Yuvilk and Jia sect. Where did he hide? The path ends here. Did he put Jia sect forward as bait so he can escape? Yi and Wu activated Shukuchi again to the beings who were standing next to Chan sect, hanging their heads in shame. He wanted to chase after Yavilki's group, but their presence was long gone, and this matter seemed more important at the moment. It was the 8th core. Hermes and the other gods of Olympus were looking at Yi and Wu with a trembling gaze. I apologize for showing you this. Hermes smiled bitterly and hung his head apologetically. He and Athena had been given the most holy power out of all the apostles. There were probably no supreme gods who could stand against him, but he seemed quite hurt. His entire body was covered with injuries, and one of his arms was gone. Of course, this could be restored as long as he had holy power, but the injury to his pride seemed greater. What happened? So before anything else, Yi and Wu asked for the reason. It was best to treat the issue like nothing was wrong. Hermes smiled faintly, understanding Yi and Wu's intention, then took on a serious expression. The Tongtian Jiaoju has returned. Yi and Wu widened his eyes. Returned? You mean the spot wasn't taken by someone new? Yes, the old Tongtian Jiaoju has returned. If we knew, we wouldn't have jumped into the situation so unprepared. Even the 3 leaders couldn't do anything despite running at her at once. It was that bad. Yi and Wu was a bit surprised. Erlang Shen, Prince Nezha, and Thunder Lord were some of the top martial gods in the heavenly world. One would probably have to be on Vimalasitra's level to defeat all 3 at the same time. Perhaps this beast was even stronger. Yi and Wu then thought, no, maybe that's only natural. Although Vimalasitra had gone independent, he used to be affiliated with the Jia sect. Like the other 3 Asura kings, he had a title, the 4th king. In the Jia sect, there were powerful beings like the 4 perils and the 10 heavenly monarchs. It was difficult to rule over them all unless you were strong and charismatic. From what Yi and Wu knew, unlike the Chan sect, which had a history of multiple internal struggles, Jia sect was pretty quiet. That was an indication of the Tongtian Jiaoju's power. And if such a being had returned, she was probably anything but weak. But he shouldn't be so strong that you can't stop him. Still, no matter how strong she was, the Tongtian Jiaoju hadn't become an emperor. The aura that Yi and Wu sensed wasn't that strong either. Being close to the emperor level and actually reaching it was extremely different. Of course, it wasn't to that extent. After I joined, we were able to steadily turn the tide in our favor. Then, just when Hermes was about to speak again, the ground started shaking. Do. Yi and Wu and Hermes turned toward the source. The gods of Olympus and the soldiers of the Chan sect all lifted their weapons as well. The tension on their faces wasn't hard to read. A few of them even seemed to be in horror. Just what has happened here? Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes. The 3rd king descends. The 4 perils descend. The 10 heavenly monarchs descend. Tongtian Jiaoju descends. All the demons of less than Jia sect greater than reveal themselves. With the sound of crackling lightning, black emptiness opened in the sky and Jia sect's forces appeared. There were a few of them that stood apart from the others. On the left were 3 demon kings that were obviously fighters. There were Nahu, who covered the sun and moon, Galaganta, who raised tsunamis, and Bachi, who loved fights. Along with Vimalasitra, these gods were Asuras. They stood in front of the other gods of fighting. On the right were gods as fearsome as the ones on the left. If the 3 Asura kings were fierce, these gods were violent: Teoti the San Miao, Gonggong the Changi, Tao the Gun, and Hundan the Wando. Before the universe was born, the wheels began to spin, and the first flower on Mount Meru bloomed. There were countless kings. Of those kings, these 4 people had suffered utter losses and had no choice but to escape. They transcended after gaining power from the 4 sins that humans could make. Hundan greets the Black King's ego, who he hasn't seen in a long time. Of those, Hundan, who somewhat knew Yi and Wu better than the rest, greeted him first. The first power that Yi and Wu chose was the Lawless Book. The power that had also greatly helped in enhancing Bu Faust was from Hundan. But after that, Hundan only sent a few messages. And from some point, even the messages didn't appear, so Yi and Wu wondered what happened, but it seemed like nothing in particular had occurred. A message has arrived from Hermes. Message. That's the god who suggested a ceasefire to the Tongtian Jiaoju. Thanks to him, we were able to lessen our losses. Hermes spoke to Yi and Wu through the system because he thought nothing good would come from others hearing what he had to say. Yi and Wu looked at Hundan in surprise. Hundan waits for the Black King's ego to greet him. Hundan becomes sad as the Black King's ego stays silent. Quote? It was an unexpected response. Yi and Wu was about to say something, wondering if he should thank the god. But suddenly, one being between the third king and four perils quietly raised her hand and muttered. Hunden, that's enough playing around. I won't accept it any longer. Just then, the atmosphere changed. Although there were many strong gods, only her presence could be felt. She was a woman with black eyes and white pupils with worn wings behind her back. It was the Tongtian Jiaoju, Val. Open hollow corner bracket. I told you before. Nothing good will come from associating with the Black King. As you can see, something already has happened. Hunden's shoulders drooped at the Tongtian Jiaoju's rebuke. After seeing the Tongtian Jiaoju glare at him, Yi Yanwu realized why Hunden wasn't able to send him any more messages. However, he didn't know why the Tongtian Jiaoju didn't like him. Open hollow corner bracket. Supreme God of Olympus and ego of the Black King. This place isn't your land. I ask that you take your army and leave. Tongtian Jiaoju asks the Black King's ego to retreat. The demonic society less than Jia sect greater than emanates combative energy at the possibility of a new battle. Yi Yanwu was flabbergasted. They were the ones who asked for a fight first, but now they were ordering him out. He was annoyed at Tongtian Jiaoju's shamelessness as she pretended they did nothing wrong. My lord. However, Yi Yanwu contained his temper at Hermes' concerned tone. There were many gods in Olympus and Chan sect here. It wasn't just him. If another battle broke out, they would suffer more losses. Moreover, Hunden himself had stepped up to buy them more time. So right now, it was best to step back and come back after reorganizing their forces. But that didn't mean they'd go without any gain. That's not too difficult a request. Open hollow corner bracket. Then would you please close hollow corner bracket? But I want to know where you're hiding Yavilki's group. Open hollow corner bracket. Yavilk. The Tongtian Jiaoju didn't seem to know what Yi Yanwu was talking about. Yi Yanwu thought she might be lying, but she didn't seem to be. Just then, Taowu whispered something in her ear. The Tongtian Jiaoju silently listened to Taowu and snorted when he was done. Are you talking about the beasts that came earlier? Ha, I guess you must have had some clash with those scum. If you hand them over, we'll quietly step back. I promise not to hold the Jia sect to the sins committed. The Tongtian Jiaoju crossed her arms and spoke haughtily. Sorry, but you're knocking on the wrong door. What? Open hollow corner bracket. They're not our visitors. Go and find them from the right guys. Yi Yanwu was about to ask what that meant when the Tongtian Jiaoju suddenly looked up and shouted. Bull Demon King, I told you not to bring annoying things inside. There's no point in this partnership if you do. The Bull Demon King. It was an unexpected name, so Yi Yanwu wondered why the name was being mentioned here. At the request of the less than Jia sect greater than their partner less than Devil Army greater than responds. Devil Army, puahaha, it seems our queen is really angry this time. Hoo hoo hoo. With a familiar voice, new beings appeared. A message from Hermes appeared. Message, they're the beings who led to our defeat. 6 men and women with unique appearances were left standing when the dust settled down. The man standing at the center was someone Yi Yanwu had failed to catch when they last met. There was no way he wouldn't recognize their name and appearance. No one else could have that distinctive look. He was a man with red hair that resembled a lion's mane. Lion King. The 7 demon kings were here. Open hollow corner bracket. Why's that geezer here? In the shadows, the monkey king's Exuvi, who hadn't shown himself since Yi Yanwu woke up, mumbled. His gaze was fixed on an old man who was standing behind the 7 demon kings. Yi Yanwu stiffened when he read the man's aura. Is that? Open hollow corner bracket. Yeah. The Bull Demon King. Chapter 735. Another Dream. 7. Oohaha. Long time no see, kiddo. I did hear you got pretty famous, but you really did get amazing. I wouldn't recognize you if I walked past you on the street. The Lion King chuckled at Yi Yanwu. There was so much holy power in his voice that those who were listening felt their eardrums throb. Rumble. However, the gods of Olympus and Chan sect could only frown at the shaking world. There was nothing in particular they could do about it. Although the demon kings had come for a short while in the middle of the battle, it was clear how strong they were. Heaven ruling sage Bull Demon King, sea engulfing flood Demon King, heaven disarraying Macaque King, mountain moving sage Lion King, wind piercing sage Pung Demon King, exorcism sage King Yu Tamarin, and the sage who was absent, heaven's equal monkey King Sun Wukong. It was difficult to find someone who didn't know this group of beings commonly called the 7 sages. Out of all the societies in the heavenly world, their number was the smallest, but they were among the strongest. It was rare for them to step up themselves, since most of the time, they lived in a secluded place of their own they called a magic region. However, on the occasions they did step into the world, things would change. Much was swept away when they appeared. Many societies despised having to associate with them, and they were especially wary when the leader of the 7 demon kings, the Bull Demon King, stepped out. Perhaps that was why all the gods of Olympus and Chan sect were standing on guard against the Bull Demon King, who was standing behind the rest of the demon kings. He didn't exude any special aura now, and he merely seemed like an elderly man dependent on his cane. However, Yin Wu, with his eye of the heavens and ear of the heavens, could see that wasn't the case. Thump. His heart dropped. This was a sensation similar to when he first met his teacher the Martial King. Not because of the difference in their strength, but because Yin Wu wondered how such a being existed. He knew that the Bull Demon King was the first beast and emperor. Even though it seemed like the disorderly holy power of night flowed in his body, the Bull Demon King was organized like a being of day. Yin Wu couldn't figure out how he was constituted, then he thought, I guess that's understandable since he's the one who taught the heavenly demon the first version of raining step, bull step. A message from Hermes has arrived. Message. It's the Bull Demon King. He's the one who rendered all battle futile. According to Hermes, explanation, the 7 demon kings appeared in the middle of the battle. After they arrived, the balance that was tilted in the Chan sect's favor became equal again, and when the Bull Demon King stepped up, they were defeated. A message from Hermes has arrived. Message. It was just one step. A message from Hermes has arrived. Message. That was all that was needed to lead to our complete defeat. Were all those traces left by the Bull Demon King? Yin Wu guessed that the Bull Demon King had used Bull Step. Raining Step alone had been enough for Alpharon to immobilize the heavenly world. Since the original skill owner had used it, it made sense that everything was destroyed. Can I win? Yin Wu attempted to measure the Bull Demon King's strength. The Tongtian Jiaoju had said Yavilki's group was the Bull Demon King's visitors. Yin Wu didn't know how they were related, but he needed to catch the Bull Demon King first if he was going to catch Yavilk. However, Eye of the Heavens closely scans the designated being. Ear of the Heavens perceives the qualities of the designated being. Analysis failed. A second analysis is attempted. Analysis failed. The cause cannot be found. The designated being is someone you cannot sense. The cause cannot be found. I don't see it. No matter how much Yin Wu observed the Bull Demon King's soul, it was hard to measure it. He didn't know if the Bull Demon King was above him or below him or what his weaknesses and traits were. It wasn't that Yin Wu was forbidden from approaching it, but the results simply didn't yield any data. Yin Wu should have been able to read any being in this dream since he was the system. Just then, a faint smile appeared on the Bull Demon King's mouth, as if he could read Yin Wu's thoughts. Looking into his clear cow-like eyes, Yin Wu felt like he was the one being read, so he stepped back. Huh, are you ignoring me? The Lion King snorted as Yin Wu only paid attention to the Bull Demon King. He spoke up because he was glad to see Yin Wu again and curious about his strength, but he was blatantly ignored. He attempted to rush for Yin Wu with an angry face, but the third sage and only female grabbed the Lion King's shoulders. What? Can't you see? You're just gonna be beaten up if you go. How do you know that without trying? I know. Still, so stay still. Our oldest brother is staying still, but why are you acting up? The Lion King paused to glance at the Bull Demon King. Although he was reckless, he was weak in front of the Bull Demon King. Despite the fuss, the Bull Demon King was silently smiling. The Lion King was about to say something when Yin Wu's shadow rippled and the Monkey King's exuvi slowly appeared. Swish! The 7 demon kings instantly turned toward the shadow. That's our youngest shedding, isn't it? The Macaque King narrowed his eyes. The Monkey King's exuvi crossed his arms with a frown. Hey, you all should have stayed inside your magic region. What in the world could you possibly get from here? He didn't understand why the 7 demon kings, especially the Bull Demon King, were working with the Jia sect. The 7 demon kings had been enemies with the Chan sect and the Jia sect throughout history. However, most of the conflict was between them and the Jia sect. It was because back when the Monkey King was most active, when he was with Xuanzang and the others, their main enemies had been the Jia sect. Then, when the war between the Chan sect and Jia sect reached its climax, the 7 demon kings took the Chan sect's side, crossing a river of no return for their relationship with the Jia sect. But they were working together now, so the Monkey King's exuvi couldn't help but be flabbergasted. He wondered if it had to do with his real body. He didn't sense it anywhere, so his real body was involved with this. But the 7 demon kings didn't respond to the Monkey King's exuvi. A few of them flinched, but they just peeked at the Bull Demon King. The Monkey King's Exuvi was about to shout something in frustration when the Bull Demon King finally spoke up. I told them to. It was a low, quiet voice, but it was heard clearly by everyone. The Monkey King's Exuvi wrinkled his face. Why? There's something I need. Open hollow corner bracket, what is it? Hoo. I don't want to tell you without anything in return. Open hollow corner bracket arg, please. It's just something I need. Open hollow corner bracket The Monkey King's Exuvi knew that although the Bull Demon King's Exuvi was speaking lightheartedly, he would never tell him. He knew how stubborn the Bull Demon King was. The phrase, stubborn like a bull, hadn't been created from nowhere. The Bull Demon King watched their angry youngest brother with a smile, then turned to Yin Wu, who was still narrowing his eyes at him. You must have gone through a lot coming this far. Why don't you retreat from here? Yin Wu observed the Bull Demon King for a short while longer and stepped back. He couldn't guarantee his victory even if he watched the Bull Demon King, and the losses on his side were great, so some recovery was necessary. The Monkey King's Exuvi seemed to want to say something to him as well. All right, sir. Thanks for understanding. I won't forget this. I'll doubly return the favor in future. Yin Wu's eyes flashed. Saying you would return a favor could simply be a way of saying thanks, but the Bull Demon King was one to truly carry it out. He also expressed they weren't enemies, so Yin Wu took it that the Bull Demon King wouldn't take Yavilki's side. Since I learned where they are, that's good enough. But I'll have to change how I approach them. The Jia sect, 7 Demon Kings, and Yavilki's group, I should look into what they're scheming. Plans for what to do after this were already being made in Yin Wu's mind. Then I won't see you out too far. See you next time. The Bull Demon King smiled and tapped his cane on the ground. Click. It was a small movement, but its results were anything but small. Ding! Just as when Alpharon Vivasvat activated Raining Step, the sound of a clear temple bell rang out, and cracks appeared along the ground. Bull Step is activated. A location has been designated. Palm Leaf Fan reveals its true appearance. The designated location is transported. Whoosh! With the sensation of wind blowing through the air, the entire space including Yin Wu, Olympus, and the Chan sect quaked, and they were all moved. Closing square bracket. You have entered the headquarters of less than Chan sect greater than the Kunlun Mountains. He moved all of us at once. That's the Bull Demon King for you. The gods of the Chan sect sighed as they returned to their headquarters in the blink of an eye. The expressions of the 3 leaders were especially dark. Sweat dripped down their backs. If the Bull Demon King knew their exact coordinates, it meant he could enter easily anytime. The fact that he had transported them here was a warning that the Chan sect shouldn't think about waging war against the Jia sect while he was there. First, let's discuss our measures for the future. The 3 leaders nodded at Yin Wu's words. Do you remember our exchange from a long while ago? It's the deal we made when we became allies. Erlang Shen ordered his subordinates to rest, and he led Yin Wu and the others to the center of their headquarters, Xuantu. Yin Wu recalled a long ago memory and nodded. You wanted my help to find the Stone of Avaritia, correct? Back when he enhanced the ghost giants and hunted the crawling chaos, Yin Wu and Erlang Shen had become allies on certain conditions. The Chan sect would help Yin Wu with anything he needed to develop his forces, and Yin Wu would help them with their search. In the end, they'd trade the Stone of Casitas and Stone of Avaritia, which were of little use to them if they didn't trade. However, their promise had been continually postponed as Yin Wu prepared for war against Alpharon, and the promise came to nothing when the Jade Emperor was swallowed by Zeus. Then, when Yin Wu faded inside the Black King, it was forgotten. But Erlang Shen was bringing this up again. Correct. Our Chan sect, the Jia sect, and the 7 demon kings, we all fought to try and find it. However, a problem arose. With the destruction of the tower, the location of the stone was lost. Is that so? Of course, we don't resent you. We also helped you back then too. Anyway, the problem comes after that. The location of the buried stone, which we thought was lost, has appeared. Yin Wu's eyes twinkled. Did the Jia sect and 7 demon kings join sides? Erlang Shen nodded. It seems so. It's something we learned while fighting the Jia sect. But we don't know how long they've been working together. This must be Yavilki's work. Unlike the sighing Erlang Shen, Yin Wu didn't think the 2 groups had been working together for that long. He guessed that 10 years was the longest possibility. It was probably from when the tower collapsed and Yavilki's group began to carry out their scheme in full swing. He didn't have any proof, but from the Yavilki saw so far, he knew Yavilk enjoyed scheming things from behind. He said he was making a safe haven or whatever. Is that related to finding the stone of Avaritia? Or is there something else? Whatever it was information Yin Wu needed to have. He then thought of something else. The problem is how we're going to deal with the Bull Demon King and the others. The Jia sect, with their Tongtian Jiaoju back, the 7 demon kings led by the Bull Demon King, and Yavilk, who had multiple beasts in his hands, dealing with all 3 at the same time wouldn't be easy. Yin Wu needed to find a way to get in between them. Currently, it seems taking the stone of Avaritia would be the best plan. Yin Wu's eyes narrowed. Where is the stone? Li's grave. Li, Hio Ma Chu, indeed. Quote exclamation mark quote. Li, also known as Hio Ma Chu, was one of the heavenly demon's faces, and also a being who appeared at the beginning of time. He was the owner of the fragment that allowed Yin Wu to go to the Changgong library. He had a grave. Yin Wu widened his eyes in surprise. Erlang Shen was about to reply when the Monkey King's Exuvi suddenly popped out of the shadows with a surprised expression. Wait, isn't that where my real body is? Chapter 736 Another Dream 8. Stone Monkey, Bimuan, Monkey King, Great Sage, Victorious Fighting Buddha. He had as many nicknames as he caused trouble, and he made countless achievements and legends. Even people who didn't know about the heavenly demons' faces knew the name, Sun Wukong. Naturally, his level was as high as how famous he was because of the faith that went into him. He began as the youngest among the 7 demon kings, but they said only the Bull Demon King could stop him now. However, the troublemaker Sun Wukong suddenly disappeared one day. Some said he had become one with his origin, the heavenly demon, which allowed the heavenly demon to collect all the pieces of the soul, known as Li's fragments, and transcend to the emperor level, but there wasn't any proof, and the heavenly demon didn't speak of this, so everyone thought these were just rumors. Most people thought Sun Wukong was hiding his identity in the heavenly world or the lower world in search of amusement. Open hollow corner bracket puahahaha. Almost no one knows about that. How did you find out? The Monkey King's Exuvi chuckled. Yin Wu widened his eyes. Are you saying that's true? Open hollow corner bracket yeah. To be exact, the heavenly demon gathered all the pieces of his soul to become an emperor, so he just retrieved a piece called Sun Wukong. Then, open hollow corner bracket but my real body is alive. Quote question mark quote. Yin Wu wondered what that comment meant. Open hollow corner bracket the cycles have repeated many times, and countless dreams have appeared then disappeared as a result. There were dreams very similar to this one, but there were also dreams that were very different. Wouldn't there be a dream that potentially has an alive Sun Wukong? So you're saying, open hollow corner bracket my real body was a past life of the heavenly demon, but it was also his teacher. That's why he put me in the tower, so we could be together. He also needed someone who could represent him because he was becoming weaker as the cycles went on. Anyway, so for a bunch of complicated reasons, I was put in the tower. What about what you said earlier? Yin Wu asked how the Monkey King's real body was at Li's grave. Open hollow corner bracket it's not well known, but my real body feels a sense of guilt toward the heavenly demon. That's why he's protecting Li's grave, which hasn't been retrieved yet, but to think it's not just the Tongtian Jiaoju but also the Bull Demon King who's after it. The Monkey King's Exuvi scratched his cheek. That geezer Bull Demon King and my other brothers should know my real body's circumstances. It's strange that they're with the Jia sect. Yin Wu's eyes flashed. So we can divide them if we learn the reason why. The Monkey King's Exuvi looked at Yin Wu with an appalled expression. You already made plans to drive them apart. There's nothing better than internal fights to weaken the enemy. Also, Yin Wu's voice trailed off. They had lost many laws of causality due to the battle with many beasts. At most, only 20% was left. Yin Wu had attempted to replenish their supply by swallowing some beasts, but they didn't have much because they had fallen from their dreams. Yavilk also took the beasts that remained, so it was impossible. If they were to fight the Bull Demon King and the others, their laws of causality could reach the limit, so they needed to save as much as possible. A plan for them to use the smallest amount of laws of causality as possible was all Yin Wu was thinking about. The Monkey King's Exuvi nodded, knowing Yin Wu's situation. There was no need to mention something that could be a weakness in front of Erlang Shen and the others. But we've never seen the Great Sage there. What happened? Erlang Shen furrowed his brows at the Monkey King's Exuvi. Among Sun Wukong's legends, there were sections where he fought with the Chan sect. His relationship with Erlang Shen was a strange one, neither good nor bad. Open hollow corner bracket as the real body you know someone to stay in one place just because he's told to. Ah, that's true. Erlang Shen smiled wryly. The name, Stone Monkey, didn't come from nothing, since Sun Wukong wasn't someone who could be reined. Yin Wu recalled how the Monkey King's Exuvi had said he didn't know where his real body was when they first met. At the time, he didn't think too much about it, but looking back now, it seemed the Exuvi had been somewhat telling the truth. Open hollow corner bracket. If he wasn't there, he was probably playing around somewhere, I just don't know where. Since the suffocating tower was finally crushed, he must have wanted to roam around, wouldn't he? But that could create problems. Open hollow corner bracket, and he's probably playing somewhere in that vicinity. Close hollow corner bracket. Indeed, even though he seems free-spirited, he was always secretly calculative. You're saying he might have stepped back to monitor it. Open hollow corner bracket, right. The Monkey King's Exuvi nodded. Then we need to find Sun Wukong first. Yin Wu's gaze darkened. Yin Wu returned to the by-the-table headquarters where Yul and Frisia were. He needed to confirm something before going to find Sun Wukong. He wanted to see the treasury his mother, Rhea, had left with by the table Choironale's legacy. Part of it was to see what Yavilki's group had been trying to take, but most importantly, he wanted to see his mother left behind before leaving the heavenly world. Father. Open hollow corner bracket. Yes. I've been thinking this these days, but the mother we knew might not be everything there was to her. Open hollow corner bracket. Close hollow corner bracket. Kronos was silent because he had also been thinking the same thing, he just wasn't able to say it out loud. Do you think she thought I mean, either Jungwoo or I would someday visit by the table? Open hollow corner bracket. I'm not sure. There's not really anything I can say to answer that. Kronos sighed and decided to bring up the thoughts he'd been accumulating in his mind. Honestly, in retrospect, there are many things I didn't know about your mother. There are a few things I'm doubting now, among the things I didn't really think much of back then. Kronos' voice became lower. Me falling to earth, I thought it was a coincidence at first. Your mother must have been waiting there because she found me a long while ago, that was all I thought of it. But as you know now, there aren't such things as coincidences. Kronos continued to speak. It wasn't a coincidence that I came to Earth. The springs had some darkness on them, so they were pulled toward Earth like magnets. Earth was where the Black King's body, Relia, was sealed. It was also where the tower was located in another layer of the dimensions. It was only natural that Kronos springs fell to Earth, since that was where Relia was. Where else would the apostle of the Black King go? Open hollow corner bracket. Your mother must have known this long before. Something occurred to Yin Wu, who murmured, Choironale of space. Open hollow corner bracket. Unlike your foolish father, your mother knew her family's powers better than anyone else. She must have been able to speculate this much. So I can only assume one thing. Quote? Open hollow corner bracket. If she knew about darkness, wouldn't she have known about the events that would happen after? Quote? Open hollow corner bracket. Darkness is persistent. It doesn't let go of someone it chose. She might have thought it would be passed down from me to you. Open hollow corner bracket. If that's true, I don't think it's strange the Ark was in the tower. Yin Wu was silent. Open hollow corner bracket. Weren't you thinking the same as me? Yin Wu couldn't bring himself to speak. As Kronos said, he was thinking the same thing. Beings in the heavenly world thought Kronos was the only king of gods. Even in Olympus, only his reputation was famed, but that was only because his violent temperament had left a strong impression. The true reason why Olympus was able to enter their golden age was because there was another king in charge of internal strife. Rhea wasn't just the king's wife, but a female king. This could simply seem like a play on words, but the two were very different. It meant the couple were both kings, and Rhea had as much authority as Kronos. Although it wasn't as much as Kronos, Rhea's divinity was also powerful. She truly understood the power of the Choironale of Day. Rhea was also wise, so she must have investigated the factor that made Kronos crazy, which was the Black King. It was possible she also knew of the events that would occur after saving Kronos. Although she couldn't know the specifics, she would know the Black King's shadow would follow their family around like a curse. What if she had left behind the Ark and Choironale's legacy to Frisia in preparation of that? It wasn't strange at all. No, with this, all questions Yin Wu had about Rhea was answered. However, the reason why Yin Wu hadn't spoken of this to Kronos was because Kronos' heart would be crushed the moment these words were spoken out loud. Their mother had died after sacrificing everything for her family. She abandoned her divinity to appease her husband, who wanted revenge, and she embraced him despite knowing the curse of darkness, taking care of their new children as well. How scared must she have been? How worried. Imagining how she wasn't able to confide in anyone wrenched Yanwu's heart. Still, Yanwu bit his lower lip. Still, she should have told me before she died. Why didn't she say anything? If she had just said something. Yanwu spoke up. In the past, his voice trailed off and he swallowed. His voice was quavering. He thought his emotions were dulled after experiencing multiple dreams, but that wasn't true. Yanwu was able to continue after the tremors in his voice settled down. In the past, you asked me why I didn't summon Mother. Open hollow corner bracket I did. I have to confirm something. Open hollow corner bracket yes. Let's do that. Their conversation ended there. Whoosh. Hung. Yule's face was bright upon seeing Yanwu return safely, but he stopped smiling when he realized Yanwu's expression was stiff. He noticed something was amiss. Frisia wordlessly looked at Yanwu from next to him. Is. From behind Yanwu, Scythe was broken up and Kronos returned to his human form. Open hollow corner bracket Pepe. Yes, Lord Kronos. Frisia nodded. Open hollow corner bracket you said Rhea left something behind. She requested I open the treasury if her children or descendants come someday in the future. Open hollow corner bracket I see close hollow corner bracket Kronos realized he and his son's assumption was right, and he sighed. Can we see it now? Yes, please come this way. Frisia nodded and guided Yanwu and Kronos to the room of the treasury. Yul watched them walk away with a trembling gaze. He stayed behind because it felt like he shouldn't go, but having seen the treasury once, he felt sorry and sympathetic because he could guess the events that would soon take place. Chapter 737 Ray's Legacy 1. Well, this should be enough, no. In the place where Yanwu and his companions had just been, Bull Demon King remained leaning and hunched over his staff. He soon turned his head to the side and burst out with hearty laughter. Although he still had on a carefree expression, like an elderly senior neighbor, those who knew him well flinched. Eek, eldest brother seems very angry, what should we do? What else can we do? Everyone, keep your mouth shut all day today. Avoid being noticed by eldest brother at all costs. Otherwise, we're all going to get shredded apart. To be precise, isn't Yvilk just a different version of our youngest? Anyway, are all the versions of our youngest this troublesome and rabble-rousing? Each of the 7 demon kings sighed deeply. The Bull Demon King was on edge due to Yvilk, who was another face of the heavenly demon. In other words, Yvilk was another reincarnation of their youngest, the great sage. Having a history of being brutally beaten and tormented by the heavenly demon in the past, Yvilki's face annoyed the 7 demon kings to no end. But they couldn't do much about it. Since Bull Demon King already made his decision, the rest of them had no other choice but to follow. Ohio, I must have put you all in a very awkward and embarrassing situation. As a crack in space opened, Yvilk slowly appeared and chuckled. Placing his fedora hat against his chest, Yvilk bowed his head to show his gratitude. Although Yvilk was acting modestly, Bull Demon King's narrowed eyes showed no signs of relaxing. Open hollow corner bracket HMPF. What do you mean this should be enough? More should be done about that detestable bastard. At the very least, we should break his neck. Tongtian Jiaoju snorted and folded her arms to convey her dissatisfaction. Her eyes were burning with anger. Even after openly showing her hostility to Yanwu a moment ago, Tongtian Jiaoju was still dissatisfied. She wanted to immediately attack Yanwu. Since all the others knew about her relationship with Vimalasitra, they did not comment or reply to her shouts. When Tongtian Jiaoju was young, she wandered aimlessly alone in the world. At that time, Vimalasitra had taken her in and cared for her as if she was his granddaughter. Virtually everyone in the heavenly world knew about this backstory. By the time Tongtian Jiaoju vacated her leadership position within the Jia sect, Vimalasitra, who had entered semi-retirement, was already mentally halfway out the society's door. And once he became infatuated with Yanwu, he left the Jia sect of his own accord. Tongtian Jiaoju, who had been navigating through another dream, hurriedly returned to this world after hearing the news of Vimalasitra's death. In fact, if Yanwu had not remained vigilant against the Bull Demon King, if he had shown a gap, Tongtian Jiaoju would have been more than willing to immediately ambush Yanwu. However, the Bull Demon King was completely different from Vimalasitra. Unfortunately, all we want is to get Li's tomb in order. I have no intention of wasting my energy on useless pursuits. Open hollow corner bracket I heard that you've gathered the heavenly demon's followers beneath you. Isn't their main objective to kill off the Black King's ego? Tongtian Jiaoju was referring to the devil army. Before the tower's collapse, the devil army had followed the heavenly demon until they realized that the heavenly demon was not looking out for them. Due to this, the devil army had joined the 7 demon kings' side. The devil army, including head Bishop Huel, were currently members of Pandemonium. They were currently residing in a paradise called Magic Realm, which the Bull Demon King ruled over. But for these beings, who have lived their whole life as demons, a peaceful daily life was bound to arouse their thirst. Their faith cried out for revenge not only against the heavenly demon, who had forsaken them, but also against Yin Wu, who had forced them out of the tower. That's a matter between them and me. It's not a place for you to intervene. However, the Bull Demon King drew a firm line and made it clear that Tongtian Zhaoju should no longer intervene. Tongtian Zhaoju lightly sneered at him before dropping the subject. Oh, since it seems that you all have finished your discussions, shall I open the door? Yes. Wouldn't it be best for each party to quickly accomplish their respective goals and disperse? You're right, Bull Demon King. However, before I open the door, let me check one last thing. We can't have any disagreements or setbacks from this point forward. We should all state what our main objective is. I'll start off first. I want Lee's fragment. The corpse. Open hollow corner bracket. The stone of a verity agreed. Yavilk laughed out loud and broke into a smile. He was smiling so broadly that his teeth were glistening. Good. Now that we all know each other's objectives, let us enter. Clap. Yavilk clapped loudly. At that moment, a swarm of lights exploded from his fingertips. Whoosh. Checking the credentials of the first guardian. You have passed through the gate. The barrier has been lifted. The alternate world is revealed. It was the place where Yavilki's swarm of lights went. Seeing the sight through the various cracks in space, both the Jia sect demons and the 7 demon kings could not help but tense up. This is an area outside the tower. Would you like to enter? Caution. Currently, the tower obelisk has suspended operation due to unknown reasons. The disadvantages and restrictions that you may face are unknown. Caution. This area is private property. Though it has been abandoned for a long time, there is a separate owner, so the penalty you will be subjected to for trespassing is unknown. The territory outside the tower. They still recalled their feverish escape from the crumbling world and tower. The Black King's magnificent, awe-inducing appearance was etched in their minds like an unshakable trauma. Still, they tried to actively forget, and as time passed, they were able to push the trauma behind them. However, seeing this very scene, their trauma resurfaced and came to light. The always crowded villages and shopping districts outside the tower were all in ruin. The old, lively appearance of the area could no longer be found. Moreover, the seemingly ever-present tower, which stood tall against the backdrop of the sky, was nowhere to be found. Nevertheless, fragments of the tower were scattered everywhere. Yavilk clapped his hands hard once more. Then, as if a camera was zooming in, the view through the cracks focused on the area where the tower was originally located. A stone tomb appeared. The zooming in effect allowed the observers to zoom into the tomb and then into the ground. Then, out of nowhere, a spiral staircase appeared. The staircase led to a dark basement where a huge stone door could be seen. The underground of the hidden tower obelisk is revealed. Seeing the message appear, the demons grew more tense. The underground. When thinking about the tower, they had always viewed the tower as something to progress upwards in. If they expanded their view of the tower, they may also include the detours and hidden stages within and amongst the floors. They had never considered that there would be a hidden space underground. And even if an underground space that they had never noticed before existed, since they knew that the Black King rose from the bottom of the tower, they would obviously conclude that the underground area probably housed the Black King's resting place. Don't worry everyone, that space was originally one of the hidden stages of the tower. To be more precise, you can think of the area and the gate as a lock installed by the heavenly demon to ensure that the Black King can sleep reliably. Yavilk added an explanation as if he had read the thoughts of the demons and demon lords. Originally, I would have liked to have drawn more vitality from Earth to open it, but I guess it can't be helped. We have no other choice but to open it with what we have. And even though the Ruyi Bang was in the hands of the Black King's ego, the underground area was part of the heavenly demon's realm, so there was very little risk of being caught by Yi and Wu. Yavilk added the aforementioned additional detail before turning the key to the stone door. Click, whoosh, the High Guardian's key has been used. Some darkness has been applied. Earth's vitality has been applied. The stone door opens. Warning, this is the heavenly demon's holy territory. Unauthorized trespassing can cause enormous damage. $$ hash caret % at $ at hash $. Not available. Not available. With the High Guardian's privileges, all guidance messages have been forcibly closed. SS's. Warning messages continued to pour out, but when Yavilk waved his hand in the air as if annoyed by a bug, all the message windows went away. Now then, let's go in. Yavilk moved past the wide-open stone door. The demons of Jia sect and the 7 demon kings did not dare to move recklessly. Gulp. With the sound of someone audibly gulping from the mounting tension, everyone started to slowly follow Yavilk through the door. In the place where Yi and Wu entered, the word, treasury, seemed more befitting than a simple safe. Possibly because it contained the legacy of the Quirinale family, who once extended their influence throughout the entire universe. The treasury was full of weapons. Additionally, for some reason, Yi and Wu thought the place felt familiar. Open hollow corner bracket. This place doesn't it look similar to Olympus treasury? Kronos commented with a dry chuckle. It looked just like Olympus treasury, wherein Yi and Wu entered after collecting all 12 keys on the 10th floor. Yi and Wu had also met Hermes for the first time since that period of time was so impressionable. Yi and Wu clearly remembered what he saw. Olympus treasury probably copied the layout of this treasury, right? Open hollow corner bracket. Of course. The Olympus treasury was established by your mother. Is that so? Yi and Wu widened his eyes at the surprising fact. Open hollow corner bracket. Yeah. Due to Olympus' active conquests at the time, many tributes and treasures filtered in from all over the world. There was a limit to how much could be handed out to the society's members, so he had to create a treasury. Yi and Wu nodded. Certainly, in Olympus treasury, Yi and Wu himself saw the many uniquely shaped weapons that did not seem to fit the use for the Olympus gods. Open hollow corner bracket. Moreover, I don't think there's anything your mother left behind in these things. It'll be here. Open hollow corner bracket. Huh. Yi and Wu passed Kronos, who was in a state of reflection, and entered deep inside. A treasury's hall, filled with numerous sacred images and holy objects, soon appeared before him. It was a palace, with 2 thrones placed on the central platform, numerous courtiers lined up along the walls. All the courtiers were carved out of marble, but their expressions and stances were so vivid that it seemed they would come to life at any moment. This was also a familiar sight for Yi and Wu. It was the same scene that he saw in Kronos' legend. It was the time when Kronos and Rhea, having ended all the civil wars, began to rule Olympus as co-rulers for the first time. The general atmosphere of the hall seemed unsettling and partly in disarray. The uncomfortable feeling of having to be in the same room as someone who one had just fought to the death a day ago could easily be seen and felt. Kronos' sculpture had an expression full of tension while Rhea exuded gentleness. Yi and Wu glanced back at Kronos, whose eyes fluttered wildly. Open hollow corner bracket. What is no way? Kronos bit his lower lip and stopped speaking mid-sentence. Kronos felt tears welling up in his eyes. There seems to be space in the back as well. Open hollow corner bracket. Huh. Yi and Wu led Kronos into the space at the back. It was not a large hall but a small room, a bedroom for 2 people. Rhea was holding her newborn, Hestia, in her arms, and Kronos, who stood beside Rhea, seemed perplexed at the prospect of raising their first child. Quote, open hollow corner bracket, close hollow corner bracket. Then, the next scene illustrated a happy family picnic. The second and third child, Demeter and Hera respectively, had been born and were present in the scene. Next was a scene of Kronos carrying Hades and Poseidon, who were both about 3 years old, on his shoulders while Rhea looked on with a bright smile. There was also a scene of Kronos fooling around with the young Zeus and of Rhea teaching her 3 daughters how to sew. There were also scenes of children getting caught after doing something naughty and getting roundly scolded by Kronos and Rhea. The stone statues and icons, which Rhea must have made herself, all depicted the various memories she shared with Kronos. Or they were scenes that she wanted to achieve with him but could not achieve in the end. Mother. For a moment, Yi and Wu could not fathom the range of emotions and thoughts Rhea must have had when she made this place. His heart swelled with emotions. This was the place Rhea had made before going to Earth. In other words, she had created this space when Kronos was completely overcome by demonism and expelled from Olympus due to his tyranny. At the time, Kronos did a lot of vicious things, such as imprisoning his children in the emptiness, so their resentment against him must have been tremendous. However, it seemed that Rhea had not erased the fondness and longing she had for Kronos in a corner of her heart. Thus, she must have decided to cross over to Earth in search of Kronos. Crumple. Realizing Rhea's heartfelt feelings, Kronos was overcome with emotion. He crumpled onto the floor and wept. Yianwu wanted to comfort his father, but he thought that Kronos would probably want to be left alone, so Yianwu left Kronos and went into the deepest part of the treasury. And there, Yianwu felt his heart skip a beat. Yianwu saw a woman sleeping quietly with her eyes closed while seated in front of a small table. Although her clothes were as splendid as those of the Olympus gods, her face reflected the anguish and difficulty of living through many sorrowful years. She had a familiar face. Mother. Yianwu's mother was not breathing. She must have left her physical body behind when she fell from grace to enter Earth. Seeing his mother, who Yianwu thought he would never see again, Yianwu approached with trembling steps before carefully grabbing her wrinkled hand. Poof! At that moment, Rei's body shattered. Ah! In vain, Yianwu reached out with his hand to grab his mother, but the particles of his mother's body slipped through the gaps between his fingers. Flutter! Flutter! Like Kronos, Yianwu burst into tears, which streamed down his face. Yianwu could see the letters piled up on the table where Rhea had been sitting before. The letters were carefully written in his mother's handwriting. With trembling hands, Yianwu grabbed the topmost letter. If someone arrives in this place, it must mean that I was able to meet him again. It was a letter Rhea wrote for her future child, a child who may have never come. Chapter 738 Rei's Legacy 2. At that moment bam! Fine particles swirled around Yianwu before he absorbed them. At the same time, a burst of light flashed. Flash! There are many saved clips. Would you like to play the clips? You have selected to play the clips. Loading the saved clips in sequence. Loading. Clips are being played. This place is. Having been thrown into an unfamiliar place, Yianwu looked around his surroundings. He was in Olympus' Great Holy Territory, the Supreme God's quarters. Although it was a familiar place for Yianwu, it somehow felt unfamiliar at the same time. Apparently, the quarters had drastically changed over the years. Open hollow corner bracket. Your mother must have gathered her divine powers to leave behind various thought vestiges. This place seems to be the Olympus of about 7,000 or 8,000 years ago. I think it was around this time when I was imprisoned in Tartarus and when Olympus was imprisoned within the tower. Appearing out of nowhere, Kronos looked around at the surroundings and spoke. Yianwu flinched and turned towards Kronos. Father. Open hollow corner bracket. What? Is something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Kronos pretended to be indifferent and raised his chin high while speaking calmly. However, no matter how much he tried to hide the fact, Yianwu could see that Kronos' eyes were already burning red from overwhelming emotion. Do you know that your nose is running? Open hollow corner bracket. What? Ahem. Just kidding. How could a transformation robot have a runny nose? Open hollow corner bracket. This bastard. Wait, what? Transformation robot? You often separate and then merge with me, right? You can transform at will. You're the type of toy that little kids would love to have. Open hollow corner bracket. Close hollow corner bracket. Kronos momentarily struggled as to whether he should slap his son's head. He understood that Yianwu was trying to lighten the atmosphere, but Kronos could not help but feel that he was being made fun of. Seeing Yianwu with a brazen expression on his face, which seemed to ask, "What, is something wrong?" Kronos felt thoroughly exasperated. For a moment, Kronos felt that his prestige and loftiness as a father kept dropping. Should he do something about this? After having these thoughts fly past his mind, Kronos shook his head. He knew that any effort to get even on his part would fall short. Wouldn't it only be his loss if, after unity, Yianwu stuck him in an awkward place like last time? Father. Open hollow corner bracket. What? Look over there. Kronos looked in the direction that Yianwu indicated with a wary expression, thinking that Yianwu was not done making fun of him. However, Kronos soon became startled. In the corner that led to a connecting room, Rhea was sitting in a chair. She had the same appearance as the remains that Yianwu had just absorbed. It was Rhea during the days of her reign as Olympus' supreme god. She was silently painting with a brush on a large canvas. Single quote, open hollow corner bracket, close hollow corner bracket. While looking at the picture, Yianwu and Kronos were left speechless. Rhea was painting one of the many paintings that hung on the walls within the choir and ale treasury. She was painting a scene where Kronos and Rhea were having a sincere, loving conversation with their 6 children. The overall tone was bright, and the faces of the characters all had smiles on them. The happiness exuding from the painting seemed so real that Yianwu and Kronos could almost feel it. However, while painting this scene, Rhea had a downtrodden expression. Yianwu could read the deep sense of sadness embedded in her expression. The room was filled with other paintings, which were scattered all over the place alongside sculptures. All of them were items in the quirinail treasury. They all depicted scenes of peace and happiness. As if she needed to complete the painting, Ria focused her gaze on the canvas. Her brushstrokes were full of power, and many small wounds could be seen on her fingertips. Furthermore, the more brushstrokes that Ria made, the more Kronos' face became distorted. Open hollow corner bracket Ria, why are you close hollow corner bracket Kronos' voice trembled. With his lips constantly parted, Kronos had wanted to call out to Ria multiple times. However, this scene was just a stored thought, an illusion. Ria did not see them. No matter how much one shouted, one's cry would never reach Rei's ears. Someone is coming. Open hollow corner bracket who? Probably. Yian Wu turned his head towards Rei's room door, which opened with a loud bang. Zeus glared at Ria with a face full of anger. Mother. Even though her son had entered her room without permission, Ria did not give him a single glance. She treated Zeus as if he was an invisible being. Mother, what the hell is all this? Zeus, apparently dissatisfied with Rei's actions and appearance, slammed his fist against the wall. Rumble, rumble, a thunderbolt had shot out from the tip of his fist and streaked throughout the room, smashing and tearing all the statues and paintings. None were left intact. Open hollow corner bracket that bastard. Kronos felt outraged. With a burning red face, Kronos rushed to stop Zeus, but, of course, his fingertips passed through Zeus. Kronos clenched his jaw. Contrary to his father, Yian Wu just silently stared at Zeus. Though Yian Wu understood that he was observing a clip of a past event, a sense of annoyance rose in his chest. However, he forcibly suppressed his anger to focus and watch the clip until the end. Ria seemed all too familiar with this kind of scene. She just stared at the ruined works with a calm expression. When the cloud of dust kicked up by Zeus' actions slowly settled down, Rei's gaze turned to the floor before going to Zeus. Her actions made Zeus even more furious. My words, can't you hear the words of the new king? How many times have I told you to stop doing these silly things? You said it many times. Ria spoke in a low voice. However, her words clearly rang out. Yian Wu felt that his mother's voice seemed familiar yet unfamiliar. In his memory, his mother's voice had always been full of warmth and love. However, Yian Wu could not sense any of those comforting feelings in her current tone of voice. His mother's voice was clear yet empty. Then why are you continuing to do these stupid things? It's all over. Right, it's over. Then why? Since it's over, isn't it okay? What? Zeus widened his eyes. It appeared he was going to meet a divine punishment at any moment. However, Ria continued speaking in an indifferent tone. I saved you. What? But that didn't mean that I wanted you to kill your father. Quote exclamation mark quote. Zeus gritted his teeth. After dragging his father down from the throne, Zeus had crowned himself the new king. Due to Kronos' tyranny, Zeus' actions were largely seen as justified, but there were still many beings who doubted his qualities and qualifications. What if I didn't kill him? Do you think Olympus would naturally fall back into order without chasing him out? I know. That's why I also abdicated my position so that you could rise to the throne. What I was hoping for was just. While saying something, Ria stopped speaking and sighed. Her dignified appearance was nowhere to be seen. In its place was a sense of bitterness so deep-seated that it seemed to have brewed and developed over several decades but, in reality, had appeared overnight. Forget it. All of this is my fault. I should have taken better care of my ill husband and looked over my children. However, Zeus, my dear youngest son, will you please grant me my last wish? How many times have I told you that I'll not disturb you and that I'll live a quiet life? Do you really need to interfere with your mother's life to this extent? Zeus could not offer a reply after hearing Rei's earnest request. In fact, he still did not understand why his mother, Ria, missed Kronos so much. Did Kronos not confine his own children into the emptiness, provoke instability, and ultimately drive a nail through his wife's heart? Although some still viewed Kronos as a great being, continuing to refer to him as the king of gods, there were many more beings who had suffered under Kronos' hands. Even so, Ria still missed Kronos and forcibly conjured a happy everyday family life, which never existed. His mother, who was living in a fantasy world of her own making, made Zeus feel disgusted. Zeus grew up without the warmth or love of his parents. Thus, he always longed for his parents' love and believed that, after saving his mother from a crisis, he would be showered with overflowing appreciation and love from his mother. But that belief was shattered. Although his mother was physically present in front of him, she was trapped in the past. Therefore, Zeus could not help but feel a sense of anger, sadness, and annoyance. However, Zeus had always lived a life of twists and turns, so he did not know how to share his feelings. The only feeling he knew how to express was anger. Feeling an increasing sense of frustration, Zeus eventually got angry. Bam! Unable to control his rising rage, Zeus left the room in a huff. How can he act so childish even after living so many years? Ah! Mother, are you okay? Coming after hearing the commotion, Hades cautiously entered Rhea's room. Rhea gave a bitter smile and shook her head. I'm not injured, so don't worry. Zeus is not a bad-natured being. He's just acting out because not everything is going according to his plan. He's just acting out like an immature child. What's more, recently have you heard about his recent defeat to the heavenly demon? Hades smiled bitterly. Because of that, it has been a bit noisy around here. Moreover, it seems we've been imprisoned within this tower or whatever, so everyone is on the verge of losing their minds. Everything has also become quite sensitive. The outer world is now your responsibility. You guys need to figure it out. Yes, Mother. Hades could not continue speaking. He did not state that Rhea's youngest son had fallen very sick. Zeus was suffering from something called the heavenly demon disease, and because of that, Zeus' foundation was in danger of imploding. Luckily, with Poseidon and Hades beside him, Zeus was managing to hold out, but it would not be strange if Zeus collapsed at any moment. They needed their mother's help. But if Hades said these words to Rhea now, she probably would not be able to hear anything. Even if she heard the words, they would not register. His words would be falling on deaf ears. A person who was so deeply suffering and grieving could only escape that suffering and grief through their own accord. Open hollow corner bracket. Watching the unfolding scene as a third-person observer, Kronos could not help but feel his heart wrench. Observing their interactions, Kronos began to understand the pain that each of his children and his wife carried within them. Anyway, what about what I asked you for? I have it here. Hades quietly pulled a pile of parchment and handed it over to Rhea. While scrutinizing the documents, Rhea's eyes continued to flutter. From Tartarus to Erebus, everything was meticulously traversed and analyzed. As Mother expected, the site where the tower was embedded was originally the site of the Swamp of Darkness. Then, this place is. Yes, it's an installation to stop the heavenly demons, Wheel, and the Black Kings, Wheel. It seems that all the gods and demons, including the gods of Olympus, were imprisoned within this installation to add weight to the Ruyi Bang to prevent the Swamp of Darkness from rising. While sculpting and painting, Rhea was secretly conducting an investigation into the origin of the tower through Hades. Because Tartarus and Erebus, Hades' holy territories, were in the lower world and not the heavenly world, it was comparatively easier for Hades to research these things. Since Alpharon had yet to accomplish the Great Divide during that time, it was fairly easy for Hades to move up and down the tower's floors. Does Mother still think that Father will come back here someday? While looking at Rhea, who was still carefully perusing the parchment documents, Hades carefully asked a question. Rhea nodded without even raising her head. Yes. But, you're going to say that your father is dead? The Titans also know this to be a fact. That's why they're up in arms. To be precise, your father is in a state of, stop. Is that different from death? It's different. Rhea spoke in a direct manner. Darkness attracts darkness. No matter how far away it is separated, it will eventually come together. Your father may be orbiting one side of the universe somewhere still, he has no choice but to come back to this place. We must find out exactly when and where he'll return. Additionally, you have to prepare yourself for his return. Rhea slowly raised her head. That is, though she was speaking with firm, narrowed eyes, Hades could not help but feel that his mother was in a weak, precarious state of being. The only way to counteract our family's current misfortunes and the misfortunes that will inevitably occur to us in the future. Chapter 739 Rhea's Legacy 3. It's our plight. What does that mean? Hades could not understand Rhea's words. Hades had been thrown into the emptiness and was later rescued. He had assisted others in ousting his father from power, and his mother was trying to find her missing husband. What could be worse than this current reality? But Rhea only gave a bitter smile and did not continue speaking. Instead, she just looked at Hades with a sad gaze. Hades. Yes, Mother, I know it's been tough for you to mediate between me and Zeus. That's. Hades tried to say something, but Rhea shook her head. She added, no, you don't have to pretend otherwise. To be honest, Kronos was not a good father to you. Moreover, you probably don't understand why your mother is so intent on finding and saving your father, yet you've remained by my side and helped. I wanted to mention this. Mother. However, I have to ask you for another favor. If, and this is only an if you meet someone who exudes an aura like mine after I'm gone. Why are you saying such things? Stop. No, I'll just pretend I didn't hear anything. With a stiffened expression, Hades tried to turn around. At that time, please don't pretend you don't know me. Rhea finished her sentence amid Hades' cries. Hades did not answer. Thinking that Hades must have been angered by her words, Rhea gave a small bitter smile and bent down to pick up, one by one, the pieces of her sculptures and paintings that Zeus had destroyed. It seemed like it would take her quite a long time to put the broken pieces back together. However, halfway out the door, Hades' footsteps stopped. But mother. Rhea tilted her head as if she wondered what Hades was going to say. I never resented father. Even if I missed him at certain times, I never resented him. Rhea remained seated in place for a long time after hearing Hades' parting words. Open hollow corner bracket. When you took over for Hades, didn't he tell you that he was only returning something back to what it was? Like Rhea, Kronos had stared at the door through which Hades had left before turning to Yianwu to ask a question. Yeah, Yianwu quietly nodded his head. Hades did not say it directly, but the message was clearly stated in the legends Hades had transferred over to Yianwu. Hades was just returning to him what he received from him. Who the him Hades was referring to would soon be revealed without anyone thinking too deeply about it. Open hollow corner bracket. Hades must have known. He must have recalled your mother's request. Yianwu was clearly reflected in Kronos' eyes. Kronos continued to speak. Among her children, you and Jungwoo resembled your mother the most. Did Hades notice from the beginning? Open hollow corner bracket. Probably not. But, having gotten to know who you are, wouldn't he have recognized it at some point? Yianwu nodded heavily. Beings like Poseidon and Zeus did not give Yianwu any brotherly vibes, but it was different for Hades. Yianwu was grateful for Hades' guidance, especially during his early years in the tower. That was when Yianwu was narrowly focused on somehow finding his brother. It was not an exaggeration to say that Hades was like a teacher, father, and older brother to Yianwu. Like Kronos, Yianwu had no choice but to stand still and stare for a while at the door through which Hades had left. Rhea pushed aside everything, even eating and drinking, for a few days so that she could concentrate on examining the materials Hades had brought her. Yianwu and Kronos closely watched Rhea as she organized her thoughts in writing. And as time passed, Yianwu became more and more surprised. Rhea's inferences were so accurate that Yianwu wondered if she had derived them through a precognition ability. The battle of whose wheel, the heavenly demons or the Black Kings, has already been conducted to an unfathomable extent. A wheel is often expressed as a dream. The former is an expression mainly used by the heavenly demon and the latter by the Black King. However, this wheel battle is now nearing its breaking point, and the two feel the need to put an end to it. So, the heavenly demon built a tower and sealed the Black King deeply beneath it. However, it is unknown what measures the Black King took to counteract this. The darkness never releases its target. The darkness will completely take over and utilize its target until the target completely collapses. Assuming that Kronos is still alive, Kronos has no choice but to be dragged along by the darkness and attracted to the vicinity of the tower. The tower is somewhat of a facade. Behind the tower, it has been observed that there is a civilization called Earth, where numerous legends are being reproduced. The chance that Kronos' spring will land him on Earth is more than 80%, and in that case, based on Kronos' personality, the possibility that he'll repeat his past life to build up achievements will also be about. However, the darkness only made Kronos an apostle, not an executor. Here, the initial question arises again. The heavenly demon made the first move. So, what would be the Black King's response? This is a chess match between two absolutes. I need to find out what the plays are. There are many materials from which I can derive my hypothesized guesses. The fact that Kronos' divine domains were time and death, the fact that my ancestors who once chased after the darkness as the day had chosen to side with the heavenly demon, and the fact that I, as Kronos' wife, is a descendant of the day. Time and space are the main ingredients in the creation of the universe. Conversely, they are also materials that darkness cherishes yet is reluctant to utilize. To defeat the heavenly demon, these two main ingredients are needed. Moreover, the darkness movements so far add credibility to this line of reasoning. Kronos and I have 6 children. They are gifted with the possibility to utilize both time and space. However, they have been largely left alone by darkness, far-reaching hand and influence. The exact reason is unknown, but it may be because they were born with a divine nature and because the darkness judged that it would be too difficult to control any of their souls. If one looks at the previous cases of executors of the dream, most of them had lived a hard time and carried a deep scar on their hearts. And for the most part, the beginning of their unfortunate life and story starts with the frustration and despair that originates from a transcendent existence. What guess can I come up with when I put all this information together? What will be the darkness' next move? Inducing a new offspring between Numa and Quirinale, who will experience life as a mortal. While frantically writing her thoughts and reasoning on the parchment paper up to here, Rhea suddenly dropped her pen. As the pen helplessly fell from her hands, it drew a long line on the parchment paper. What is this? Rhea could not stand the overwhelming dark feelings any longer and covered her face with trembling hands. Her silent sobbing continued. Open hollow corner bracket Yin Wu, this is close hollow corner bracket. Yes, every single line item, infuriatingly, is correct. Yin Wu clenched his jaw. Each and every one of Rei's reasoned projections was something he had gone through. As one of the Black King's egos himself, Yin Wu had vaguely guessed these overarching things. Still, the fact that his fate had been decided so long ago and how he was being treated like a chess piece by a transcendent being, Yin Wu could not help but seethe with anger. And his mother, who had expected Yin Wu's predicament from the beginning, remained still and speechless for a long time. It was as if her heart had frozen over. However, unwilling to give in, Rhea soon clenched her teeth and started writing once more on the parchment paper. Like Kronos, Rei's eyes soon became bloodshot. And in those eyes, one could see an obstinate and unyielding spirit. If things do not progress in the manner the darkness wants, I can infer 2 major consequences. The first is that my current 6 children will face a string of bad luck, or their descendants will be placed in a situation where they have no choice but to fall. Second, a greater calamity will befall Kronos. It is still largely unknown what move the darkness will make. However, I cannot entrust this to anyone else either. I have to move and check everything myself. This was Rei's conclusion. Even she, as the head figure of Olympus, was no match against an absolute existence, the Black King. If the Black King were to make a move, she would not be able to stop him. All she could do was prepare to reduce the damaging effects of the move as much as possible. Rhea needed to urge the flow of things to gently swerve and take on a different direction. And Rhea decided to undertake this on her own. She was not going to tell her children. She would not burden her children, who were still trying to pick themselves up from the disaster that the darkness had given them. On the other hand, what Kronos was going through was a work in progress, and it was also Rei's business. Thus, after concluding her thoughts, Rhea quickly organized and cleaned her surroundings. Of course, she moved as quietly and secretly as possible, since she did not want anyone else to know of her decision. Popo, Pepe, I have something to ask of you both. Rhea entrusted duties to her 2 maids, who would later bear the names Frisia and Anastasia. Rhea requested for Frisia to take care of the Quirinale legacy, and she told Anastasia to go down to the lower world and observe the trends of the tower. Although the 2 noticed that Rhea was about to leave, they did not ask about it and silently followed her orders. Around the time she was planning to leave, Rhea finished the statues and paintings, which she had continuously worked on during her spare time. While depicting her family's memories of happiness in her sculptures and paintings, Rhea constantly reminded herself of her determination to return to those days. Thus, on the day she chose to leave, Rhea stood in front of one of those paintings. Kronos was smiling broadly and looking back at the pensive Rhea. Rhea looked at this image of Kronos and smiled. It was a smile she had not made since Kronos was overtaken by demonism. You know what, dear husband? Personally, it's enough to protect my children and grandchildren. If I achieve that, then you'll continue to be harassed by the darkness, but considering what you've done, that's still getting off cheap. But do you know why I'm trying so hard to save you? Yin Wu looked back at Kronos, who had no idea what Rei's reason was. Shaking his head, Kronos was also baffled over why Rhea was trying so hard to save him. Why did Rhea love him so much? In Kronos' memory, all he could recall was him hurting her. You may not remember, but in fact, you saved me once before. Open hollow corner bracket After I was adopted by father, I couldn't adjust to the atmosphere in Olympus and was in the midst of thinking about my identity. The other siblings tortured me terribly. Especially Thea, that bitch was a real killer. Open hollow corner bracket ha ha ha. But you stood in front of me and said to Thea, that bitch, to shut up and stop being so noisy. Even when Thea glared at you, you maintained your position, seemingly inviting her to do something if she could muster the courage. You looked so cool at that moment. Open hollow corner bracket yeah, I was pretty cool from a young age. It was funny, though. Open hollow corner bracket though. You were adopted later than me, so it may have been more of a confusing time for you, but you ignored all of that and acted in whatever way you wanted, didn't you? In the end, Thea could not win, so she left. I couldn't have been more envious of something at that moment. Open hollow corner bracket close hollow corner bracket. It was probably around that time when I started to acknowledge you. Open hollow corner bracket I don't think I had any thoughts or intentions at that time. So, since then, I have sent you various signs and signals, but how could such a dull person like you read such messages? Rather, you were annoyed by my attention. You looked so stupid back then. Open hollow corner bracket ahem our son is right next to me, please refrain from saying I'm stupid close hollow corner bracket. But in the end, it was me who defeated you, so I'm the winner, right? And did you know that I was the one who induced you to marry me? Open hollow corner bracket You probably can't imagine it. Anyway, I had to take care of everything, from 1 to 10. What else could I do? Open hollow corner bracket ahem. Thus, I'm going to take care of matters again. So, stay there and wait. Open hollow corner bracket Kronos exchanged words and expressions with Rhea, as if he was having a real conversation with her. In the end, Kronos even felt shy, scratching his cheek with his index finger. And Kronos had a thought. From the start, he must have been destined to be with Rhea. He was fated to be with Rhea. Open hollow corner bracket by the way, there's something you don't know as well. Kronos spoke as Rhea took her eyes off the painting and turned slowly around. Kronos started speaking from his heart. When I inherited Father's divine powers and started the Civil War, one was scouted by several societies and received many offers. Everyone knew I was the most powerful. Some guy even said we should create an independent society altogether. However, do you know why I didn't go anywhere and I stuck next to you? One step, and another as Rhea slowly stepped forward, a light distribution started shining brightly around her. And soon, the light distribution shattered into tiny pieces and fell onto the ground. Her fall from grace was occurring. She was preparing to go to Earth, where she predicted Kronos would be. Open hollow corner bracket the reason I caused a ruckus without a moment's rest was to gain your attention. Whenever I was scolded by Father, you were always the first to come seek me out and ask why I was acting so immature. Rhea sat quietly in front of a table. A faint smile appeared on her face as she gently stroked the tabletop. When was it? For some reason, she could not remember anymore, but she and Kronos had a large argument once when they were young. Uranus was very angry with them at that time and told them to make something together as a sign of reconciliation, so the two of them built a tabletop while grunting and bickering all day long. And from then on the tabletop in front of Rhea became her #1 personal treasure. She would not give it up for the world. Open hollow corner bracket it was the same when I was on Earth. How many times had I reincarnated? Since I was such a stud, there were many women who threw themselves at me, but I never gave them a single glance. Do you know why? Kronos looked at Rhea, who quietly lowered her face onto the table, as he spoke. It's the same reason that drove me to restore my legends and somehow make my way back to Olympus. At the time, I hated Zeus, but I wished for something beyond simple revenge. Even if it's from a distance, I want to be with you. Due to a surge of emotion, Kronos had trouble finishing his words. He gulped and fought back tears to continue speaking. At that moment, Ray's eyes were closing. Kronos spoke once more. I want to see you, at least one last time. Ray's eyes completely closed. Her fall from grace, her surrendering of her divinity was coming to an end. So we must. Open hollow corner bracket so we will soon meet each other again. Open hollow corner bracket meet each other once again. Poof. The light distribution that emanated from Rhea completely subsided. Her fall from grace had completed. The last thought vestige that she left behind also began to crumble. Kronos raised his head upward. Summon of the dead has been activated. Who would you like to summon? Open hollow corner bracket Rhea. Kronos called on the name of the woman who he loved all his life. Chapter 740 Ray's Legacy 4. The summoned target could not be found. Open hollow corner bracket what? The message was identical to the one that appeared when trying to summon Cha Jung-woo's soul. Naturally, Kronos' face became distorted. He had never considered this outcome. Kronos quickly turned to look at Yian-Wu. Contrary to what Kronos expected, Yian-Wu had a calm expression on his face. He did not seem to be holding back any anger. It was as if Yian-Wu expected this outcome. Open hollow corner bracket. Did you guess that this would happen? Mother properly speculated on what would happen and had left preparations to help us all over the place, right? She put the ark in the tower and had by the table guard her letter. Then, wouldn't she have prepared something before coming over to Earth to find you? Open hollow corner bracket. And what would that be? That's what we need to find out. Clank. Yian-Wu loosened the chain that was wrapped around his arm and put it on the table. The thought vestige space, Rei's memory, has been connected to the spring of time. Time has stopped. The collapsing thought vestige space was forcibly stopped. Jung-Woo's thought vestiges were still in his pocket watch, which Ananta possessed, but the spring of time was in Yian-Woo's possession. Moreover, the spring of time is turning. The vestige space is continuing to play. The space took on a new shape and started depicting scenes that occurred after Ria had gone to Earth. Rei's hidden stories began to unravel, one after one. The place where the fallen Ria regained her consciousness was in a small single room in an unknown shoddy neighborhood. There, her single mother, having a hard time raising her child by herself, soon sent her child to an orphanage. Ria was already aware of who she was from the moment she was born, so she understood that she was being given up, but she did not cry or fight back. She just wanted her young body to quickly develop. That way, she could start searching for Kronos, who she suspected was somewhere on the planet. Ria did not believe it would be difficult to find Kronos. Based on her projections, she expected him to be in Korea. However, if she had calculated the year incorrectly by mistake, Kronos may already be dead or too old. She wanted to avoid these two possibilities as much as possible. Unlike Kronos, who could continue to live with his previous memories and identities intact with the help of the spring of time, Ria only had this one chance, this one lifetime. There was nothing she could do about this. She had to leave everything to chance. Ria viewed the world in a rational manner, so she hated the idea of leaving things to chance. Thus, a part of her could not do away with some concern. Ria soon saw a child who stood out amongst the others in the orphanage. Though the child looked like any other child, his eyes told a different story, as his eyes seemed to reflect a depth and understanding that encompassed multiple lives. Although his face looked different, Ria was able to recognize the boy at once. For the first time, Ria seemed to have gotten lucky. She had stumbled onto some fortunate chance, a concept she detested relying on. See, I told you so, right? A smile soon formed on Rei's lips. I told you we'd be able to see each other once again. After that fateful meeting, Ria and the boy grew up together, got married, and had children. Ria was finally able to fulfill her long-cherished wish. The happiness that she longed for and had expressed within her paintings and sculptures was here, and like many enjoyable times, the time seemed to pass all too quickly. However, throughout this happy time, a slight uneasiness remained in the corner of Rei's heart. It was an uneasiness and sense of anxiety of not knowing when the hand of darkness would reach out and snatch everything away. Ria was anxious that her happiness, stability, and serenity might be shattered overnight. What's wrong? Your complexion is not too good. It's nothing. Although a concerned Kronos occasionally asked Ria what was wrong whenever she fell into these times of worry, Ria never revealed her true feelings. She always shook her head and said she was fine. Moreover, perhaps because she fell from grace forcibly of her own accord, her health was never very good. Of course, she could not treat this condition in a traditional hospital, so Kronos was forced to run from place to place to find a cure. Not yet, I can't succumb yet. Although darkness had not made its appearance, Ria was succumbing to sickness due to her failing physical health. Ria also had no luck in trying to remedy her condition. There were many occasions when she longed for the absolute powers of a transcendent, which she had given up to reunite with Kronos. However, what broke Rei's heart the most was that the happy family she had barely managed to achieve was beginning to show signs of cracking. As Kronos spent more time outside the home, Rei's sons, Yian-Wu and Jung-Woo, had no choice but to grow distant from their father. Yian-Wu, in particular, showed signs of openly disliking his father. Since Ria and Kronos had already promised each other to let their two sons live normal lives, Kronos made no excuses as to why he spent so much time outside the home. Furthermore, the more time he spent outside the home and away from the family, the greater the distance became between him and his sons. Rhea could only helplessly look on at the deteriorating relationship between Kronos and his sons. The past that Zeus and the others had gone through was happening all over again, though she wanted to somehow stop it. Rhea, who had already reached her physical limit, could not do anything. One day, at such a precarious state in their familial life, Cha Jungwoo had suddenly disappeared while only leaving behind a letter stating that he would look for a drug to cure his mother's illness. Rhea knew Jungwoo's decision was a trick played by the darkness. The darkness, which had been quiet for decades, had finally made its move. Moreover, the darkness had targeted Jungwoo, who had a strong sense of responsibility within the family and was the youngest. Though Rhea suspected that the darkness would target Jungwoo first, as he was the most susceptible to being tricked, Rhea still felt heartbroken. She knew the darkness would target her mortal offspring first, but seeing it happen was an entirely different feeling. To make matters worse, it had happened while she had let her guard down, as she was not feeling physically well. If she tried just a little harder, perhaps she could have blocked the darkness, machinations and spent just a little more time with her family. However, it was already too late. Cha Jungwoo had probably been dragged to the tower. She knew what the tower was like, so she knew how much Jungwoo would probably suffer in that space. And when Kronos, who had moved to save Cha Jungwoo, showed no signs of returning after re-entering the tower. I can't leave things like this. Rhea shut her eyes tightly. She tried to stop the darkness. She paid attention to her surroundings, but the darkness eventually crept into her life without a sound and took all that was important to her. Just as it had done before, the darkness was taking everything this time around as well. I have to bring things back to what they were. However, unlike the previous occasion, Rhea was unwilling to surrender and let things progress without a fight. As the previous queen who ruled over Olympus and as the mother of 8 children, she was determined to not suffer the same fate as last time. She was unwilling to lose her husband, whom she had just reconnected with, again. Luckily, since Rhea knew that the darkness was going to make an appearance at some point, she had made preparations to fight and counter the darkness, tricks. Jungwoo, husband, just wait a little longer. This was what Rhea thought as she made her move. Up to that point, Rhea believed that Cha Jungwoo had only been chosen by the darkness. Beep, beep, beep. In a hospital room where an ECG machine was beeping aloud, Rhea slowly opened her eyes and barely raised her upper body. Her body drooped and slumped over. Her body felt too heavy. It was cumbersome for her to even sit up. Yeon-woo. Rhea had a concerned expression on her face as she stroked Yeon-woo's head, which was half buried in her bedsheets. Yeon-woo had not slept properly for several days to take care of his mother. He had finally fallen asleep from exhaustion. Originally, Yeon-woo was highly sensitive to external influences, so he would normally wake up from his mother's touch. However, his current exhaustion preceded all else. Rhea did not say anything as she stroked Yeon-woo's head. The words she wanted to say, the words she wanted to offer, too many words lingered at the tip of her tongue, but no words came out. Knowing that she would be going away for a long time, how could she tell Yeon-woo to stay safe and healthy in the meantime? Thus, Rhea spent each precious second looking at her son's face one more time. And she hoped that this would not be their last meeting. She hoped that there would be a time when they could meet again and smile. Rhea wanted to clear up any misunderstandings that Yeon-woo may have about the family and tell him that he had 6 other siblings. She wanted to laugh once more with all her children around her. If possible, Rhea told herself that she would take a picture next time. She would make sure that they took a family photo. It was a pity that the 4 had never had the wherewithal and time to take a family photo. However, Rhea thought, the next time would be different. Rhea took Yeon-woo's hand in her own and squeezed. She was trying to convey her request through her actions, as she could not convey it through words. She quietly lowered her head. Beep. A straight line soon appeared on the ECG's screen. One of the things Rhea prepared before her fall from grace was to gather her divine powers all together in one place. Rhea utilized her Quirinale power, the application of space, to customize a specific space through her power. Furthermore, she was able to configure the laws that flowed in that space to her liking. It was a similar concept to establishing a holy territory, but it was a much higher concept. Using her family's unique powers, she became the absolute creator of a specified space. Thus, Rhea made a separate subspace. If anything went wrong on Earth and brought upon her death, the subspace would be triggered and operational right away. Thus, when Rhea died as a mortal human, her soul deviated from the flow of reincarnation and reawakened in her subspace. In other words, Rhea had rejected her place in the flow of reincarnation. This meant that she was throwing away any opportunity to reincarnate and to continue preserving a connection to her past lives. Thus, her death would lead to total annihilation. Moreover, the reservoir of divine power she currently possessed was limited. Rhea had simply saved a finite amount and could not replenish it. This essentially meant that she had enough divine power for one use. The problem for Rhea was that she did not know how quickly her divine power would be consumed while responding to the darkness actions. There was a chance that Rhea would cease to exist after saving her husband and son. As a divine being, Rhea knew what total annihilation entailed and how terrifying it was. However, she did not fret or care about any of that. In her mind, her first priority was to save her husband and son, who was currently possessed by the darkness. Open hollow corner bracket. So your mother followed after us. Kronos clenched his jaw. Even after Rhea closed her eyes, she was busily moving about in the shadows to help them. Yian-Wu could not help but feel heartache for his mother. He now understood why his mother's soul did not respond to less than summon of the dead greater than. It was not that Rhea did not respond. She could not respond. His mother was like a flickering candlelight. Although her light may still be shining, once all the candle wax was used up, she would have no choice but to flicker off forever. The spring of time is fast-forwarding. Playback speed increases. The place Rhea headed to afterwards was not the tower, where Kronos had already gone to and disappeared there. Since starting its machinations in earnest, the darkness probably placed Kronos and Jungwoo in a place that no one would ever suspect. Kronos and Cha Jungwoo would be there, Rhea thought. So, Rhea chose the void, which was a place deep in the unconscious. The bottom of the world where all souls flowed through like a flowing river. The foundational structure of all laws. The end or borderline of the dream. It was the same place where Yian-Wu had gone to look for Cha Jungwoo only to be forcefully kicked out. Rhea had swum through the void for many years before she finally reached the end. So, it's here. Rhea gulped in front of the large gate. Coming directly to the place that she had only heard about from oral traditions passed down from her ancestors, Rhea felt goosebumps form all over her body. And the moment she opened the door, Rhea was hit with the thought that she would never be able to go back to where she came from. Of course, she had already considered that possibility countless times, so she did not waver in her determination to continue onward. However, the part that puzzled her was that, based on what she had heard in her family's oral tradition, there should have been a separate gatekeeper to guard the gate, but she did not see such a gatekeeper. Rhea had been prepared to use up all her divine powers and face death to pass by the gatekeeper. However, as if on purpose, the gatekeeper was nowhere to be found. Rhea had no reason to refuse this opportunity, so she opened the gate. Whoosh! Rhea was able to push open the gate and pass through only after using up most of her reserved divine powers. Beyond the border of the dream was a place located in the middle of day and night. In that place, Kikiki, what is this? I've never seen this being before. Who is this? Numerous letters spun around her in a dizzying circle. All of them contained a clear aura of malice, but they also harbored curiosity regarding the unfamiliar intruder. Rhea thought that the black haze behind the letters or the thing that looked like a shadow was the master of the voices coming from the letters. She felt an uncountable number of prying eyes from all around her. Were there 100 million? A billion? A trillion? It was an immeasurable number. These were the demonisms. Could it be that these were the individual pieces that made up the collective of the Black King? I think it's a snippet of this dream. It looks like it has made its way all the way here. How long has it been? If it doesn't have a purpose, how did it enter this place? Can I eat it? Do you think that's possible, you idiot? It went past the gatekeeper. The sage allowed it to pass. Unless you want to be torn apart, you better stay still. Sage, arg, did he allow it to come in? Wait, did he have such a name? Huh. It's a name that I will call myself someday. Anyway, let's see what it does. After chattering and bickering amongst themselves, the demonisms suddenly dispersed as they moved to the left and right of Rhea. Rhea, who was contemplating on how to break through the demonisms' encirclement and find her son, was surprised by the sudden unexpected situation. And when she raised her head, she found what she had come to find. Rhea had found her son's soul. Although he seemed to have forgotten all the memories of his previous life and looked so weak that it would not be strange to crumble and disappear at any moment, it was Cha Jungwoo's soul. But Rhea did not move hastily towards Jungwoo's soul. Do you want your son back? A demonism with a much smaller size than the other demonisms spoke with a deep, resonating voice as it looked upon Rhea. It was Sage. Chapter 741 Ray's Legacy 5. I didn't expect a descendant of a traitor to come here directly. You seem to know the relationship between day and night. It couldn't have been an easy decision for you to come here. Is it because of maternal love? The letters whirled around in a frenzy, but Ray's gaze was fixed on the soul being held in Sage's hand. It was her son's soul, Cha Jung-woo's. With such a soft heart and strong sense of responsibility, her son had dove headfirst into a dangerous place to try and find a cure for her sickness. Having lived as a supreme god for a long time, Rhea was able to read the vestige of thoughts that remained on her son's soul. All the incidents and accidents Jung-woo encountered were contained within. Jung-woo met colleagues, gained success, climbed the tower's floors, fell in love, and became a hero and an idol, but in the end, Jung-woo could not overcome a steep barrier and fell. He was abandoned by his friends, his lover left, and he was left all alone. Even though Jung-woo finally obtained the elixir that would heal his mother's sickness, he no longer had the strength and was in no condition to return to Earth. In the end, Jung-woo had left his diary. Once she observed all these moments unfold, Rhea let out a silent scream. The experiences of her youngest son were vividly conveyed to her, one at a time. When he was sick, she felt his anguish. When he was hurt, she felt his pain. And when he cried, she felt his sadness. And when she finally saw Jung-woo's death, she was left speechless. However, what pained Rhea the most was that things did not end with his death. The darkness, choice of executor isn't Jung-woo. Ray's thin fingers trembled at the unexpected realization. She wondered what was going to happen now. If Jung-woo isn't chosen by the darkness, then who? Perhaps Yeon-woo. Rhea felt as if she was being suffocated, because Yeon-woo was alone on Earth at this moment. Not wanting to cause any concern for Yeon-woo, Rhea had left Earth without leaving her son any word. Thud! A loud sound came from behind Rhea. It was the closing of a door. Rhea turned her head towards the sound. The gate she entered through was tightly shut as if it would never move again. And beyond the gate, Rhea could feel the presence of a gatekeeper, who she was unable to detect previously. It was at that moment when Rhea realized that the gatekeeper probably deliberately left his post to allow her to enter. All of this was a trap. It was what the darkness wanted all along. Of course, the darkness would have wanted to welcome the executor, the being who inherited the blood of Numa and Quirinale, more than anything else. No, this could be interpreted as paternal love as well. As for me, it's a feeling that I don't really understand. In the past, I felt something similar, but now that time has passed, those feelings have been thoroughly diluted. But thanks to those strong emotions, I have been able to gather the materials of Numa, Quirinale, and space-time again in one place, so I guess I can say that I'm fortunate. Rhea bit down on her lower lip. To save their youngest son, Cha Jung-woo, Kronos had walked into the tower of his own accord, and now Rhea was trapped in the darkness. As a result, Numa and Quirinale, which the heavenly demon had taken away from the darkness, were regained. Moreover, Yeon-woo, who had been designated as the executor, was now isolated and all alone, so the darkness had made the ideal move. Considering how Yeon-woo would seek revenge for his younger brother and considering the twists and turns he would have to go through from now on, there was no one more suitable as an executor. The executor was the one who ended the dream and stopped the wheel. There could be no greater driving force to implement these ends than a being with deep resentment towards the world. Furthermore, Ray's actions to counter the darkness played directly into the darkness' hands. Somehow. Rhea bit down harder on her lower lip. Everything had become twisted. Since she had played right into the darkness plans, she had to at least find a way to save Cha Jung-woo. Though she was also concerned about Yeon-woo, she felt she had to save the child that was right in front of her first. You've gotten everything you wanted. That's right, that means that my child in your hands is now of no use to you. What are you getting at? The demonism, called Sage, did not fall prey to Ray's play on words. Sage seemed to be scoffing at Ray's low-level tactics. Still, Rhea felt that Sage was smiling. Though she could not see any facial expression, as Sage did not possess a visible face, Sage seemed to be taking in everything with amusement. The fact that he was taking all this in as if it were a game made Rhea angry. To taunt others' lives at will. However, Rhea could not express her true thoughts. She simply said, "Then, release my child. He was only used as bait to lure my husband and me, right? His soul has already waned to the point of anyway, you don't have any use for soul any longer." When she brought out the word, Wayne, Ray's voice was particularly shaky. She knew that her youngest son was in his present precarious condition because he had mustered his remaining energy to put his memories in the pocket watch and diary for Yi and Woo, who might come looking for Jung-woo someday. Well, after all, isn't he an offspring from your blood? If the candidate we've marked doesn't work out the way we expect, I think it's fine if we use this child as a substitute. As you can see, this child also holds quite a bit of anger and a motivational drive. What are your thoughts on that? Rhea could not help but bite down on her lower lip once more. Do you really have to go so far? I want the end to come. I hope for this dream to end. And after this dream is over, all of you will return to becoming memoryless fragments that will disperse once more. Since that's the case, what difference is there to me? Give him to me, and if I say I don't want to? If not, I will destroy what you want. What are you going to do? Like this. Whoosh. At that moment, Ray's body shone with hazy white light distribution. It was only a tiny dot in a world full of darkness, but a light had been lit. Her divine power, which had barely been able to maintain her existence, was rapidly being consumed. As you can see, I have already lost my divinity and fallen from grace. And when I use up my remaining divine power, I'll be annihilated. You will lose Quirinail, which you just obtained after countless turns of the wheel. Are you threatening me? I want to negotiate. I will give you my entirety, so release my youngest son. Please, I implore you. Rhea lowered her head. If Sage asked her to kneel down, she was willing to do so. She was so desperate, and her desire to save Cha Jung-woo was so firm. And then Rhea thought she heard laughter. I might be able to block your annihilation attempt. I would be annihilated before you can do anything. That would present a lot of difficulties. Surely, as you said, I no longer have any use for this child. What shall I do? For a moment, Rhea thought she saw a ray of hope. So, she raised her head. However, all she felt was Sage's smiling expression. I'm sorry, but I can't. This child is shaping up to become the opponent of this dream. Quote exclamation mark quote. Open hollow corner bracket. What bullshit is he spewing? Yi and Woo. Rhea was not the only one who was shocked by Sage's words. Kronos, who had observed the scene unfold silently, gave an exasperated cry after hearing Sage's words. Executor and opponent. The fight between the two continued every time the wheel spun and the successive dreams repeated. The executor was the representative of the Black King while the opponent was the representative of the Heavenly Demon. Thus, the two were incompatible with each other. Since the Black King and Heavenly Demon pursued different goals, they possessed opposing backgrounds that could not mesh. The executor of this dream was Yi and Woo. However, the opponent had yet to make an appearance, so Yi and Woo had wondered if the opponent had gone missing, but based on Sage's words, the opponent seemed to be Cha Jung-woo. Kronos, as the father of the two, had no choice but to scream as he hurriedly turned to Yi and Woo. Wait, did you know about this? Unlike Kronos, Yi and Woo had a calm expression on his face. He was glaring at Sage, but there was no sign of surprise. Kronos felt his boiling anger quickly subside. I guessed that it might be Jung-woo. Open hollow corner bracket. What? Jung-woo was chosen as the successor of Day when the tower collapsed. The elder gods chose to wait until the last moment before designating Jung-woo, and so did Metatron and Ball. If he was considered that highly, I thought it might be possible that he could be designated as the opponent. Open hollow corner bracket. Kronos' gaze wavered, but even so, how did this get this close? Hollow corner bracket. Kronos was unable to verbalize his chaotic emotions. He felt his throat constrict and was unable to peep a word. He blamed himself for having to pass his damned wheel of fate onto his sons. Amid Yi and Woo's quarrel with the egos of the Black King, they answered a question about his brother's whereabouts in the following manner. I didn't see it. We had it, but it disappeared. The answer was that they had originally had Jung-woo's soul, but it had disappeared. At first, Yi and Woo thought the whereabouts of Jung-woo's soul had suddenly become unknown, but now that he thought about it, their words could be broadly interpreted and were extremely vague. From the start, they omitted quite a few details in their response. Based on their words alone, they did not lie. However, their subversive actions made Yi and Woo even more determined to hasten back to the darkness and have a life or death match against Sage. The egos had also mentioned. Maybe it flowed somewhere within the darkness dream. This meant that, soon, while Yi and Woo was thinking such thoughts, Sage started rearranging the letters once more. So, I can't return him. If I release the opponent and the heavenly demon starts running rampant again, I will be faced with a headache. Thus the darkness that surrounded Sage shook violently. You should come and join your son. Whoosh! A gigantic hand of darkness rose from Rei's feet. At the same time, the demonisms, who had retreated from her, rushed towards her. You made a mistake. However, Rhea burned her divine power with greater splendor without showing any concern. There is nothing stronger than a mother's determination to save her son. The hand of darkness that tried to hold on to Rhea suddenly bounced off an invisible barrier. The demonisms were equally obstructed by the invisible barrier and unable to make any headway towards Rhea. The darkness tried to break through the barrier somehow, but the barrier did not give. It was Quirinail's space. In a certain, specified area, Rhea possessed the ability to exert the same power as a creator. Although the parameters of the space she set only spanned the length of her body and its immediate surroundings, as her divine power could only handle to that extent, Rhea did not fret. Brilliant rays of light emanated out. Rhea ran towards her youngest son, and the demonisms rushed to catch her. Clashing and tangling, the space of darkness instantly turned into a mess. Kikiki, how fun, Kikiki, mother, mother, mother. I had a mother, too. Up to that point, Sage had looked at Rhea with a relatively calm, entertained gaze. Then, all of a sudden, Rhea stopped running towards her son and suddenly changed directions. The demonism, who were trailing right behind her, tried to follow her, but at that moment, the space in front of Rhea twisted. Then, it shattered. Rhea shot her hand through the shattered crack in space. Connecting space and space was another power of the Quirinails. Rei's hand suddenly appeared in front of Sage. She tried to snatch Cha Jungwoo's soul. But just as her fingertips were about to touch his soul, Sage took a step back. Rhea pushed her hand further into her crack, but at that moment, the light distribution that had enveloped her stopped emanating light. It was a sign that her divine powers had run out. No, no, Rei's complexion turned pale. Jungwoo. The demonisms, unwilling to let this opportunity slip past them, recklessly shot forward towards Rhea. The light distribution disappeared completely, and Rhea fell into the swamp of demonisms. Though it was very weak, another voice rang out. However, the voice was completely engulfed in the screams of numerous demonisms and could not be clearly heard. Don't waste your divine powers anymore. I'll give you a separate space so you can spend time with your son. Sage narrowed his eyes as he looked at Rei's soul, which had been completely submerged in the demonisms. The demonisms were just about to seize Quirinail completely. Open corner bracket Mothair. A voice rang out from somewhere. Huh. Greatly surprised, Sage hurriedly looked down at his right hand. Open corner bracket Mother. Sage could see Cha Jungwoo, who had regained his human form. To him, this made no sense at all. What he had in his hand was a decaying soul. It would not be strange if the soul disappeared at any moment. Since the spirit force had all but disappeared, the soul should not have been able to retain its ego. The soul should have no memory, but it somehow regained its identity. Open corner bracket move away. Get away from Mother. However, taking advantage of Sage's surprise, Cha Jungwoo's soul suddenly escaped from Sage's clenched hands and shot into the crack that Rhea had made. Open corner bracket why are you so obsessed with my mother? Go to your own mothers. Oh, you don't have mothers anymore, do you? Scram, you bastards without a mother. Suddenly, Jungwoo made an appearance above the demonisms and stretched his hand out towards Rhea. Rei's fingertips, which had not yet been fully immersed amongst the demonisms, touched the fingertips of her youngest son. Chapter 742 Rei's Legacy 6. Jungwoo. With blurred vision, Rhea saw a glimpse of her youngest son and wondered if she had seen an illusion. However, open corner bracket stop it you fucking bastards. Cha Jungwoo's shouts clearly rang out. Rhea felt a vaguely familiar touch on her fingertips. A certain intuition made her eyes flash. Boom. Rhea clenched her jaw and squeezed out her last remaining strength. Her light distribution blazed splendidly once more. This burst of light was just like the splendid burst of light before a candle went out, or the bright flash of the sun's rays just before sunset. Rei's light distribution emitted light that shone more splendidly than at any other moment. Rhea grabbed Jungwoo's hand and pulled him into her arms with all her might. Demonisms that had clung to her were thrown off. Kikiki, always with such surprises. Indeed, you are a Quirinail. It would be a shame to let you go. Quite a shame. Amid the laughs and snide remarks from the demonisms, Rhea hugged Jungwoo tightly. Since it was just Jungwoo's soul, Rhea was not able to feel the warmth of his body. However, this absence only made Rhea feel closer to Jungwoo. She seemed to see the pain and difficult journey her youngest son had gone through. She could tell without hearing it in person. It was like a superpower that every mother had. She just knew. Open corner bracket mother. With a wavering gaze, Jungwoo looked at Rhea. He had many things he wanted to ask his mother, such as how she actually got here. He had always seen his mother as an ordinary person, a thin and sickly human. How was such a person able to come to this place under such a different form and even think of saving him? If anyone were to come to his rescue, Jungwoo thought it would be his older brother. Although he had told his brother not to come, Jungwoo was also desperately hoping for his brother's help. If not Yi and Woo, Jungwoo thought the next probable person would be his father. His father, whom he had seen since childhood, was always a mysterious person. Although his older brother hated his father, Jungwoo knew his father was not an ordinary man. Jungwoo vaguely guessed that the reason he received an invitation to enter the tower was all because he inherited his father's blood. However, Jungwoo never considered his mother in all of this. Jungwoo always had a strong belief and conviction that his mother was a weak person that he and his brother had to protect and take care of. Thus, she was essentially the last person he expected to show up in this place. Everything he wanted to say and convey to his mother was contained in the word, mother. This embrace, this body temperature, this touch, these were all the things Jungwoo yearned to feel. Since he came to the tower to find a cure for his mother's illness, this was the thing Jungwoo wanted the most. He jumped into the tower with the desire to hug his healthy mother one more time. However, Jungwoo's wish seemed to have been only half fulfilled. He was able to hold on to his mother once more, but his mother's life was rapidly deteriorating. Thus, Jungwoo sadly looked upon his mother as if telling her to stop. Wham! Jungwoo suddenly felt a ferocious slap on his back. Open corner bracket ouch. Mother, why are you hitting me? Jungwoo felt his mind clear up. Rhea stared at Jungwoo with piercing eyes. As if momentarily forgetting the situation surrounding them, Rhea shouted out in frustration, "Who taught you those words? Didn't I constantly tell you not to use curse words? Who was it? Who did you learn those awful words from?" In an instant, Jungwoo's eyes started darting all over the place. That would be. Who? Open corner bracket hung. Yi and Woo. A fire blazed in Ray's eyes. Nod. When did he use those words? Open corner bracket while playing a computer game. These cretins. Since your mother hasn't been home, you've been spending all your time on the computer. Didn't I say that you both can only use the computer an hour a day and spend the rest of the time studying? Open corner bracket mom close corner bracket. Jungwoo could not help but feel small. He also felt confused. This was supposed to be a touching moment of reunion, so he wondered why he was being scolded. As a senior in high school, you should be studying, why are you wasting time on the computer? It had been quite a few years since Jungwoo entered the tower, so even discounting the time he spent to fulfill his mandatory military service, Jungwoo would have already graduated from college a long time ago and then some. However, he did not dare state these things to his mother. Anyway, just wait until we get back. Both of you will get scolded. Do you understand? Open corner bracket yeah. Jungwoo could not help but lower his head. Whoosh. Rhea pulled Jungwoo in and hugged him tighter. Such bad boys. What did you think would happen if you both went off and left your mother all alone? Did you think I would be happy if you both did this? Jungwoo did not miss the slight tremble in his mother's voice as she buried her face in his chest. Jungwoo felt his chest area getting wet. Moreover, Jungwoo understood the gist behind the meaning of such bad boys. His brother must have also entered the tower. Possibly even his father. Open corner bracket I'm sorry. Jungwoo apologized, wondering how much damage had the whole family suffered because of one person. He realized then just how wrong his actions had been. His mother, who had looked larger than life just a moment ago, seemed to whittle down. Have I grown that much, or has my mother gotten smaller? Jungwoo could not quite figure it out. I'm sorry to disturb your reunion. At that moment the letters began to chaotically move about once more. It's not good for us either to just let you leave like this. Jungwoo lifted his head. Sage stretched out his hand towards where Jungwoo was with his mother. Darkness, creating a huge vortex, approached Jungwoo in his mother's direction. Was it the same as what he had seen before? Jungwoo tried to spread his sky wings after seeing, at first glance, a secret skill that looked like the heavenly bracket's 5 elements, which Jungwoo happened to see in use one day from the Devil Army. Although his soul was on the brink of collapsing, Jungwoo was not going to allow his mother to sacrifice any longer. However, rip, whoosh, suddenly, a small crack appeared in front of Jung-woo and his mother, and as it widened, a gap was formed. That's, Sage's eyes widened. Jung-woo, now. Jung-woo did not know what was going on, but as soon as he heard Ray's urgent cry, he quickly threw himself into the crack. Less than sky wings greater than. As Heaven Wing's signature skill, which was the 002 numbered skill, was used, the two were soon sucked into the crack after a huge flap of Jung-woo's wings. The darkness that Sage had thrown at them passed through their afterimage without any effect. Clank, boom, just as soon as the crack opened, it closed. Damn it, the letters that represented Sage were arranging sentences that were filled with disappointment. Did she find a piece of the dream on the other side of the darkness and plant her divine power there? If she did, then that was probably how she was able to build a small yet firm illusory barrier around her. Is it the greatness of the choir-nails, or should I say that being is amazing? From the moment she first entered the darkness gate, and from the time she recognized Jung-woo's soul, Rhea seemed to have planted her divine power in a piece of some dream that wandered around in the darkness. She must have done this as a failsafe to escape the darkness at any moment. Rhea would not be returning to the same dream from where she had come from. She and Jung-woo would be entering into a past dream, one that had already run its course. Thus, her activity would be limited. Still, she had successfully escaped this place, which was nothing less than a tiger's den for her and her child. The reason that Sage had not grasped Ray's intent was because of the characteristics of choir-nail. Either that or he was too careless. Anyway, Rhea seemed to understand and know the limits of her ancestors' powers. She had utilized the powers much more proficient than the countless members of the choir-nail family that the Sage had come across before. This is why I've been trying to get my hands on a choir-nail. Moreover, I've let the opponent slip through my hands. Things are going to get messed up because of this. HMPF. However, unlike the contents of the arranging letters, Sage did not seem very concerned about the development. Although Ray's move was unexpected and somewhat cute, its effects were limited in the end. First, I need to find out whose dream fragment she touched. In a world full of emptiness, this was an ambiguous space. It wasn't exactly the darkness, the boundary line between day and night, or even the leftover that was not able to be reconstituted during the recreation of the universe. In someone's forgotten illusory world, where only the shadows of past gods wandered, long-forgotten fragments of reality floated around. In that space. Open corner bracket Mom, can you hear me? With tears streaming down his face, Jung-woo continued to shake Rhea to wake her up. Blink, blink. Ray's body trembled as if to highlight her precarious grasp on life. It seemed she was on the brink of annihilation. A lot of static noise rang out from Ray's body. Jung-woo tried to somehow connect his mother's broken, fading body, but it was a tall order. Jung-woo. Rhea looked at her youngest son through a trembling gaze. Surprised by the sudden response, Jung-woo looked at his mother. Mom, yes, I'm here. You need to figure out a way to get out, at least you. Open corner bracket exclamation mark close corner bracket. Jung-woo was left speechless for a moment. It was the same as before. At the hospital, every time she went through a crisis and was in pain, Rhea always worried and showed concern for her children first. Even now, his mother was more worried about her son than about herself. At least you should, his mother's voice trailed off. Jung-woo could see her eyes closing. If things were left to progress any further, Rhea was going to fall into irrevocable danger. Open corner bracket no, Yi-woo and Dad haven't come yet, so you can't go anywhere. Jung-woo hurriedly grabbed onto Ray's hand. He tried to share his spirit power with his mother, but he was unable to as he was also in a similar precarious state. If he could bring his mother back to life with what little he had, Jung-woo would absolutely take that trade. However, what little power he had was not enough for his mother, who had already used up all her powers. Somehow Jung-woo felt he must somehow find a way. Only that singular thought lingered in Jung-woo's mind. His mother had saved him from a situation where there seemed to be no chance of escape. There must be some way he could save her. Jung-woo was sure that there was something. At that moment, a thought passed through Jung-woo's mind. Rather than his mother, Jung-woo had expected someone else to show up. Brother. Jung-woo's eyes lit up. Yi-woo and father remain, right? Knowing that the two had already entered the tower and made their move, Jung-woo and his mother had to just wait for them to arrive. Whoosh. Less than sky wings, maximum power greater than. Jung-woo's two wings shone splendidly, brighter than ever before. Just like Ray's scattering light distribution, a shimmering light cascaded down his wings. His spirit power, which had stalled for a moment, became amplified and began to circulate throughout his body at a high speed. His senses expanded, and his cognitive realm greatly expanded. Quickly, it must be finished as soon as possible. Jung-woo understood there was only a short amount of time wherein he could squeeze out all his strength like this, so he focused all his spirit energy on his 2 eyes. Less than draconic eyes greater than. A dragon's pupil widened in both Jung-woo's eyes. Focusing solely on Rhea, Jung-woo was able to obtain the enormous amount of information that comprised Rhea and store it in his mind. Jung-woo clenched his teeth. Dragons sought the truth. Draconic eyes were eyes that made it possible to observe such truths. Among potential subjects to observe, there was probably no better object of study than information about a god who held the truth. Information from a god, which would normally be locked, was pouring into Jung-woo in large quantities as his body was weakening. This Quirinail or whatever power Mother's powers were strong enough to defeat those things that resided in the darkness. There must be some answer in those powers. As Mother's child, I must have a talent for utilizing those powers as well. Jung-woo intended to copy all the powers of his mother immediately. He was going to copy and embed the powers onto himself. Of course, since Jung-woo was nothing more than a mortal, it was crazy for him to imitate his mother, who was once a transcendent being. It was like committing suicide, as his soul was already declining. However, Jung-woo did not have the time to consider all these restrictions and difficulties. And above all, Jung-woo believed in his own talent. Less than perfect adaptability greater than. Jung-woo possessed a talent to smoothly accept all energy regardless of attribute and the ability to apply it onto himself with his high level of understanding. Considering this and the natural talents he inherited from his mother, Jung-woo thought there was definitely a chance. Thump, thump, from somewhere within his soul, a thumping sound seemed to ring out. Just a little bit more. Jung-woo's sky wings were overheating. His soul was burning red. Amid the huge flood of information streaming into him, something kept getting ripped off. Jung-woo felt dizzy, as if he would lose his mind at any moment. But Jung-woo somehow persevered and endured. He felt that, if he could overcome this tough spell, he would be able to achieve exuviation and transcendence, things he had only dreamed of before. No, he must have already begun the process. The sound Jung-woo heard in the background must be the sound of his soul casting off its limitations. In accordance with the sound, his sky wings started emitting a light distribution and grew larger. However, Jung-woo had no time to pay attention to any of this. What he wanted to find was his mother's Quirinail, and the moment he fully analyzed it. Done. Based on the divine power he was able to realize, albeit vaguely, Jung-woo applied the Quirinail's first power. Less than closed space greater than. Jung-woo's sky wings, which were dozens of times larger than their original size, folded inward and surrounded Jung-woo and Rhea. Jung-woo hugged his mother tight in his arms, seemingly stating that he would never let go of his mother no matter what. He forcibly stopped the flow of time while encircling himself and his mother in a thick barrier. In this space, Jung-woo was the creator and ruler. Time manipulation was possible. If he could maintain this, he could maintain his mother's precarious state of being so that she did not fall apart. It was like a sort of suspended animation confinement. Of course, to maintain this space, Jung-woo also needed to confine himself, as he was the caster who had to maintain the power. However, Jung-woo did not fret or care about this fact. He firmly believed that, one day, his older brother and father would come to rescue them. Open corner bracket still, it'd be nice if you both came sooner rather than later, brother-father. And then whoosh. The two fell into a state of hibernation, a state of suspended animation. All playback is complete. No further information found. Have reviewed all the remnant vestige thoughts. Father. Open hollow corner bracket yeah. Let's go. Your mother and brother are waiting for us. Yi and Woo and Kronos started moving right away.